And I said, President Lincoln, I hope you're still with us. And the spirit box is going. And I show the picture. I said, President Lincoln, is this you? And through the spirit box, you hear this man. Yes, it is. We can never say with 100% certainty that's Abraham Lincoln. You know, we just...
Did you ask him what he thought of the play? Hey, everybody. Do us a quick favor and hit follow and smash that like or subscribe button wherever you're listening right now. It'll help us keep getting great guests and make it so you don't miss the next episode. Now on with the show. All right. John, what's up? How are you?
What is going on? Oh, I'm good, Gary. I'm good. Here in Texas.
Look at you in Texas. Different little backdrop for you.
Oh, yeah. So in Texas, having a good... Well, I can say this. The first thing I'm going to say about Texas is not everything is bigger in Texas.
Okay? Oh, yeah?
We've been lied to.
Oh, why is that?
Because just things aren't bigger in Texas, like the deer. I've been seeing deer all over the place. They ain't bigger, right? But the stars are big and bright.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The stars are big and bright. So,
are you out in the country and stuff? Like really out? I guess.
Yeah, I'm out in hill country right now.
What's it like going out at night? Is it like really wild to be out at night? Is it bright out because the stars make it like brighter than
depends. If the moon's out, sure, right?
Yeah.
It's really no different. The weather's strange. Like 50 degrees for me in New York is not 50 degrees in Texas. Right. Okay, like everyone else is like, oh, we're cold, and I'm like, oh, this is beautiful. Right. So, and I guess maybe that's just personal preference or humidity or whatever it is, right? But
sure.
It's different. It's definitely different.
All right.
Hill country, where I'm at right now, has been my favorite. Up here in hill country. I love nature, a lot of scenery. So
good. That's awesome. That's fun that you got out. It's good to see you out in the country, out in America.
Out in America, really enjoying America. Man.
Well, John, America. So, hey, everybody, welcome. This is Splintered Spirits. I'm Gary. This is John, Santa from Santa Paranormal, as you know.
Yeah, that's me.
And we are live. I like to ask the question, what are spirits? And we like to try to figure out what's going on in the world of paranormal. And we got a guest today.
Ah, very cool.
Very fun one. And it's a good one, too, because maybe he can give me a few pointers. The guy's been around. Today's guest, he's been a broadcaster and an investigator. He is the host of Ghostbox Radio with Greg Bakken. And I'm talking about Greg Bakken himself. He's out of AM 950 in the Twin Cities. Reaches tens of thousands of listeners each weeknight with deep dive conversations on the paranormal, UFO phenomena, Bigfoot, all things anomalous, right? He's a seasoned paranormal investigator, intuitive, ITC specialist. I want to get into that a bit. He really is into the, what you do and recordings and EVPs, right? Communication, electronic communication. Greg is best known for his work with Spirit Box and his mission to bridge the metaphysical and paranormal communities, bringing together mediums and investigators to validate communication and promote respectful, evidence-based investigations. He also runs Para-Friends events and Ghostbox Live, giving people a chance to investigate haunted locations. So he does an experiential thing as well, which is cool. So without further ado, he's sitting in our waiting room. Let's bring on Greg Bakken from Ghostbox Radio. Greg, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today, whenever?
I'm doing okay, man. I like the beard, dude. I like that beard.
Oh, thanks. It's taken like 10 years to grow, but that's the slow facial hair growth. That's kind of what I'm about. So, baby face.
Right on, man. Well, look, it looks good. It looks distinguished. Man of importance.
No one, and I repeat, no one has ever said that before. So,
listen, it's better to look it than to be it.
That's true too.
Greg, listen, thank you so much for coming on today. You've been doing this for a lot longer than I have, meeting a lot of different people. So I'm very excited to talk to you about your experiences, what you've met, who you've met, what you've learned, right?
Yeah, no, that's
But
great.
let's take a step back real quick. So what was the first experience or moment that convinced you that the paranormal was more than just a good story, and you had to push it into becoming a full-on investigator and ITC specialist?
I think for me, what it came down to was simply adopting using the spirit box. For the longest time, I had been basically watching some TV shows, as I think a lot of us started off doing. And when I was watching it way back in the day, they weren't even called spirit box; they were called shack hacks. They were called all sorts of different other things. And I thought to myself, if this actually works, now I'm interested. And I ended up getting my own spirit box. I just got the SB7, and I still use it to this day. And a friend and I went down to the basement of where I worked in downtown Minneapolis, which people say it's a creepy basement, and no one wants to go down there. And going down there, my first question I ever asked using the spirit box, I got an answer right away, and I'm like, all right, this is good. And funny enough,
What was the question?
what's your name? And I got Nate. Just like that, Nate. And we asked, what's your last name? And it came out Lund. And then I asked, what year were you born? And we got some numbers, but I don't think you could equate it to an answer. And then I said, is there somebody else here that would like to talk to us? And a female comes through, and she says, hello. And at that point, I was just like, this is mine. And I literally was like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be using this device, and I'm supposed to be reaching out. And, a lot of the shows at the time was, not like Ghost Hunters, but others were kind of provocation and stuff. And it was at that moment I realized that you're not speaking with something dark. You're actually speaking with people. And that's where right away I kind of became like, okay, I get it. I understand what I'm supposed to be doing here now. I now have a purpose. I literally felt that way. I now have a purpose.
That is, it's great that you recognize that.
Yeah.
Like this is something that is going to change your direction, right?
Well, the thing is I wanted to do this. I was really interested in it. But after that, I started having dreams like every night for about 6 months. Literally, I would have a dream. I'm out on a paranormal investigation. And it wasn't scary. Matter of fact, I don't even call any spirits in the dream. It was just me, the act of going out, and this is what I do. And it was every single night I was having this, and I was just like, this is so cool. And it's like like I said before, I get it. And it says like now I feel like I'm part of a puzzle. I'm a piece of a puzzle that I've now put myself in place.
So from that moment on, did you start to create content directly, or did you just keep investigating?
So it's an interesting question, I guess, because I suppose I did start to create content almost immediately. I think as content creators, I feel like whatever we do, we feel like we have to document in some way. And beyond just like getting like EVPs and stuff, I feel like that there needs to, at least for me, it's like, how can I repurpose this? Because it was more of just, I wanted to share what I was getting. And so I created a podcast that was all about, each podcast was a paranormal investigation. It was all audio. There was no video to it whatsoever, which is it's kind of complex. It's not something people normally do, but it was really fun because I was able to share some stuff. And because so much of what I was doing, I based, and I still do base my paranormal career when I go out and investigate using Spirit Box. I'm a big ITC fan, and so that, and then I went to school for radio, back in 19 something. I went to it with Marconi. Him and I were pretty close. And I went to school for radio, got into television, went into production, film, television, all this production at ad agencies. But in 2015, and I had been doing this for a little while, in 2015, a friend of mine was talking about he does a radio show, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'd love to kind of talk about it. And ultimately it was for Para X. And this was before so many people are doing like the Facebook Lives and stuff now. And so I did a show, and I've always had imposter syndrome. So it was never about anything I did. It was always about other people. I'd bring other people on. We'd talk about their experiences. We'd talk about what they are doing. And that's still kind of to this day. It's taken me years to be okay with doing my own shows where there's nobody else on there except for me talking about all sorts of different things, because I always think people don't want to hear me. They want to hear the person that I'm bringing on. And I still think that to a certain degree, but that isn't actually quite true.
Yeah, don't sell yourself short.
Well, I've been told, because in 2020 I moved to a radio station, which was a dream come true. And the Chad, who runs the station, he always tells all the hosts, people don't tune in every day to see what guests you have. They tune in because they like the host, and the guest is just, also a big part of it. But they have to like the host first to even want to tune in every day or every week or whatever the rhythm may be.
Let's take a step back real quick to this ITCs that you did. What do you like using? What is your go-to? How do you evaluate them all? Walk us through how you do it.
I'm pretty simple. I use basically an SB7 Spirit Box. There's a lot of other devices out there that do this now. And I certainly think that there is a lot to glean from it. My personally, for me, I'm not a complex person. At least I try not to be. So if the device is complex, if I have to do a lot of settings on it, I get bored very easily. If I go and I'm recording it just as having the box and having my recorder, and I'm recording myself in the box at the same time. People used to say, like, when you hear something, speed it up, slow it down, run it backwards, do all sorts of things to see what's being said. Come on. We're doing, 6-8 hour investigations. I don't have time for all that. I mean, quite frankly, and maybe spirits are like listening right now and they're like, you son of a bitch. But quite frankly, if I don't get it in 3 times, if I'm hearing something that sounds interesting to me, and if I don't get it in 3 times, more than likely I'm going to pass it up. Because, I mean, you might get some stuff and that's fine, but if I don't get it right away, and I might share it with some people too, what do you think this is? But I can't, there's so much to go through when we do any sort of evidence review. And so I'm very simple in that. I don't apply filters to any of my recordings. I used to, and all it did for me was make it sound like I added a filter to a recording. It never really gave me what other people say that they get when they do that. So, and for me, I've been doing this long enough, and I should have asked if I could have given you some stuff to play. And if you want afterwards, I can give you some stuff you just want to hear what I've gotten over the years.
And I will drop it in, if you want to shoot me over some stuff you're talking about.
I mean, if I want to be able to hear it on the first run, like live. That to me is that's to me when it's good. I've had, I believe, a fantastic response from, of all people, Mary Todd Lincoln. And I just, because I wanted to show, I used to do a weekly Spirit Box session that was Sunday nights. People would come on. I'd kind of use it like as a gallery, where I'd be like, who do you want me to reach out to? And people would be like, oh, I'd like my Aunt Dolores. I'd like this. I'd like that. And, I'd ask them to come through. and I would focus on them to try to come through. Now, I don't know what Aunt Dolores sounds like. I have no idea. So if they hear her voice, that's the validation. I could hear a voice come through, but I'm not going to say, oh, that's, your husband, Joe. I mean, I don't know that. So that's the great part. And then one night, super long story, so I'm not going to get too deep into it. There was a documentary about the last photo of Lincoln on Discovery. And
Mhm.
I wanted to know if this was actually him because it was in the deathbed at the Peterson house. And so I'm like, okay, well, why not ask him? And so I did this kind of sort of before I went live. I basically, and I'm a believer in the flashlights. I know people don't always like the flashlights because they're like, well, the O-ring is expanding and blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
If you're getting a good cadence, I'm not going to throw that out.
Who turned on the flashlight? I don't know.
But the thing is I, through flashlight, I'm just like, doing my meditation, President Lincoln, I would like to show you, can you, first of all, I ask if you can come through and the light turns on and turns off. And I'm like, well, I want to show you a picture, and I'm pointing to the screen. This is where you're going to see it. I'm going to use this box. I explain everything as best as you can to a man that was assassinated in 1865, about a radio and stuff. And every time I would say something, the flashlight would turn on and off, like, yes, I understand. And then I finally asked, may I also ask Mary Todd Lincoln a question? And it turned on and turned off. So this is amazing. So we start the session, and people, we have a good crowd of people every week for this on Facebook. And I said, President Lincoln, I hope you're still with us. And the spirit box is going. And I show the picture. I said, President Lincoln, is this you? And through the spirit box, you hear this man. Yes, it is. And I'm just like, whoa, and the crowd, the people in the comments start going crazy. They're just like, holy shit. Oh my God. Look at this. Oh my God. I start getting starstruck. And so I just am like, I'm just like, okay. And I'm just kind of like, I'm in a daze. I mean, I just couldn't believe it. I mean, we can never say with 100% certainty that's Abraham Lincoln. We just.
Did you ask him what he thought of the play?
I said I was totally in disarray, so I didn't have my wits with me. I should have. I mean, that nice to end that right away. But I said, I have a question for Mary Todd Lincoln. My question, because I was so starstruck and out of it, my question to her was simply going to be, Mrs. Lincoln, when you were living, you spoke to the dead. Now that you're dead, do you speak to the living? Super simple question. But people are just like going crazy in the comments. You could just see them. I'm like, and you can hear this on the recording. Mrs. Lincoln, when you were living, did you, it's just a mess. And I'm just like, did you speak? Did you talk? And finally, this female voice comes through and says, talk about what?
Mrs. Lincoln, you spent your entire life reaching out to spirits. Do you talk to other people? Do you talk to other people as a spirit, to other living people?
Talk about what?
Talk about what?
And I'm just like, oh my God, It's amazing. I'm going to send that to you.
That is a great one.
Yeah, and that's just amazing. And my favorite, though, and I'm not ripping on anybody because we don't, a lot of us don't know a lot about everything, but somebody said in the comments, can you validate that it's Lincoln, can you play it against some recorded message that he gave? He didn't. That's a little before recording.
I mean, we have an education problem in this country.
What's really interesting about all of that, even if it wasn't Lincoln, you're still getting a response.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could see that if I had communication with the president, that would sort of absolutely change the direction of, the too many coincidences, right? Like there's got to be something. You're communicating with something. You get the great recordings. They're clear. It's happening as you ask it. I always find that to be wild. Like in and of itself, that kind of thing is
Greg, was this done with an SP7, through an amp, like a portal box, or just SP7 by itself?
SP7 with a external speaker. That's it.
Okay, cool.
That's it. I've used some of that stuff before, and it's fine. I just have been kind of pure with it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit.
All right. So now, do you still go out and actively investigate, or is it more now you're talking to other people and you're doing the radio show?
So, and I think it's something that we all fall into after a while, right? That a lot of our investigations are events. And so we put on events. I work with my friend Char Savoy. We've worked on in the Midwest on doing events now for a number of years. Before I had a little event group that I still use called Parafriends Events, and we like to go to locations that aren't like where everyone goes to. We try to find new like we found a Masonic lodge that no one has ever investigated before, and we did an event there. It was a bloodbath, quite frankly, but that's okay. Most everyone made it out unscathed. Yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, the energy there was pretty nasty. Which we didn't. It wasn't when we went there.
From the fans or from the ghosts?
From the ghosts.
Oh, okay.
From the lodge itself, and it started off. We got permission from the Masons that there were, because in the back room, a lot of these lodges in the back room, there are multiple like paintings of George Washington, and so this one had that too. And I put one out on a table, and I put a tripwire around it, and I said first to the Mason, it's like, first of all, are you okay with this? And he's just like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, we were going to try to reach out to Washington. Are you okay with this? Yeah, but I should have known better because, they have that sword that is used for like for special events and stuff. And that was just laying out. And I said to him, you might want to put that away. And he's like, so, I mean, it's like, well, this is going to be great.
You mean the sword that they kneel on?
Whatever. Yeah, whatever
the sword he's speaking about is they lay it down and they kneel on it and they do one of their rituals. That's the sword he's speaking about. Yeah.
And it's just out there. Before everyone got there, it was just out there, and I'm just like,
yep.
Yeah, and so he's like, yeah, it could be, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna go put it away. Don't worry, I'm now a Mason. I guess I'll take care of your stuff. So, yeah, but so we had this tripwire around it and spirit boxes going and stuff, and I said, same way that I tried to bring through Lincoln, I said, President Washington, we are so excited to be guests in this lodge, something like that. And, I'm really good at doing radio for enough time. You're really good at doing this sort of like monologue that most people in the room are probably like, get on with it, for God's sake. But I'm doing this kind of monologue, kind of bringing, I'm like, are you here? Everything in the room just blows up. And I don't mean blow up like it stops working, but it just goes off, including the tripwire, everything. And then it was just silent. It's like, well, that's interesting. But then we started getting started feeling ill. And I mean, like probably an hour or so later, people started feeling ill. A lot of people had to be like, they had to leave and just sit outside for a while. And it's either something to do with spirit or natural gas or something. I don't know. But it was just like, there's this episode of The Simpsons where I think it was like a trampoline or something. And they do this like shot of all the kids who are just laying in the field because they've got hurt from the trampoline in the Simpsons backyard. I kind of felt that was this investigation where there's just this like line of bodies, like, well, come to one of our events again. That'd be great. Yeah.
That's the Masons for you, dude. That's all right. It's one of those secret organizations that we don't like to talk about too much.
And I had a Mason with us too. It was always nice because he was able to kind of fill us in on stuff that we didn't know. I mean, he's a paranormal investigator. So he's all about both sides of it. So it was really nice. We also do a monthly investigation of this place. There nearby is a city, part of the Twin Cities called Anoka, that is. They call it the Halloween capital of the world, and this, a lot. Main Street dates back to the 1860s. And so we do in one of the buildings, the second Wednesday, which is why I had to move, why I couldn't do it the night that you had requested. We do an investigation, and it's just active. It's active in a very cool way. It's a safe location. No one gets sick, no one gets hurt. Everyone is fine, and we get great responses.
I wonder
For
why
now.
they call it yeah, for now. I wonder why they call it the
enough.
Sleepy. Why do they call it the Halloween capital? What makes? I mean, I got to say, John and I are from Westchester. We got Sleepy Hollow up in our neck of the woods. Bigger Halloween than Sleepy Hollow or Salem. That's bold.
I'm not here to defend Anoka. I'm here to. All I know is that what they call themselves, and they, at least in the Twin Cities. Yeah, well, hey, absolutely. let me call up the mayor now. Let's get this going.
Let's get this mayor on the phone. Like, how dare you? I mean, I don't know. I have doubts.
Well, I mean, I would say certainly the Halloween capital of the Twin Cities. Will you give me that?
All right.
Well,
I'll give them that. I'll give them that.
Halloween capital of Anoka. I mean, there's that too.
So, Greg, do you consider yourself an intuitive?
I do.
Where does that? When did that manifest, and what made you embrace it?
I think it's been with me my whole life. There are things I think that we all experience that we know that we're drawn to, that we know outcomes before they happen. We feel energies, we feel people's energies without necessarily them having a frown on their face or a smile on their face. When I got into this field of paranormal, I really didn't want to claim it in any possible way, only because I see so many people claim it and they're not, or at least they don't come across well with it, and I didn't want to be that. I hold great respect for people who are intuitives, mediums, all that stuff. But then the more and more that I was using Spirit Box, and people had asked for specific people to come through, and I could pull them through to talk with us. It wasn't going to be for hours, but you get something out of them. That's when I'm like, okay, maybe I am doing all right with this. Maybe I can connect. It doesn't mean that I necessarily need to be like, Teresa Caputo over here, but I could do it enough that I am helping people, which has always been my thing, is helping people reconnect with their loved ones, and also helping spirits connect or go home even.
All right, you guys, I want to come back to that in a second, because you said some things here that we're absolutely going to touch on. Look, I always say I think John's intuitive in some way. I mean, that's why he hates when I say it. But I mean, probably for the same reason why you didn't like to say it. But I do believe that people who get these kind of results from ITC or spirit boxes like you and like what John gets has to be because they're on a different level of somewhere and somehow, and it happens.
Listen, I'm not a medium. I'm a triple X. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say.
I mean, John, do you think that has something to do with the fact that you're using the equipment, that it feels like that they're in like different categories, different silos? Mediumship. I used to always think that mediumship is like woo, whereas I'm using equipment and I can very much document exactly what I'm saying here. I just curious because I think that might be where I was at.
Yeah. For the most part, I need equipment to communicate with the dead. Yep. You take the equipment away, and guess what? I'm just an average dude. I don't feel spirits. I don't. I can't be like.
That's not true. That's not what you've said. You've said you felt like you're in. That's not true. You're backpedaling.
But that's no. I'm not backpedaling.
You are.
I can't. No, I'm definitely not. Definitely not.
You have said you feels like Jello when you're in a space.
Everybody, tell me Gary shouldn't be like this more with the guests we have on than me, right?
I am when they when they backpedal.
100%.
But you said 100 times. You said 100 times you feel like you're in Jello when there's a thing.
But that has enough. That can be with people too. That can be with people too.
But yes,
right?
but that's the
But
thing.
everybody does that. But everybody does that.
I don't feel like I'm in
Everybody
Jell-O.
has that ability. You said it yourself. You see somebody and you're like, ugh.
Yes, people
There's
get
something off
vibes.
about that
I
person.
agree. I agree. But I feel like
So I'm
yours
not
is stronger.
backpedaling.
I think yours is stronger, like, than most.
Everybody,
And that's why it
well,
works.
but maybe that's just experience. Maybe
What do you
that's
think,
just
Greg?
experience, you know?
I couldn't possibly comment on what John feels and not feels, but I'll
No,
tell
I
you.
know, but I mean, just in general, from all
But,
the people you've met,
I
and
mean,
the mediums you met, and you know, which has been a lot over the decades you've been doing this. So, what is the consensus?
I feel like that sometimes people, and I don't mean John in this, I really don't. There's people who are like, I have as many mediumships, I'm as intuitive as a rock. I hear that so often from people, and I think that some people wear that as a badge because maybe there's so many people that say they're intuitive and they want to stand out and they don't want to be that way. But I would challenge John at a point that he feels comfortable doing so at an investigation that he feels that he can do this is go a half an hour of it without equipment and see what you're picking up, because
That
that's how.
happens. That happens when everything dies. I've walked through
I bet.
cemeteries and locations when the spirits drain everything. And it's like, all right, guys, looks like this is what we're doing. And, every now and then you'll hear disembodied voices. We'll pick up a disembodied voice here and there. For those that don't know what disembodied voice is, you don't know the source of that voice, right? It's not coming from a piece of equipment. You think it's not coming from human vocal cords. So that'll happen, right? That'll happen. That happens with the equipment on or off. But once the equipment's off, like, that's the most that'll happen for me.
You see what I'm saying, Greg? Denial ain't just a river in Egypt. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, but it was like, do they come to you inside your head? Do the messages come inside your head ever? Because
no, maybe it's funny you do mention inside your head, though, because I got cedar fever, by the way. That's why I keep coughing. Cedar fever is a big thing down here in Texas, in this area that I'm at. So it's funny you mention in your head. I have noticed that some spirits have the ability to skim the top of your mind. Like, I'll be talking to people, not even talking to the spirits, and all of a sudden the spirits will say what I'm about to say before I even say it. And it's like a split second before. So the spirits are saying it and then I'm saying it. That happens a lot. But as far as like spirits like communicating with me in my head, no. I never, ever, the years I've been doing this, all the time I've been doing this, never, ever felt that.
So I had a psychic medium that would come on every other week, Refined Divine. Her name is Deb. She's great. And we do one question readings on the show every other Wednesday, which was also a lot of fun. And then I started finding myself, when the question would be given to her, that I could answer it. And
no shit.
yeah, and I kind of had to be a little bit like, stop beating her to the answer. First of all, that's my number one rule when I do the show is let the guest speak, not me try to interject. And then she would sometimes just be like, Greg, what are you feeling? What are you getting off of that question? And I don't really have, and I think, John, you're probably on the same wavelength that I am. I don't have aspirations to be a medium or
100%.
anything like that.
100%. Yep.
I
agree with you, Greg, 100%. I want nothing to do with it.
The chat, by the way, is against you, John. They're all saying, like, he hears disembodied voices when we don't.
No disrespect to the chat. The chat can hear a dog bark and they'll think it's a loved one. I'm sorry. No disrespect to the chat. Right. But the chat can hear a dog bark and they'll think it's a loved one. So
my boys,
no
my nephew's
disrespect
humble.
to you guys. It's the truth.
My nephew's humble. He's got a gift. He's a witch.
I got a witch's peak. That's about it.
He's a witch. All right, Greg, let's get back to our guest. Enough about your nonsense, John. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about me.
I don't want to talk about you either anymore. I've had it. So where do you draw the line, Greg, in terms of, like, with your, because this is a question that comes up a lot, in terms of the ethics, because you said you like to talk and help people. How do you balance that? How do you balance the ethics when you come across a loved one who's passed with also trying to get, great content now that you're a content creator? How do you find that line for yourself?
I think I'm lucky in the sense that I generally don't share, unless I do a live spirit box session, I don't share what I pick up at investigations anymore. I just don't. And part of it is I don't have the time to go through the review of the evidence to start with. So I try, which that's the other side of the ethics. If you want spirit to talk to you and you're recording them, you should be listening to what they say, because we only pick up, especially using spirit box, we're only picking up 15-20% of what's actually being said. You have to go back and listen to really hear what's being done there. But there's so many different areas of ethics. When it, I if I have a spirit asking me crossover, I'm gonna take that as they need help. And that gets hard because there are locations that you can go to and they don't want you to cross over any spirits because they believe that that's why people come out to see them, which I understand. And so I won't, because I'm being respectful. But if I get asked, I have no choice but I can go outside their door and do it. I'm not inside, not on their property. But I don't go asking for it. I used to be like, does anyone need to cross? And it's like, well, no.
Right.
No.
Where do you think so when a spirit asks, for you to cross them over, where do you feel that they're asking to be crossed to?
So I look at it, this is the way I see it. Doesn't mean I'm right. But there is, we talk about the veil. We talk about at certain times of year, the veil gets thinner, it gets thicker. That's it goes kind of between our reality and the reality, where spirits who have crossed, they are now fully fledged spirits. They're not spirits that are earth-based spirits who are still feeling like, hey, grandma still thinks that this is her house, even though she has passed away, and you're tearing down her favorite wallpaper, and they just can't let go. The belief that I've always thought is when you cross over a spirit, that helps them release some of those human touches. They don't lose the love for their loved ones. They don't lose anything, but they are able to move on and experience what else is out there that they weren't able to get to because they were so concerned about. And some might stick around because they might be parents and their kids are still around. And I don't mean like kids like my age. I mean, kids like, 8-10 years old. There might have been a tragic accident and they're not ready to move on because they want to keep their eye on them. That's what we run into. I've run into spirits who don't want to cross over because they're afraid what's waiting for them. They did something in their life when they were living that they think that there is basically a judge and jury waiting for them that's going to sentence them to hell. I don't believe that. And one of the things that happens when we cross over spirits, when I cross over spirits, and I could feel it, I could see it and I can feel it. Once they're crossed, I will ask them, can you please tell me that you've crossed? Can you please tell me you're okay? And that's what comes back through Spirit Box. We've had it where we just get, thank you, I love you, crossed, I'm here, good job, stuff like that. And that's incredible.
That's a great answer, Greg, because, you ask that question to a lot of people and they'll give you the basic nilly-willy, heaven. Thank you for that answer. Great perspective and incredible answer. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
To go along with that, what do you think spirits are? Which is really the heart of what we do here. What is the spirit? I
think it's a good question. I don't know, I mean, and I've listened to you all before, and I hear you ask that question, and I dreaded you asking me that. So thank you. And it's a fair thing, and you could actually say, well, if you're doing this, you should have an idea of what they are. I think they are. I was originally going to say the essence of us, but there's so much more. They are us, but we're just moved from our physical bodies. Obviously, the other thing is. And I don't know where I fall with all this. When we talk about stuff like reincarnation, okay, in my mind, I think of reincarnation that I might re-enter the system again, so to speak. But I think that I must be split because I also believe that spirits continue on as we are here right now. The essence of me continues on some way, somehow, where I'll be able to come back and visit loved ones and friends and stuff. But maybe part of me comes back as a new version of whatever my next journey is. We always hear about stuff like the contract. I don't know if you ever heard like the contract that, you
No,
sign
what's
before you
that?
come back in your life.
Yeah.
Okay.
The spirit contract, basically. And sometimes I think to myself, well, if that's true, I need to read the fine print better next time, because it seems like that I think I overlooked a few of the paragraphs. But
Right.
You and me both. You and me
Yeah,
both.
man.
Hey,
Well,
Greg.
it's like, look, let me wait, John, hold 1 second, real quick. There's usually, I want to lead the witness a little bit. There's usually two camps here, right? You've got, or maybe even three, but I'm going to break it into two in a very binary way when I ask this question of what are spirits. It's either a very spiritual heaven, whether it's heaven or hell, but like holy, a soul, or it's quote unquote scientific energy, right?
Yep.
It's a literal energy. Where in a binary sense, if I had to force you into one, what do you think it is? Where would you go? Where would you lean?
I would go more spiritual side with caveats, with lots of caveats. But the thing is, and I personally believe, once again, it might be like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But I don't believe in a hell per se. I don't believe that we are sent there. I think that when we go, I think we create our own destination too when we go. Like if you have somebody who is a terrorist mass murderer or something, when they believe in their cause and they die, there may be no repercussion for them. Meanwhile, somebody who grew up with a certain faith and was told, if you steal as a child a piece of bubble gum, that's a sin, and you're going to roast for that. If that person keeps that with them, then
Roast for the bubble gum.
Roast for the bubble gum. That might be that they create their own their own future, their own existence in the afterlife. That's what they create.
I have data and evidence to support what you just said there, Greg. I've
Really?
had spirits. Yep, I've had spirits talk about certain places like music theaters being their heaven. Other spirits talk about creating their own heaven, creating their own hells. So that is it's a huge possibility that that's exactly what's going on. It's amazing how much of our brain, living or dead, plays into this, right?
Absolutely. It dictates so much what we do, without even realizing it. So yeah, no, it's interesting to hear, because I just always thought it just seems, and that's why I also think that, when we're talking about crossing over spirit, that some just don't want to go because people, I think, back to your question of what is spirit. I mean, I'm threatened to answer it's anything we want it to be, because I kind of feel that way about paranormal. But you have people who don't understand any of that, might have been growing up in a certain religion very strictly, done something they shouldn't have, and that has marred them for life, and they don't even understand that there's a concept that you can get around that.
Well, that's why, look, when I ask people this question, they try to come up with an answer that they think's the right answer from a 30,000 foot view, as opposed to answering it from what they believe it is, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I try to stick with it, hit you with what do you think you're talking to? What do you think you're dealing with? So, and then we usually get to that place. And I find it does fall into those. Yes, there's always caveats, right? I'm bottom lining it, and it always falls into those two camps.
Greg, let me ask you something real quick. When you're communicating with spirits, and this question got posed to me yesterday, which is why I'm asking. I'm here in Texas with Chris Netzel official, and we've been going all around Texas, and out of the blue, he just turns to me and he goes, "John, have you ever felt that some spirits feel like there are repercussions to speaking to us?" And I said, well, I actually have some data on that, and I have some evidence where the spirits do talk about that, like they can't speak to us. It's taboo in some way. Have you ever come across anything similar?
Yes and no. I think one thing that comes to mind quite a bit too is that sometimes, I don't know if you ever come across, John, like a gatekeeper at a location.
Yes, I was about to say almost like a gatekeeper. Yep. Almost like gatekeeping. Yep.
Walk me through that, boys. What's it? What do you mean by gatekeeping?
So basically, if you think of it like a mob in a sense, that there is going to be one spirit there that kind of controls everything in a location, everything, and so these are going to be spirits that have not. This is my definition. Doesn't mean that it's the correct one, but this is how I see it. Spirits that have not crossed over. They are either they're planted in this location for any number of reasons. One might be this omnipresent, more powerful being that's there, could just even be a spirit that's kind of controlling everything, controlling everyone, controlling who they're allowing to talk to us when we go in. And I ran across that in a number of places, but one of the most recent ones was the Beatty Mansion over in what are they, Missouri, Kansas, one of the two. You get to so many places you don't even know where stuff is anymore.
Yeah, you start losing track, right?
Yeah, and so we had it, and it's also if you're just watching us, you might be like, oh, that's an excuse for when you're not getting any responses, and you're like, I feel like there's something that's stopping them from responding. I'm sure people are like, oh, for God's sake, it's just that no one's talking to you, but you could feel it because you could feel the energy. That's what you always obviously want to do when you go into a location. You want to feel the energy around you, and when you're not getting any responses, nothing is going off. You got to be like, how is this possible? I know I could feel it with my body that there's spirits all around me. Why are they not talking to me? And sometimes it's literally that there's this one, and sometimes it could be literal, like if you're in a prison or something and you have a gang in there and the leader of the gang is just like, nope, you're not talking to these people. And that's as simple as that. And unless you can get through with them, you're probably going to have a very quiet night.
Does that answer your?
Did I kill the podcast?
No, not at
like,
all. No,
make
not
us
at all. I
think.
was just thinking because I've come across that in a different way. Never anything saying, "Hey, I am the gatekeeper." More like one spirit just being completely unruly and just bogging everything down. Right? Like, like all of a sudden you'll get a little bit, you'll hear a child come through, and then something will come through and just stop that from happening.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing over and over.
My
But I've got a lot of different answers
wasn't
with it.
literal. Yeah, my answer wasn't literal. That was just more of like, that's kind of what it seems like. Yeah, I've never had
exactly.
I've never had to either, like, you will talk to no one else. It's just you get that feeling though. Can I also say real fast too, the whole spiritual versus technological aspect of what spirit is. I also feel like that investigations can fall easily in one or the other as well.
Well, yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because one of my questions for you is really, you talk about bridging this gap between, paranormal investigators that let's just, again, putting them in a box for a second. They're the ones who are a little more technological. They think they're scientific. For some of them really are. Some of them hope to be, but they always consider themselves a science-based front, right? Versus mediums. How do you want to bridge that gap, and how far should you push it one way or the other?
I think that one of the things is that understanding that mediumship and paranormal, like going on investigations, there really isn't any difference between the two, because both sides are trying to reach out to spirit. The mediums tend to be I've never run into a medium who is just like, well, I think I can reach out to someone. They're pretty confident about it. And paranormal investigators, they are either going on investigations, they're either confident about it, or they're also, which in the way that I investigate, you get some investigators who go into a location, and what they're hoping to do is have something happen that helps them put something to help them understand that there is something more out there. Like, there's investigators who they don't necessarily believe, they want to believe, but they need more than just a something coming through a spirit box. And I appreciate that and I respect that. Where I'm just like, can someone come and talk to me, and there's like a bee that lands on the window. It's like, ooh, what's that? I'm not ruling that out, because I tend to investigate more with my heart than with just the equipment. Where because I come from a standpoint is I know spirits exist. I've spoken to them. The stuff I've seen over the years. I don't need the scientific sort of run through for me to accept that. But that's my own journey, and it's not theirs.
What then is, for Ghostbox Radio and this podcast and these interviews and this years and years of talking to people that you've had, what is your ultimate goal for that? What do you want people to get out of it, and what's the direction of it for you?
I want.
What have you learned from it? Like, I'm just, I'm very curious. Like, what's your path for it?
My path for it is I want people to understand what paranormal is, what they and have them come to that conclusion themselves. And so my role with the radio show is to bring forth concept ideas, people that will help them understand that it's and this has kind of been my mantra of late. It goes beyond the shows. It goes beyond the celebrities. What this is that there's a great deal of stuff out there and energies that you can use that not only will connect you with spirits, it'll connect you with Bigfoot, it'll connect you with aliens. This I can tell you with absolute certainty, because I've experienced all of it. And this is the stuff that, it's not going into the woods with guns and stuff. It's literally thinking of everything as energy. And if I could help people understand that a little bit more, at least understand where I'm coming from with it, that would be great. I don't know if I have any personal aspirations when it comes to spirit world, because I've had so many great experiences already.
Has anything or anybody you've ever met changed the track you were on? Like, you were thinking one way and then you met somebody and it made you pivot?
I don't know. I've said once I realized that I wanted to help people and spirits, and that was the big thing: help people and spirits. Because going to an investigation, it's always like you're a negotiator. If you're doing private investigations, like you got these people who need help, but we can't just be like exterminators when it comes to spirits. We have to kind of figure out how can we help them, and also help them understand why maybe this isn't going to work, and explain to them how this is these people's houses now, or whatever. Come to some kind of agreement with it. What I've found over time is that like energy attracts like energy. So over my time doing this, I've befriended a lot of people, and we all seem to have the very same sort of belief system, how we want to approach it, how we want to do it. This goes way back very early on for me. I was on an investigation, one of the first ones I ever did with like anyone in the community in the Twin Cities. And I was with another team, and I had my spirit box going. It's so funny because everyone's like, back then, everyone's just like, we don't use spirit box. No one uses it. Why are you using whatever? Sure enough, though, I'll come out there and like, can you use spirit box? Yeah, sure, no problem. So I'm using spirit box, and some guy from another team, he just starts yelling towards the box, like, do you want to talk to me? Do you want to talk to me? And I looked at him and like, nobody wants to talk to you. I don't know why you're even saying that. Because he saw it on a TV show, because I know exactly who he's trying to emulate there. And that was where I kind of decided my mantra for anything Ghostbox was, this isn't our story. This is their story. And they being our clients and the spirits. And everyone who I've worked with has always been in line with that, and not because of me, and maybe some because of me a little bit, who knows, but more so because of we are all thinking the same thing.
With what you just said, you brought up a really good and interesting point here about, you're with somebody and they behaved a certain way based on what they probably saw in the media. What do you think the future of paranormal media is? I mean, look, the TV, legacy television is on its way out. We've got a few shows there that are still left with a few people that are big names, and they're still doing their thing, and they have, I don't knock anybody. They got great fans, and there's things that, and I know people that make those shows, right? So that's, right. And I know what they're doing and how they're going about it. But now we've got social media where it's short form programming, and podcasting is getting bigger. Where do you fit? Where do you see yourself fitting in, and where do you see what are they going to be doing right? What do you want them to be doing? How is this all playing into what you believe is the proper way to investigate and where it's going?
Oh, it's a hard question because I have a very cynical view. First of all, I'm not going
That's
to
fine.
lie. My view is very cynical on mainstream paranormal because I just see so many people asking for money. I see so many people who, and I mean, people who are known, people who are somewhat known. I get it. Times are tough, but there's people who have been doing it long enough where they can't get a dare I say a real job. I mean that they're so embedded into this now. It's really tough for them. I feel like sometimes I want to scream, go into a Paracon and scream at people that this isn't the only way paranormal works. There's so many people who do like the extreme experiences and stuff, and I understand. I mean, I've been through all that in my own way, thinking that that's the way it should be. I don't think that's the way it should be now, but then again, that's just my opinion, and I have to learn that my opinion is not a fact.
Yeah,
That if
but I
people
want
are
your opinion. I want to hear
no,
what
but
I want to hear. I want to hear your direction. What is the way we should be doing it?
but I am always a kind of middle of the road kind of guy. So even when I'm saying something that it's like, I get annoyed by this, part of me is also like, I also know that that doesn't apply to everybody. That's the problem with being so down the center, as I often am with almost everything. But I don't like paracons because paranormal investigators, they tend to think that they become celebrities at these things. And I understand it's great to be recognized, and it's great to be, like, oh, what you do is cool. I get all that, but you go to some people's Facebook pages and you're like, come on, just lose the ego. Come on, it's it's
It's
part of me.
unfortunately a necessary evil, right? Because
Well, I
there's
was
no
gonna
other
say
way.
there's hypocrisy of what I'm saying because
Yeah.
I'm making money off my radio show.
Right.
And I just, that's the thing about it. And everyone has a right, if they can get to a certain place and they can make money off of it, they should. I just hope that it's not, about, I sound like a dad or something. I hope that they're
It's about
showing
finding a balance.
the balance.
It sounds like that's what you're
Well,
getting at.
I was going to say, John, he's right, but it's like also I think what Greg said at the beginning about himself, where not to psychoanalyze you because I'm not qualified to do that, but when you said you had imposter syndrome, I think it's almost like you feel bad that you're making money off this, where it's like, and I would say to you, Greg, don't. You've been doing this a long time. You're good at it. There is no shame in making a living doing it and having people pay you to do it. This
There's
is
no
what you
shame
do.
in fueling your passion, Greg.
And it's like, this is how,
No
this is
shame in it
what,
whatsoever.
you know what I mean? Like, this feels like
Yeah, no.
part of the imposter syndrome for you. It's like, I've been listening to a lot of your shows before, to come on. It's like, you have great guests. You have a great rapport with them. It's very casual. It's very smooth, and people feel really safe with you. It's really nice. You should be paid for it, and you should make money off it. And and I would say that's the way it goes. It's, why should anybody do something they're good at for free? Anyway, that's just my thoughts on it.
There's also a lot of people who want to come on the show, and I won't allow them because I don't like them. There's
Well,
just
it's your show, right?
well, and the thing, I have to like and believe what they're doing to have them on because like you said, Gary, this is a safe place. It always has been. It always will be. And to do that, I have to believe in what you're doing.
Wait, I want to know who he doesn't like. Who don't you like?
Well,
no one's just.
You can see actually it's pretty simple. Like one of the things I've been railing against, quite honestly, is the whole Jason Haas Conjuring House. I mean, I've been very open about it on the show, and to be very clear, it's not about anything other than like you spend your money how you want to. First of all, if you decide that you want to put money into helping Jason Haas buy a house, you are more than welcome to do so. That is your prerogative. What I would ask people who do that is to please don't forget about the local establishments that that they don't have a Jason Haas advocating for them in their corner. Those then there's a lot of them out there, and I good for Jason using his stardom and his celebrity, and he's a good guy. I mean, I've met him. I think he's a really nice guy. Please, folks, there's more than just that's on the TV shows or the TV celebrities. Broaden your mind a little bit. That's why I don't have people who are celebrities like that on my show, because I want to bring in people that may not get the exposure that they deserve as well.
I hear you. That's
Respectful.
Listen, it's a respectful. I get your point. For full disclosure, for us, we would love to have Jason Hawes on the show. We've asked him.
Yeah.
He's actually said he would do it, but then we never heard from him again. I think the phrase is got ghosted. We did have Andrea Perrin on, and we did promote her. Look, she incredible, and she's this purchase is something she was for, so we certainly promoted it for her.
Yeah.
And that's interesting. I would love to. Look, by the time I would get him on, this whole thing might be done. I don't really know the ins and outs. I think the problem is I think the biggest problem with this whole ghost house purchase thing is that he can't explain it thoroughly for whatever legal reasons he's embedded with. Because I don't understand why it was a GoFundMe and not a Kickstarter. Other than speed, I'd love to know why that is. It's very strange to me to just ask people for money to do something for yourself as opposed to a Kickstarter where then people would have.
Isn't that, Gary,
I think Kickstarters have
thing, right? Like, my whole thing is this: when the dust falls with that entire situation, we will see the end result. And if the end result, and maybe I'm speaking out of pocket, but if the end result is an affordable investigations for the paranormal community, then we got our answer. I hate to say it that way, but it's the truth. Like, if your average Joe, if your average guy that wants to investigate the paranormal can't go in there affordably.
Well, I just think, that's all fine and good. What the end result is, I'm talking about we're at the beginning, and it's unclear the impetus of those things. And also, I think at the end of the day, whoever spends the most money is going to get it. And I just think that probably,
of course,
I think it's Elton Casti and Matt Rife have more money, and they're going to probably wind up getting it. I mean, I can't imagine they wouldn't. And they own the other house, and they'll just make it one big Conjuring universe, which is, who gives a shit? But it's like, I don't care. More power to them. It's like, again, this is what they're into. They have this whole brand for it, and if they buy it, that's their business. I don't care. And even if Jason gets the house and he decides to rank up the charges on it, then it's like people will get mad at him, but it's like, all right, well, what'd you think he was going to do? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like he just bought a business, so it's like that's fine.
Well, we bought a business for him.
Well, I
didn't support it, but that's where, and kind of what you're saying, Gary, earlier, and I know that we're veering widely off topic, and I apologize.
No, it's all right. It's not,
Greg,
this is exact. Man. I asked, and this is exactly on topic because I want to know how you've been doing this for so long, and it's interesting when you're as a host. So no, it's not.
Well, and so like the thing is, it's like part of me is like I don't think Jason's scraping like any quarters together. I mean, I think he's doing pretty well. Why do we need to turn this into any kind of crowdfunding of any kind? I never understood that, and I don't know Jason's finances. I obviously don't, but
that's why I think that's why I don't go up against it. Right. I don't understand. Right. And I don't think he can fully explain, which puts him probably in an awkward position to have to eat the shit from people who are slamming him because he can't speak to the real, why was this the best method to go about this to achieve this goal? unless and that this is me giving the man the benefit of the doubt as not being somebody who's nefarious, who's twisting his mustache saying I'm going to do it this way so I can spend my own money less. I mean, I'm assuming he's not that guy,
right? He's still a plumber.
Yeah,
maybe this is as simple as, hey, listen, he was out of the game for a while. He stuck to his roots. He still did his Roto-Rooter. I think that's the company he works for, the Roto-Rooter.
Roto-Rooter.
He's still doing that. And now all of a sudden somebody comes and pleads to him, hey, listen, I want to preserve this place. And he's like, all right, I got to do what I got to do. We don't know.
That's what I'm saying. We can't. We'll never know. Like we'll never know the truth until maybe later. But it's like, who knows? But that's why I give the guy the benefit of the doubt. I've refrained from saying like being one of the negative. Super negative.
I just hope that when the dust falls, the average guy can go, average man or woman, and everything in between, can go and check that place out.
I think we're moving away from that in general, not just with the Matt Rifes or Conjuring. I think there is enough bigger paranormal businesses that are taking on locations that are making things that are going to eventually make things a little bit more higher price because they're seeing what's going on around the market. I mean, Lizzie Borden's house.
We're already seeing that, Greg. You're right. We're already seeing that.
Yeah.
And Lizzie Borden's house got even more expensive, and that was already expensive. So, and it's just kind of like, but I mean, it's what it is. I mean, that's just
it's supply and demand too, though, right, guys? I mean, it's like when the UFO thing sort of boomed with the government releasing information, all of paranormal, all ships rise with the tide, and everything paranormal sort of got back into the heat of things, and in the public eye. And then sure, prices are going to go up, man. People are going to want to see these things and want to go with them. But I think the real point is, Greg, ask people for money or like up your charges, up those ad rates, bro. Make that money. You're good at this. Go for it. Don't be ashamed of it.
I'm at the corner of streets every day with a little hat on the sidewalk. That's kind of how I've been doing it with a little guitar. So,
hey, listen, you got to fuel that.
I don't know how to play guitar, so.
Greg, what would be your advice then for people, who are new and coming into this world now with the media as it is, with what they have access to? Because look, let's face it, right? The gateway to entry is much easier. Right? Anybody can go out and do it. Most people are going out. There's a lot of people going out there and doing it. So what would be your advice to them to either for not only success, but for credibility?
I think obviously open mind. When it comes to the media, enjoy it. And, there's nothing wrong with watching the YouTube stuff or anything, but always remember that don't always take things at face value. Be skeptical. Have open mind, but still be skeptical. Don't if I'm telling people that I have Mary Todd Lincoln on my spirit box, push back if you don't believe it. You know what I mean? You make sure that you are being true to what you're feeling about certain situations. But I'd also just remember that don't be rigid either in what you're thinking. That I firmly believe that there aren't rules in the paranormal when it comes to even orbs of all things. Just be open-minded and have fun with it.
The big orb controversy. Who are you? Are you watching anybody that you're having fun watching that you think are just doing something different out there?
Not really. No. Part of it too is I'm just so over it. And like I said, I come from a background of television editing. So I can see the edits pretty easy when they try to present something as linear and you're like, nope, that's not linear. That's not linear at all. Gary, I would suspect you do the same thing, that you could see it pretty quickly too.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah. And I know. So I don't, it's, it doesn't bother me unless it takes me out of the story. Right? I'm watching, there's a guy, you probably have seen him, and we're going to have him on soon, who I absolutely love. His name's Jake Bruce. He's he makes me laugh hysterically. He goes into the house and he blasts music at the spirits. I mean, listen, I don't give a shit what anybody thinks. It's something different. It is a different, just like when John started cleaning headstones, it is a new way to go about doing something we haven't seen before. It is the most fun thing. He'll get every now and again. Sometimes he doesn't get anything. Every now and again, he gets something that's wild, and it is so fun to watch. I find it like a disruptor. He's a disruptor to the mainstream, right?
And so respectful too.
and it plays into the medium in which he is, a part of, right? Into these short form vertical media. He's working, like, to me, he's working.
Yeah, it's him and his brother.
Yeah.
Jake
And they now I think they do separate things, but it's like
they do separate things. Yep.
But they are, like, to me, that was different. That stood out to me like, oh my God, right away. Like, that's the kind of thing that attracts me to this. And I'm all new to this, right? I've been doing it now for a little over a year. So it's always very new. Like when we met, like, Monique Too Soon, right? The drag queen ghost hunter. She's amazing. And she goes in, and it really speaks to this energy of, she's putting everybody up in everybody's energy. And does that have an effect in the room that she's in? And, like, that to me is super interesting, right? So I think there's people out there that are doing things that are cool that I enjoy sort of checking out.
Well, and the thing with her is that there's not going to be a lot of people who are going to see that and be like, "Oh, I'm going to do that." I mean, and that's the big part about it. One of my banes of my existence, especially at events, is the Estes method. I am not a fan of it whatsoever, and I think you have to really trust the people you're with to do it. I think doing it with strangers is not a great idea, personally. I mean, we just did an investigation last Thursday, and this one of the people who came to the investigation, and me being as hospitable and kind as I am always, she's like, "Oh, I brought stuff for the Estes method," and I just, like, vomited on the spot, and she's like. And rightly so, and I shouldn't have done that, quite frankly. And she's just like, "Why don't you like the Estes method?" And I said, "Because every single time we're in an area and we're not getting a lot of hits on Spirit Box or anything, and someone does the whole thing for the Estes, sure enough, you're going to either start getting a lot of swearing that suddenly is coming through that wasn't coming through before, demonic stuff, all this stuff." And it's like, I'm not necessarily saying that people are lying, but it just seems very suspect. That
Did you happen to see our thing? We did a group Estes method. Did you know?
I hadn't seen that. I'll have to check that out.
All right, so here's what we did. So we got the guys who do silent disco, silence activations, they sort of helped us out. So they gave us all those headphones that are all linked, and we plugged in a couple of the apps, and we changed up various apps to it. And we had about 15 to 20 people to start. And then when we actually started rolling, about half of them quit, didn't want to do it. And then one person left in the middle of it. So we had about 10 people to do it. And what we discovered, which is amazing. So first of all, we learned what we did wrong when we were doing it. One, when people are sitting next to each other, you'll get a couple of delayed yells. So they could still hear the person next to them yelling. So we really, next time, would try to isolate as much individually as we can. Two, people hear what they want to hear, right? So some people would hear their own name, right? So, like, a lot of people hear their own name. And especially, like, some of these people went by handles, like, because there are a lot of John's mods that he invited. It was one of his mod parties.
Sure.
And so that was fascinating. But when it did connect, when there was direct Q&A in unison, that was really weird and wild.
I believe it.
To happen.
I believe it.
So we had a lot of fun doing it. We called it, it's our group Estes method episode, and it was really, we want to do it again, and hopefully we'll get more and more people. Like, I'd love to do it I'd love to do it. If I had Mr. Beast's money, I would do it with 1,000 people and see, and ice them in, in cubes with 1,000 different cameras and mics on everybody individually to really do it. But at least we did it first, and we tried to do it.
That's great.
I'm enjoying this world, right? And I got into it through John. And I'm fascinated. Some people call me a skeptic, and there's a nuance to it. I'm not. I ask a lot of questions, and people sometimes get bent. But it's more his experience, and I'm the novice more so than, the believer and the skeptic. And I describe it, to people. It's like, if a kid asks you a question like, "Why are you doing this?" You're going to answer them. It's like, "Oh, I do it like this because of this." But when an adult asks you a question, "Why are you doing this?" They put their guard up. Like, they think I'm going to dunk on them or something. I'm like, "No, dude, I don't understand it. And I really want you to explain it to me why you do certain things."
I get it.
But Greg, I want to thank you for your time. I mean, this is really great. I love having an experienced, not only investigator, but media host and podcaster and radio host on here. It's very fun watching the show. Everybody, and we're going to put up links to Ghostbox Radio. It'll be in the link tree in my bio right after this airs. We're going to redrop this episode tomorrow. It'll be nice and clean without the echo in the beginning. It'll be nice and smooth wherever podcasts are, with more links to Ghostbox Radio. So please check it out. Follow Greg wherever you can follow him. I had a lot of fun. It was really interesting, dude. I hope you did too. I hope it was good.
It was great. Thank you. I really enjoyed it.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
It's a butterfly. It's a butterfly or an angel. You see it?
Yeah, it's not a moth, is it?
No, come on. You see it though. It's so clear.
Well, I also see a mask that looks like Batman. Do you see that?
No, I don't see that.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? Today's episode is a special one. We're back with a friend of the pod, Kathy Nadal, author of Seeing More Than Clouds in Your Coffee and one of the most trusted psychic mediums in the world. Kathy is certified with the Forever Family Foundation, one of the most rigorous medium testing organizations on the planet. She's also a registered nurse and a retired U.S. Army colonel, which means she brings both intuition and discipline to everything she does. You can find Kathy at CatWitchNYC on social media, and you can book a reading for yourself at DreamCentralStation.com. Links for Kathy can be found in the link tree in our bio. We recorded this episode just before the holidays. Instead of sitting in a studio, we took Splintered Spirits on the road to Coffee Unique in Bronxville, New York, where Kathy gave me a live reading using espresso first and then Turkish coffee. And something strange happened. There were similarities in both cups. Clear symbolism that even an untrained eye like mine can see. Is that coincidence? Is it a sign? And I'll be honest, it doesn't matter what I think I see in the cup. What matters is what Kathy sees. Because once she starts reading, the coffee stops being coffee and starts becoming a map to the past, present, and future. So grab your coffee, settle in, and get ready for one of the most personal and surprising readings yet. Let's dive into the conversation. Kathy, thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you. It's so exciting to see you.
I know, it's crazy. It's cold. It's freezing.
Yeah, and it's
I have like 6 layers on. My car is freezing. And it was like, it took me forever, by the way. I got here early, and it took me forever, and I'm glad I did, because it took me 25 minutes to download an app to figure out how to park.
Oh, to
because,
parking,
because I didn't have, do people carry change?
I have $28 of change in my car
Really?
right now. Yeah, I do.
I mean, that's
Literally,
nuts.
I have the little gauge that shows every time you put a quarter in, it adds
No
to
way.
the, yeah, total.
Oh my God. So it's like I had to download the app, I had to do the whole thing, and that took like just trying to figure that out
Yeah.
to make sure that,
Yeah,
that
so
we did
just
that
so
right.
the audience knows, I live in Bronxville, New York, which is a really cute little town right next to Yonkers.
Yeah, it's cool. And we're sitting here in Coffee Unique.
Yes.
This is one of your local haunts.
Yes, it is. Yeah, they know me well here.
Right. And it's great. So, Kathy, I want to remind you, our audience knows you because you've done,
Yes.
and you're the only psychic I'll ever go to because I don't trust anybody else. Now that I've put that on the air, I can't go to somebody and believe that they'll give me a reading. I'm like, oh, you just heard Kathy do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
That's just me. So, like, that's it.
Yeah,
You've
but
done
even
it.
when I first read you, you didn't want the reading. You were like, I don't believe in this and all this. I said,
No.
I won't do any projects with you unless I do read you.
No, I
Remember
know.
me saying that?
Yeah. So it was good, but now it's like you spoiled me forever. So now I can't do it anymore. So which is fine. So I just want to, but I do want to remind the audience a little bit about your background.
Yes.
For those who haven't seen you before. So you're a psychic medium, accredited with the Forever Family Foundation. But before that, before you were doing it like professionally, or was it all intertwined? But you were you're now a retired colonel.
Yes, that's correct.
You're a registered nurse.
Yes.
These are two very different worlds.
Yes.
Being that one is intuitive and one is very rigid and almost scientific.
Mm-hmm.
How do you separate those two worlds?
Yeah, so I have to say that I started out my career, being a nurse. And I was drawn to that when I was 7 years old. I remember walking up the stairs in my house, and we were taking care of my grandmother, and I gave her a glass of water, and she said, "You're going to be a nurse one day." And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to be a nurse one day." And I think she planted the seed in my mind, because I actually felt like I did something good, that I wanted to follow that. And then I had a cousin who became a nurse, and we ended up going to the same nursing school at the end of it. But taking care of people and wanting to look after people really came natural to me. The reason why I joined the military is because I needed education. I was an associate degree nurse, and the hospital I worked for didn't have enough money to pay, as much as I needed for a bachelor's. So I joined the Army Reserve, and they actually paid for my bachelor's, and then I went on for a master's, and I paid out of pocket for that.
And how long did you serve?
30 years total.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't stop. I became addicted. I was like, oh. And it was very challenging to me because I'm a good student. So you have to take military classes. And, so every time someone presented me with a new job or I ate it up. I thought it was great. Yeah, I'm very ambitious.
I'll say. And then you did, and you did tours. You were in Iraq.
I was in Iraq for a year, and then they had sent us over to work with the Jordanian army for almost 4 weeks. Yeah.
What's it like being on, a tour with your abilities?
Well, I have to say it's no different than being out in everyday life.
But there's no. How can you say it's no different? Look around you. Look where we are. It's like the Christmas lights and Christmas trees. You're talking about Iraq. How is it no different?
Well, however, the only thing about it that is really different is that things are happening. Particularly the year that I was there. It was 2004 to 2005. Just to bring things through history. We invaded in 2003, and the whole Saddam was in prison when I was there. I mean, there's a lot of things during that time historically, but a lot of the work that we did over there, a lot of us won't talk about. But it's difficult. You're placed in an away situation. But more importantly, I'm not an intrusive person. I won't run up to somebody. But there were certain times, which I talk about in my book, that I, kind of felt very strongly about certain things. And things did happen, So, the second book really addresses that.
Right.
But my battle buddy, Colonel Khaleesi, Denise Khaleesi, she's retired also. She was my battle buddy, and she said, if we get out of here alive, because some people didn't, you really need to do this work publicly and share this with the public. And I promised her, because I had said things to her that came true, and she was like, "Oh, you're really gifted." There was no convincing her that I wasn't, And then when I came home, things started to unfold because I already knew I had this gift. Like reading coffee was something I did in my teens. I did while I was in college, so that's why we're here.
There's a word for this. I looked it up. It's a tessography.
Tessology, I think.
Tessography.
Yeah.
How did you find this? How did this become?
Yeah.
Why coffee? What was it?
Well,
how did coffee become the canvas for spiritual?
Well, it's one of the many things that I'm kind of known for. But in my father's family, his father came from Spain, and his mother was Italian. So we always had coffee on that side of the family. My mother's family was Irish, and they would drink instant coffee, no.
Right.
So a lot of my cousins, we always had Italian coffee around, So a lot of times I would lean over and look in their cup, and I'm like, wow, that looks like this to me, and that looks like that to me. And I start telling them stuff, and they're like, you didn't know that about my life. Even though you're cousins with someone, you don't know everything that's going on in their life,
Right.
And then when I was at Mercy College, when the Army was paying for my bachelor's, I had a really good friend, Tommy, and he was an Italian guy that used to take me down to the Bronx, and we'd go to different cafes and pizzerias and stuff, and he would say, I want you to read my cup and tell me about my girlfriend and tell me about this and that, and everything that I would sing, it was coming true, and he got addicted to taking me around, and I talk about it in my first book.
Yes.
Where
and the book we're talking about too that you wrote about this big is obviously seeing more than clouds in your coffee.
Yeah.
Which is great. I mean, the whole
Yeah.
thing about it is
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, and one of the places I think I talked about is someone from the back, from the cook in the kitchen, or somebody comes
Yeah.
out, and I end up reading for them. So a lot of these places, people kind of like look over or see. A place like Coffee Unique. Not so startling because they may do this in their culture. Yeah.
So what do we start with? What's the process here
So
before we start ordering?
So the process is, I always say to someone, do you drink coffee? That's
Yes.
the main question. Because if you don't drink coffee, you can't have the reading.
Okay.
You can't pretend to drink it. You actually
Okay.
have to drink
I have to
it.
lie, okay.
Some people
No, I
want
like coffee.
caffeine. Some people want decaf. It doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
Okay.
And some people want sugar. Some people don't want sugar. That doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because even the sugar, like someone said to me, I use 3 packets. I said, I don't care. I'll actually be able to read the sugar as it blends with the coffee.
Well, don't you say that matters then? It's sort of an added.
Having sugar or not sugar doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
say- right.
Because it's really the coffee that
Okay.
is really the background to this whole thing. Yeah,
Okay.
it's very interesting.
Okay.
And there was only one time that I read for someone where the cup was as completely clean after they drank it. It was before the coffee went in it, and they were really upset. They said, what does that mean? I said, it just means you don't get a reading. But out of thousands of cups that I have done,
Right.
that is the only time that has happened. And I doubt that will happen to you. Yeah, I doubt.
I don't know if I like that.
But I've done psychic fairs where literally people have lined up, and I had my own espresso maker, and one of the fairs
that's
I
genius.
did, oh my God, one of the fairs I did, the lady saw that I was running behind, and there was only one little sink. The ladies left the line, and they were cleaning the cups so that I could get everyone through in time.
Oh, that's sweet of them.
Yeah.
All right, so. Okay.
So the biggest,
all right, so
the biggest
we're gonna
thing
order.
is we're going to order the coffee. The first
Okay.
coffee we're going to order is Italian coffee.
Okay.
It's called espresso
Yeah.
coffee.
Okay.
Okay. It's a thin coffee. It's also considered to be a little bitter for some people. So that's
Sure.
why people tend to want to put anisette in it or sugar in it or whatever.
Sure.
There's a process. Once we get it, I'll tell you exactly how to put your napkin, how it's going to be
shit.
displayed.
All right.
And then we're going to drink it. It takes a couple of minutes to drink it.
Okay.
And then we're going to churn the cup in a particular fashion.
Okay.
We're going to turn the cup over. We're going to let it dry, which goes fairly quickly. And then I'll read your coffee first if you want, or I could show you my cup. Some people, when they're new to this, they say, show me your cup, because they want to actually get their eye programmed to see what they're actually looking for before they see their cup.
Well, we'll figure that out.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
Okay. So we have to start with espresso.
Espresso.
All right. I'll go order it. So she's gonna bring out these espressos. What kind of is it a prediction we're gonna see, or things that are happening now, or is it all
you
the
have
thing?
to see, because there's a way I read where I can tell you if something's in the past,
Okay.
and there's a way I read I could say if something's happening right now, and then there's things that are happening in the future. So that's why a lot of times when someone goes through this, we have to wait like 6 months to see if those things happen.
Oh my gosh.
And
Okay.
I've even tested it on myself. So when I moved in with my dad when my dad was dying, and for a year I took care of him. He slept in the living room on hospital bed, and I slept on the couch. And when I had free time, I would go up to Dobbsbury, because I had a friend that had a cafe similar to this, and I would order a coffee. And I was looking in the cup, and the same image was in every cup, month after month after month, and it was my dad. And I started to watch it move, because the months move in the
When you
cup.
say you saw your dad, what did you see?
Yeah,
Was it a representation of your dad,
It was a representation of my dad, the way the body was. So you can see him like standing. So when I first moved in, he was still fairly healthy, and he was standing up, and he was able to walk up and down the stairs. And then as time elapsed, we had to move him downstairs, and then he was in a hospital bed. So that same body started to slant,
Okay.
started to move. So literally from one month to the next, I could see him moving. And I watched that with my own cup. And I knew it was him because it wasn't me. It was
That's amazing.
so, and that's the only way I could say that I could validate it because it was my life.
Right.
And I literally watched it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the coffee also started getting lighter. And that's really important because the color of the coffee sometimes indicates stress or very important or a difficult time. When the coffee becomes lighter in color, it means the stress is being released or that it's not as upsetting sometimes in a cup. So that's why when I saw my dad's image, he was standing up, but the coffee was so dark. And I was like, oh, because I knew he was still feeling healthy, but they had told him, like, if you don't take dialysis, you have a time frame. And he didn't want to do that. So I knew he had all that stress on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he still looked good. Like people would go over and sit with him and he looked great. But he had all that stress on him. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And then when I talk and I say this is what I'm saying, it's not just the coffee, it's my ability. Because I'm clairvoyant. I can see things past the cup. So it's a combination of what I can see outside the cup and a combination of what I see inside the cup that brings all of that together.
Kathy, do the symbols that you see mean the same thing for each person?
No.
Okay, so
No.
if you saw a bird in my cup, that might not be the same if you saw a bird in somebody else's cup.
It depends. Bird in particular is very specific. So Colonel Denise Khaleesi, my battle buddy that I mentioned earlier, we had been in a mess hall in Fort Dix, New Jersey, and they had this new coffee machine. And she said, I'm gonna get a cappuccino, And she ran up and got it, and she was drinking it, and she was up for a promotion to full bird colonel. And I said, when you're done with that coffee, let me look at it. And she said, oh, this is not the way you do it. It's a styrofoam cup. We're in the mess hall. I said, let me see that cup. And I swear, she still has the picture to this day. You could see the bird at the top of her cup. And I said, you are going to get that promotion. And till this day, she still has a picture. She got that promotion.
Oh, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, she was at a point in her career that if she didn't get that, she was like, all right, I'm going to drop my papers. It's time for me to go. You get certain feelings like,
Sure. Sure.
But she really was like, oh my God. But a bird for someone else could be something totally different.
Okay.
Birds sometimes come through in readings, Sometimes it has something to do with the person's personal life.
Okay, but that's specifically
thing.
for birds. But symbols just in general, you get a different vibe off of them.
Well, let me tell you, I'll sit there and I'll hold the cup and I'll say, I see this. And the other person leans over my shoulder and says, I don't see that. I see a bear. And I'm like, do you want to do the reading?
Okay.
Because
all right. It doesn't matter. So the pareidolia doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's
so
only
it's
to
like
you. It's what you see.
They see the bear, and it's like, okay, so you see the bear. And then take me from there.
Okay.
That's why a lot of times people say, well, I want to learn how to do this. I'm like, I really can't train you because it's not just the cup. You have to have the ability to go past the cup in order for this to really make sense to someone to say, I really feel like I had a reading.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the person's like, but I'm adamant. I see that bear. And I'm like, okay, so then expand on the bear. They can't. It's like they hit a wall and they're like, I just got bear.
I just got there.
And it's just like, okay, well,
Sure.
good with your bear.
Good with your bear. This is what I charge. Here's my bill.
That's the same with readings.
Sure.
When you give someone a reading, if you say, I'm seeing this, but then you can't pull it together with other things.
Right.
The person has to leave your reading, either psychic and mediumship, with having a message. Like, why did that feel like it validated my life in some way?
Gotcha.
And that's the important part of it.
Yep.
It's always, and in the Army, we teach this. We go through certain things, and you have to be able to say, this is why we're learning this. The who, the what, the when, the where, all of that.
Yeah.
But at the end, we would always say, but what's the so what? Like, why do we need to know this?
Right.
What is so important? Why are these things so important? It's what's the so what? And we would say that over and over again.
Yep.
And it matches everyone's regular life. when you say, okay, I have to maintain my car, I have to take my car from maintenance, what's the so what? So I don't break down on the side of the road so that I don't cause an accident, right?
Yeah.
The so what means so much in everyone's life.
Got it.
So many people just gloss over it.
But can the so what happen later? Like they might not realize it right now, but that might happen later.
Because I'm validating the past for them.
Okay.
So that they can say, yeah, I remember that time and I remember that happening. So they automatically know that, yes, that's happened. The current, I'm validating for them as well. But in the future, they might have a hint that something's going to happen. But when they leave there, they say, why was that reading so important? It's because I know what I did 6 months ago, or I know what I'm doing right now matters because it's showing itself to me in the car.
Now, the atmosphere doesn't affect a rating, does it?
No.
Energy effects? No, none of that.
No.
Like if I'm in a good mood though, would that does it? Okay.
No.
Does drink is the mood I'm in when drinking it affect the reading?
No, I could tell you a funny story, which is in the book. But I knew a guy, and he said, I don't do coffee. I said, okay, fine. What do you do? He's like, I do hot cocoa, and he was already like negative. So I read his hot cocoa, and I said some things to him, and he was like, oh, wow, okay. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was like he was coming in negative, and I thought,
Right.
But when you tell someone, like, I've spoken to you before, and I spoke to John, certain things that I said, you guys stopped and said, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay,
Sure.
it's that kind of a thing. And the thing I said to him about his hot cocoa, he was like, oh, wow, like, okay.
Sure.
But
that's your kids' version in the future. Do cocoa ratings.
oh, I don't know. I don't like to do a lot with children.
No, of course not. They're horrible.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but their life also hasn't developed.
Right.
And some people don't realize, which I always underline, some children's lives are more stressful than adults because some children are living in households they would rather not be living in. And I know that firsthand.
Oh,
I
sure.
live with a very difficult alcoholic mom. And I think that enhanced my psychic ability. I think I paid attention to things more than other people, waiting for things to go clunk in the night. I think I was in tune to that a bit more.
Sure.
But nobody else in my family does this.
Right.
My cousin...
You don't have anybody in your family that has any abilities whatsoever?
No. And the funny thing is my cousin Jerry, in this town, I don't know, must be 20, I don't know if it's 20 years ago, it's got to be at least 20 years ago. There's a hospital in this town, which is called Lawrence Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And Jerry came in for business in Manhattan. He was working for Cirque du Soleil at the time. And he said, I have a cup in my pocket. I said, what? We're in the lobby of the hospital. He's like, I went to a restaurant last night and they let me take my cup with me because I knew I would see you tomorrow.
He wanted that reading. He wanted that reading.
Read for him
Sure.
in the hospital lobby looking at his cup.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so he's a big component. We were in Spain. I opened up my first book talking about being in Spain. And he said, I'm getting my coffee, and he had brought a Cirque du Soleil show over to Spain. And we were there for the opening, and he said, I want my coffee reading.
That's insane.
Even 2 years ago, I was in Vegas, and he said, we're having a brunch, and we're doing coffee. Certain people really love it. And it's funny because certain people, when I tell them about it, they're like, oh no, I'm afraid of that.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Some people need to see it.
Yeah, sure. No, look, I'm excited. This coffee's better be good too. It's taking its time. But it's like, I am so, when I first heard that about you, I was like, this is the coolest thing. And it is so, look, everybody's heard of, I've read the tea leaves, you know what I mean? It's so, the tea leaves, right? That's what they always say. The tea leaves, the tea leaves, the tea
Salem
leaves.
that do the tea leaves.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks
All right,
so much.
perfect. So I put it on here?
So good.
Okay.
All right, good. So do you take any sugar?
I don't.
All right, I do. So I'm going to put mine in.
Okay.
I put a little sugar.
Espressos. This is where we start.
It's a little one, so I only do half a packet.
Okay.
So because they actually have spoons here. So because you could stir it
Am I
if
supposed
you
to?
want.
No, I don't have to.
No, it's
It's
fine.
not, it's not going to affect anything that I get.
No. So
All right.
everything you do
Yes.
is your cup, okay?
I hope so.
Whatever hand you right
I'm a
with-
lefty.
all right, so then you're gonna do left.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whatever.
Do we cheers or no?
No,
None of that
'cause
shit. Because that'll
this
be.
is energy.
Because that would be.
This is energy,
Okay,
right?
okay.
So you're gonna drink your coffee.
Okay.
It's good and hot. I love the coffee here. It's good, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to chug it. You can take your time.
All right. I don't know. Like, is it getting better? Do I get better?
No. It's just,
Okay.
it's just drinking it.
Okay. All right. So right now you're saying like so whatever.
I'm not saying anything. I
No,
mean,
no.
I drink coffee all the time.
But it's not like nothing's coming.
Nothing.
Like
No.
every sip. It's just
No,
whatever.
no.
Okay.
No,
No, it
it's
doesn't matter.
really good though, and that's why I like certain coffee shops because you can tell the difference of the coffee, and their blend here is really good.
But that doesn't affect
It
it.
doesn't affect it, but when
But it,
you're a
but it makes it more
drinker-
enjoyable.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's
right.
got like when this espresso. I don't know if the camera can show, but it's got a creaminess to it.
Yes.
Not all espresso blends get
Right.
that creamy.
Got it.
One more sip.
Okay.
All right, so I'm done. Are you done?
No, I'm almost
right.
done.
So I'll demonstrate first. So because
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
done and I'm a right-hander,
Yes.
I'm going to turn it 3 times towards me, which is counterclockwise. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then I put it down on the paper.
On the napkin, not on the
and,
saucer.
No.
right, I
And
gotta
then
make
I'm going to put it up at 5 o'clock. Okay, and then it just sits there. So 5 o'clock is like you're looking at the clock, and then you don't touch it. So you're going to do 3 times
So
towards
I'm
you.
wait, I'm lefty. I go counterclockwise.
Yeah, still, it's the same clock motion. It doesn't matter left or right.
Wait, am I going clockwise or counterclockwise? I wanna fuck this up.
Counterclockwise.
Counter.
Yeah, so go
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Now put it upside down on the paper. Give it a little, yeah. And then put it up at 5 o'clock. But the handle has to be down.
Handle down.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. It's not really a 5. I would bring it back a little bit. Yeah. A little, yeah.
Well, what the
Fine.
fuck? All right.
Mine's really at 5 o'clock. Yours
That's not 5 o'clock. That's 4 o'clock.
Mine's at 5 o'clock. All right, that's fine. Leave it alone.
Am I gonna? I don't want to bad
It's
shit.
fine. I'm making fun of you.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right.
It's totally fine.
Okay.
All right, good.
Now we wait.
No, we wait, but isn't it beautiful? That's
Yes.
why so many people actually give me espresso cups as gifts. Like my nephew.
Yeah.
He gave me 2 cups with the names of my cats on them, Nicolette and Juniper. How funny is that? And I even travel with a cat bag. Look.
I know. You cats and you witches and your cats. It's crazy.
So funny. All right, good.
All right, so now we let this sit
So we
for a
let
second.
this sit. I put my cup down first, so I'll be the first to look at it.
Okay. How long does it sit?
Just a few
Just a-
minutes.
okay.
Really, like not very long.
Okay.
But for this, I have to wear my magnifying glasses
Sure.
because I'm really.
Wait, I might need. Do I need?
You
my,
might need glasses
I might need
too.
my readers too when I'm ready. Because this is age. I'm 51.
Okay, good.
The eyes are shot.
Oh, sure. Okay, so I'm ready. So,
Yeah.
am I putting my cup under the camera?
Can I hold it or no? Do you want to do it?
No.
No, I'm not gonna touch
Yeah.
it. No. Well, just tell me first, and then we'll show it after. It's
Okay. All right. Good.
Because
So-
mine will focus.
Yeah. So this is my cup.
On. Okay.
So when I look at the cup, I'm going to use the spoon as a
glasses.
pointer.
Yep.
So I'm going to use the spoon as a pointer. I just don't want to get dirty here
Okay.
in the process. So see here, this is the handle of the cup.
Yeah, but that's not magic.
Well, I'm just explaining it to you.
Okay.
So the handle of the cup is showing where we are right now, okay? And this image right there, so when I say this is where we are right now, the handle of the cup would be December 1st to December 31st.
Okay.
There's an important thing that I was working on in the last week of November. You see how that looks like a road?
Yes.
And you see on the bottom of it, it's standing up. A person is like standing up.
Looks like a stick figure.
Exactly. But that's me standing up, okay? You see that little
Yeah.
person standing up?
Yeah.
And it's in a road, okay?
Yeah.
And the road is not very clear. It's kind of made of like coffee, but it shows like steam raising from my head. Do you see like the stream
Okay.
of steam?
Okay.
I had a disagreement with someone, and I stood up and I walked out of their house. And that's what that is.
That's what happened.
That's what happened, and that matches the cup.
Okay.
Because it was quite literally at the end of November.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
and I stood up, which normally I wouldn't have done. I would have said, keep my mouth shut. Let me just keep my mouth shut.
Must have been a hell of a disagreement.
Well, but the point about the coffee is it validates that really impacted me, and it validated that it was that important to me.
Okay.
And you see the stream going off the top of my head, which means that I released those thoughts
Okay.
coming right off the top.
Okay.
Now, before that, which is actually quite interesting, I can go back. So when I go back, right underneath that, the 2 months before that, which would have been October and a little bit of September, do you see all of that in the cup? All of that.
That mess.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see this? This is actually me. You see my long hair, and you see me standing, and you see my arm out.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's so clear. I was involved in a very important project in October, and it involved a lot of people. And you see my arm out, there's a head right there, which means that I'm talking to someone. See my arm out, talking to a very important head. And that had to do with the project that I was working on. And it's all in white. White is very good, okay, which means it's a very positive project. But you see how clear my long hair is?
Okay.
You see
Yeah.
it, right?
Well, yes, I see.
It's
I see what you're
clear.
saying.
And the important part of it is that I'm talking to the head. You see my head there, and you see the line there, and the other person's head. Their body is not important. You see that?
Yeah.
It's their head that's more important, which means they have a recognizable face.
Okay.
That's why the body is not important.
Can I show? Can I show it?
Yeah, sure.
Can I hold it now?
Yeah.
So I want just to give everybody
You
the
want to
sense
use
of
the
what's on.
pointer?
Yeah, sure. So this is weird. to
Can
do.
you see that?
Yeah. So this is that road she was talking about, or it's the standing up, the steam coming off her head.
Can you show the little body? In
Yeah,
there?
you can see the body right there, right? And then if you look there,
You have to point with the pointer.
right there is the other leg. It looks like that the Screaming Man. And it's the white is the hair, and then a line to another head. That's what she's talking about. Okay, cool.
All right, good.
All right, we're ready
That's
to do this?
really good. Okay, good. All right, so that's just a sample of what my cup looks like, so that the audience understands.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right, so now I'm gonna go to your cup.
Wait, do I touch? You're touching
I touch it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Oh wow, this is very good.
Is it? I like what we see.
This
All
is
right.
very good. 'Cause
All right.
the important.
Do you want to lean
part-
over so we can get
Sure.
so we can show it to you at the same time?
All right, good.
All right.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm gonna
All right,
look.
good. So this is very important. Is
Which
your-
one? Where the handle is.
Yeah, so you didn't use your spoon.
I didn't.
So I'm going to use your spoon. So this is the handle.
Yeah.
This is the month we're in right now.
Okay.
You have a similar line that I do,
Okay.
but you see you have nothing on that line.
No, it's
okay?
a big black or a
Yeah,
big
well, no.
coffee.
Yeah,
Turn
so-
it like this way
No,
so
no,
people
no,
can see
no.
it. Oh,
So this is December 1st,
okay.
and this is December 31st, right here.
Okay.
This actually starts, if you're looking at it, in the last week of November.
Okay.
Okay. This is something that you're working on from the end of November, quite literally to right now,
Okay.
December 15th, like
Okay.
literally right now. This is a work project that actually has two parts to it. Okay, because you see the one line there
Yeah.
is a little dark, and then the back line is a little dark. Okay.
Yes.
That is very good because it actually goes to the top of the cup, so it's time sensitive. Okay.
Do things not always go to the top for some people?
You'll see. You'll see.
Okay.
I'll show you things.
Okay.
So this to me is very good,
Okay.
but it's a work project. And look, you see how this line, two lines come down? It actually is showing me something connected to things you did in the past. Okay?
Word?
Yeah, so you see this
Come
here.
on, back your hand up just a little. Yeah.
See this here?
Yes.
This is the work project. When you come down, you see how that has a tail to it? The light color
Which one am I
light
talking
color
about?
Coffee.
The light color part. Okay.
Light color coffee. You see right there?
Yes.
It's a tail.
Yes.
And it goes into that.
Okay.
Just look at the light coloring, okay?
Yeah.
Because the dark coloring is different. That's a different image.
Is that something bad?
No. We're not on to that. We're
Okay.
staying one thing at a time.
All right.
You come down here and you go all the way up to that.
Okay.
That actually is part of all of this.
Well, what the hell's all that?
All right, well, I'm going to talk about it.
Those look like literal grains and stuff.
Now, all right, so it is coffee, okay? So,
I get it. I mean, what's the symbolism of it?
so this is December. This would be November, October. This would be September, August. This would be July, June, okay? So I have to go back and talk about this period of time being June, July, August into September.
Okay.
All of that,
Okay.
okay? This is work related, but you see how this starts from the bottom? There's two major groups of people that you're working with, because this line sometimes you see when you're working with a lot of people. You have two different groups of people that you're working with.
That's
you
true.
see how they're lined up, all those people?
Yeah.
The coffee grinds become people. Sometimes when I read for people in the music business and I see a line like that, I'm like, oh, you're going on tour. You're touring the world. When somebody's in the military and they're going on a tour, those symbols would be there as well. Okay. So it talks about a lot of people all going in the same direction, or a lot of people on a project. Okay. You're managing two groups of those people.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true. I have
And
two,
look
I
at
have
the
two things
time
going.
frame. June, July, August, September. So when we go back to those months, you would have been involved with those people during that period of time. And they're separate groups of people. You see how that line is there and that line is there, okay? At the bottom of it, even though there's a little bit of coffee there.
Turn it like that so they can see. Yeah, right. Perfect. So now
Yeah,
we can
I
see.
can't see,
Just do
but-
that. I know, but just to show
Yeah.
them. So you can see these two lines.
One
These are the two
line
lines,
here,
and then
one line here. And
leads
it's
to a
the-
drip at the bottom.
The coffee lines.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yep.
The little stress thing here,
Yeah.
the little dark coloring thing here, is more towards the first group of people. They're not equal stresses.
No.
So one group of people causes you more stress than the other group.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
The one. And does the line mean less people?
Well, it could, or it could be kind of the one that you dealt with first in that month.
I don't know if it matters about the month yet, but it certainly
Okay.
is. I do have two
One-
very different things going
Okay,
on.
one of it is
one
more
is more
stressful
stressful.
than the other.
Sure.
Okay? And almost, you see the coloring there, it caused like a little ball
Yeah.
of stress. Okay?
So dark is bad.
Well, it's not bad, but sometimes reflects importance, difference, stress, a little bit of a ball of stress with one of those groups. So it's not easy to figure out all the time. Like I feel like I'm in a ball, like I'm all like in a ball. Ball is like a circle where it goes around and around and around and around, okay? There may be more stress that goes around and around and around with one group more than the other, okay? But it's interesting because this all came together. You see how you have borders here? And borders here? It's isolated to those months as being, it's isolated, see? These are like your bookmarkers.
These lines, the
Yeah,
thick
you
lines.
see?
Yeah.
It's almost like a volcano. You see how it like
A
goes
volcano
up?
of stress.
No.
That could be
but
me. It's not out of the realm of possibility that I'm.
You see the volcano almost image or a mountain image
Yeah.
where this line goes up and this line goes up, but you see it has a roof on it, okay? Which means that these are projects that are closed. These are projects that need to be completed, okay?
Okay.
These are projects that will have a deadline or an end to them, okay? Because
Interesting. Okay.
it's got a roof on it. You see the roof? And the roof almost looks a little scalloped, You see the scalloping? You know when you go to like Japan and you see a building like that has that really intricate kind of, you see that little like almost like fluffy line around the roof? So this means this is a very, very creative project you're working on. When you see that building in Japan, you say, oh, someone made that with a lot of creativity, a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication. You see that those little scallop lines there?
That's what that means.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, both things. Okay.
Very creative, okay? But that's the
I'm
roof.
extremely creative.
That's the roof there, okay? But it's interesting because it starts out with a darker coloring. You see how that one
Sure.
side of it is dark?
Surrounded by darkness.
But it ends lighter because that dark thing there
Yeah.
is part of something else.
Is it medical?
No, I
right,
didn't
good.
get there yet,
right.
okay? Are you giving the reading?
I know.
You see this piece of it, right?
It's so dark though, Kathy. Let me like show you. It's like that's like
No,
a
we
big
didn't
dark
get
wave.
There, no, we didn't get there though. You see?
Yes.
That's interesting. So
Okay.
all that makes sense to you, right?
So far.
Okay, good. Now let's go back to where we are here, okay? This is the line that I talked about, the
Yes.
project that you're on right now
Yeah.
with the two sides of it. Underneath that, you see that thickness
Yeah.
there? Come down. It trickles into, it's like a funnel effect. You see that? And you see the funnel
Yeah.
effect?
So everybody can see. Yeah.
I can't point because I can't see where
Well,
I'm.
move it closer to you a little bit. There you
I still can't see.
go. All right.
See the funnel effect?
Yeah.
If you look at the funnel effect right there,
Okay.
you see you have angel wings.
Okay. Does that mean I'm dead?
No, it's good. But this project that you're working on right now,
Okay.
that end of November to now, funnels down through what you say is a darkness. It's really thick. Okay, that right there is you're kind of sorting through a lot. Okay, this is not a simple thing. This requires a lot of all that is just thick.
Yeah.
Okay, but it means that shows like effort.
Okay.
When it comes down, the coffee gets lighter, and there's like an angel with the wings. Okay, which means this project is gonna fly, take off. Can you
Wouldn't
see
that be
that?
fucking nice?
You see this because this is almost looking like a butterfly. You see your wings there?
You're looking at. Yeah. Okay.
Go to
Can I
the-
touch
yeah.
it or no? So like just so you can see it, I want everyone to see what.
I can't see
I can see it. They can see it. Down at the bottom.
You have to use.
And I'll use a graphic later.
Okay.
But it's like down there is like wings. I see it. So it's
You
like
see it. So
just
it's
so I
it's
know.
a body. with
This right,
wings.
the white in the white.
No. So go to the line
Oh, yeah, I'm
right
looking
here.
at it.
See the thickness here?
Yes.
Let's see the little body with the wing there and the wing there. It's a butterfly. It's a butterfly or an angel. You see it?
Yeah, it's not a moth, is it?
No. Come on. You see it though. It's
Yeah.
so clear.
Well, I also see a mask that looks like Batman. Do you
of
see
course-
that?
No, I don't see that.
Okay.
No, I don't see that. But that to me is the most important thing right there because of the wings.
Because it matters, and I want to remind people, it matters what Kathy sees, not what I see. Because just so you see this, guys, if you look right here, you can see Batman's eyes in the white.
I do
right
not.
here.
No, I'm sorry.
And then like, I want to show the people how I got Batman because just in case Kathy's wrong. And then there's like a nose. You can see the nose. Let's look. I will highlight this for you, but that looks like Batman's white eyes, and then his dark nose and the mask of the cowl, and then the white face. Maybe just in case, but go ahead, continue, Ken.
Okay.
All right, so we see. All right, the butterfly you see, but I see them. I see what you're seeing as that is
Well,
possibly a
that
butterfly.
to me is the most important thing, that it's
No.
either an angel or a butterfly. Because
I might have fucked it up and hit
you
that thing with the
did, you
spoon.
did. Yeah, look.
I know, but but
That's
just the
all
thick
right.
part. But we know that was
Yeah.
thick because we have video
Okay,
footage
good.
of it.
All right. You may want to take stills of this too.
Good.
So the important part is this project that you're working on that has two parts to it is under the butterfly or the angel.
It's above it.
Yeah, but you see that when you go underneath it?
It's underneath the thick.
Yeah.
So that's better.
Yeah.
It's a struggle, and then it's just saying it's
it
like.
takes off.
Okay, great.
Because it's the stuff that's underneath it. Now, the reason why I say that, and it's so important for the audience to know, is at the bottom of your cup, the actual bottom of the cup, is called your heart of the cup. Okay, it's the heart of the cup. So things that are closer to your heart, to me, have a higher importance.
Okay.
Okay, that's why the butterfly or the angel being close to the bottom edge of your cup, meeting the heart of your cup, gets more important.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Yes.
why I get excited. Like, oh, I see that. Okay, now
This looks cool. I don't know what's going on over
well, this dark thing, you're going to just eliminate that because it just continues to show that you have to sort out. All of your projects are not easy. You must do a lot of research or there's a lot of things to sort through. That big swipe of that darkness is just hard work that you have to do.
Okay.
Your stuff is not easy, whatever you're involved in. Now, when you go to counting again, January, February, March, into April, there you got another project. So there's something big coming for your work.
Now we're getting
in
somewhere.
April.
And look, what does it mean where it's like this open
Well,
funnel?
look,
That looks like a funnel, right?
All
to
right,
me.
so
What does it mean to you?
that what it is all of this research, all this hard work slopes off. You see how that
Yeah,
slopes off, and now this project is
Smooth
standing on
sailing?
its own. It's
Smooth
standing
sailing.
on its own.
Right.
Look, it's floating.
Yes.
It's not attached to anything anymore.
Does that mean it's easy for me?
It's better.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, it's floating. You see, it's
Yes,
floating.
I love it.
And it's also interesting because it's not typical or what people would call normal, whatever that project is, because it's got a little bit of a twist to it. You see the twist?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's important because sometimes people would say, why does it look a little crooked? Or it may start out a little crooked and straighten itself out. Does that make sense?
Sure.
That's what that is. But it's also very good and very clear. And again, still has those two aspects to it. So you see that?
Yeah.
So those two aspects to that project that we saw over here are still going on with this. Does that make sense to you?
Well, not yet, because that's in the
Okay.
future. But I mean, I'm hoping
but
that
you're
if
working
something.
on something. Yeah. Okay. All right. And that's kind of interesting because you see how this one had the angel under
Yeah.
it. This one is like there's almost like the angel has risen up in there. You see how that's white,
Yes.
but
I
there's
did.
a little image in there.
Yes.
See the little image?
Can I hold it?
Yeah.
That's why I get close.
You see the little image?
Yeah.
It doesn't have the wings anymore. It's standing by itself. So it's a little person under that project. Can you see it?
Yeah. Look at that, guys. I lost my wings. What does it mean when an angel loses its wings?
Listen, this
She
is
looks at it as a
comedy
positive,
show.
but it's like I feel
Comedy
like
show. But you can see the head. You see how clear that is? The little head right there on the body, standing so freely. And the project is almost like a little cover. It's like it's creating a little roof to the person standing there. It's really amazing, isn't that? Can you see that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're using words like amazing and not oh no. I mean, when you hear it, but yeah, I mean, okay. Listen, I have to take your word for some of this because it's the future.
But can you see it though?
I can see, yes,
Yeah,
I can
you
see
can
a
see the
form
little person
underneath.
there.
It looks to
Yes.
me, it looks like a person underneath a bubble holding up, like blocking a waterfall coming over them, and he's like,
Yeah.
that's what it looks like. to
Yeah,
me.
but that little turn here in the project is providing like a little roof for the person in the head.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
All right.
great. Okay, that is all great. Yeah, all of that is good. And they just go on. See, your dark stuff that you have to get through is a lot of hard work. Whatever this stuff is, you may be familiar with it, but it becomes more difficult, or it's difficult. When you go into that, going forward, see, you have almost like, you ever see like a paper boat?
Yeah.
You know, a paper
Yeah.
boat, a kid does.
Sure, yeah.
You see the paper boat?
Yeah.
See the little top of it? And it's like a little origami
Yeah,
paper boat.
Look at that, guys.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
like
what does that
an
mean?
origami paper boat.
Is-
It's actually, it's kind of interesting because it's paired with another triangle. So that is a trip or adventure, but the triangle, there must be you and two other people that are very important in your life. Who's the triangle? You and two other people.
I mean, there's a lot of people who are very important in my life. I mean, it could be.
If you
I have
said,
kids,
I have to pick two people and me, who would that be?
probably my kids.
Okay. All right. So you see that, and that.
Sorry to my
So
wife.
You
Just to watch
and
this and be
your
like,
kids. I don't
She's
know.
like-
I mean, I don't know
So
who's
you're
in
like,
your life.
listen,
But if
she
it-
understands. She would do the same.
So there may be like a travel adventure, but there's a triangle there, okay? So it's like, okay, you're going to start doing more for yourself, or you're going to be doing more adventure for yourself in the future. You see how all this stuff has been marked? Like, not a lot of fun, not a lot of fun, not a lot of fun. But there,
It's
after
fun?
well, that's
Is it?
fun.
Okay.
Yeah, you see the little origami paper little
right.
boat and then the triangle? It's like, let me pick 2 or 3 people and then they're gonna do the fun with me. But you see the little things that are going around it, all these little dots around it? That's fun. It's activity in the cup. You see that? So it's
We'll see what it turns into, because I have a couple of groups of 2 or 3 people that I'm doing very interesting things with. So that'll be exciting to see what
So
pans
the
out.
boat would be specific to like a trip, a journey, and kind of a thing, okay?
Okay.
So that looking like a creative, see the origami boat is not just a regular boat, it's an origami boat.
Okay.
So I can't make an origami boat, but I know a guy that could. You see
Okay.
what I mean? Because
Yeah.
I'm not creative enough. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's what that is. So in summary, you say, what's the so what of the cup? What you're working on does matter, and it continues, okay? So even though certain months are really hard, or certain months kind of evaluated certain things or made things stand by themselves, it shows that everything you're doing has an outcome. Like now, your angel still has wings, you're still floating, but now your angel is transitioned and is now standing on its own. So as the year progresses, there's more independency to your work. But also, you're learning to have fun, because
Okay.
all this stuff here doesn't look fun to me.
Right. Can't all be good times.
So we do something which
Right.
is called, you can put your thumb in the bottom of the cup. It may not show on espresso, but the cup, put your thumb in the bottom of it and just press it down. So like, it may not show now because the coffee is dry,
Yeah, I'm not getting any love out of
but
that.
it will with the Turkish
Okay.
coffee.
All right.
All right, good. And your cup, if people are wondering about the heart, his heart, you see all the squiggly lines here?
Yes.
You have a lot of people that are in your caring world.
Yes.
Yeah, you see all the squiggly lines?
Uh-huh.
It's almost like when someone says, I'm looking at wallpaper. Like, I don't know where the wallpaper starts. You see that? All the squiggly
I see what you're
lines?
saying, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know where that all starts. It's all there. So that's good. It's not in your face. It's not one,
It's not
blob.
murder or death
No,
or
stop.
just like.
But your heart has to do with you. It's people you care for and people that care for you. And you have a lot of people in your heart. But it's like surface stuff. Like when I say wallpaper, you could see wallpaper, but you can't see every image specifically on the wallpaper. It's like a print. It's an imprint. You see that? You see all
Yes.
those squiggly
Right,
lines?
they're not right. It's
not like
it's
one person is more important than everyone else.
Sure. That's wild.
Yeah, and mine's very different. See
Let's
the
see
bottom of my cup here?
Is
We
mine
didn't do
better?
a full. Yours is better. Of course it's better. Of course. Of course it's better.
Turn
But
yours into a
but
shirt.
you see how the bottom of my cup looks different than yours?
Yeah.
So it's very different, just to give people
Right.
the concept
Okay.
of it. Okay, good.
All right, good. That's my heart.
All right. good.
Awesome.
Very good.
All right. Now we're gonna do the
So-
Turkish. Oh.
There
All
you
right. So
go.
now this is the Turkish coffee.
This is the Turkish coffee.
Look at this.
So, yeah.
All right. So this is really different, right?
Yeah. And the proper presentation of it, I know I'm getting all dirty here.
Okay. What do we do?
Proper presentation of this is to keep it covered the way they did.
Okay.
Okay. So take this, put it on your piece of paper,
Okay.
your napkin. Okay.
Okay.
You're gonna take your lid off. Isn't it beautiful? It's just cafe. Cafes all are different.
Coffee Unique.
Coffee
ladies and
Unique
gentlemen.
is amazing.
Ooh, these
Okay.
sandals are dope.
Yeah, you see this? And it's like smoking. It's like so hot. All right,
Right.
you ready? Oh, wow. You feel it's very, very different.
If you had given me this, if you had given me this beforehand, and didn't tell me it was coffee, I wouldn't say it was coffee. Like it doesn't
It's
taste
different. Yeah.
what I think of as coffee, right?
It hits differently. It tastes different. It's got a different consistency.
Right.
It's good.
It's really good. How's yours?
It's very good. I drink a lot of it.
You drink a lot of this. This seems like something special they do here at Coffee Unique.
Well, I like the presentation, the way they do it at
Yeah, I
Coffee
mean, like, the
Unique.
whole thing is badass.
Yeah.
All right. And then we would do the same thing.
You
I'm
do the
done
same
with
thing.
mine. I shot this
Okay.
one. So then I do 3 circles.
Turn
Right.
it 3 times towards you. You actually have to have this here.
Oh, I need this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then turn it upside
Upside down.
Ooh. And then put it at 5 o'clock. So just so you know
We're ready to
how to
pick up.
do this, I'll pick mine up now. It's going to be very, very different. It's a little dramatic.
Okay.
Prepare yourself. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Am I ready to pick mine up?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Just, I want you to see, okay? See how dramatic the coffee is? So remember how this is now. See all that?
Yeah. Sounds like a fish.
Really, really. It's really neat. Look at the head. Look at the boob.
No, that one over there.
You see this?
Oh, that's a, yes, that is a profile of a woman.
See?
Yes, I can see it.
And the butt, and then the feet.
Sure. Sure.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But look. That's like a snail.
Okay.
You see that? All right, good. So I'm going to do your reading. So this is where we are right now. Can you see it on the camera?
Yes.
All right, good. So you see the handle? This is where you are right now.
That's thick sludge.
It's very thick, but this is you actually facing the future. It's kind of interesting because it's coming across with the very interesting. It's a dog. You see the tail of the dog is up, not out.
Wait a minute.
You see the tail of the dog is up. There's the little feet of the dog. It's on its side.
Is the dog I'm looking at the white space. Have you look at the brown space?
Yeah, coffee. Look
Okay,
at the
yes.
coffee. You see
Okay, yes, I see the dog. Yes.
see the dog
The,
with the
tail's
head?
up. The tail's pointing towards the head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is very, very passive, which means when the dog
Yeah. So
the
like,
dog is when the dog is afraid, it'll go up or out. When the tail is like that, it means friendly dog,
Okay.
but also facing the future. Okay, that's very interesting because you're taking
So
on
don't put your hand in the sludge.
the image of a friendly dog as you face the future.
Okay.
One of the projects that you're on is very friend related, or you're going to be very like it. You have to bring in the friend aspect of it.
Could I be working with friends?
Yeah, you could.
I have a project with all
good.
friends.
All right, good, because this is very important because you're facing this, and it's a little bit of an hourglass. Okay, so that friend project, you see this little image right here,
The black or the white?
the black,
Okay.
only black.
Only black.
Yeah,
Okay.
you see
Yes,
this
I
little
see that.
box here? It's a little bit like an hourglass. You see how it's smaller at the top and then bigger at the bottom?
Yeah.
That's time sensitive. So your friend project is going to have a lot of time stuff related.
Okay. Yes.
Okay,
That's
so
true.
stay on top of that. What's over your head is California. That's a California state thing right there.
Okay.
You see how it goes off into almost a tail?
Yeah.
So I think that project would be related to California, the state of California. So you see, if you look at, if you turn it like this is the top of it, and then you come down, you see how it trickles down?
Yeah.
Almost as if it's going into another country.
Mexico.
Well, it could be, yeah. So that
I know geography.
project there
Yeah.
is a California project
Okay.
that has to do with your friends and the time limited. And that's coming up. You're going to be very involved in it in the next 60 to 90 days. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. And it's very good. The dog is actually standing on, you see that? It's like it's standing on a little bit of a chicken. Okay. Can you see that? The
You
little,
think it's a chicken?
it looks a little bit like a chicken to
It
me.
looks like a stomach.
Okay. But I think it's a chicken.
Okay.
Because it's got a little bit, a chicken or a duck, because it's got a little bit of a floofy tail there.
Right.
You had to make that project happen.
That's true.
Because chickens are very nippy. Nip, nip, nip. They want to like nip after you. You ever see chickens?
Yes.
They're not friendly, okay? You had to fight to have that project happen.
Okay.
You had to nip after people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you got it, okay? But it still requires a lot of attention, okay? That will actually, the timing of that is very important because there's a little dot on top of the hourglass, which means you can get your wish with that. It could be very successful.
I'm hoping.
Yeah. You see the little dot on top of that? It's kind of interesting because I would just watch the conversation around it. You see the time limited thing there?
Mm-hmm.
See that little line coming down from it?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want like information leaking out of it. Like if people can't talk about it, then they can't talk about it.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because it looks very leaky.
Okay.
I would watch that.
Okay. I'm on it.
That's a big one.
Okay.
All this stuff back here, very interesting. You have a very significant T in your cup. Do you have a person in spirit with the name with a T? First name with a T.
Not offhand.
Okay. Who's Thomas?
I think Tommy was my brother's friend
Okay.
that we talked about, but that's not. I have no idea. What it
See
is.
the T there?
Yeah.
Very,
I
very
mean,
big. Okay.
It could. Yeah. I guess.
You see the little person next to them?
In the white or the black?
Yeah. See the little coffee stick figure?
Yes. Oh, yes. In the black. Yes.
That's why that made me feel like it was an afterlife connection.
See that, guys?
You see the little person like that?
Yeah.
So do you know if Tommy is still around?
No, he's not.
He's in spirit?
Yes.
Okay, that's what that is.
But he would have no connection to me.
It doesn't
Zero.
matter. It doesn't matter. He had a connection to your brother.
Yes.
You see that? So that's what that is. That's kind of interesting because I'm going to go and do the timing for the audience. This is December. So this is November, October, September. So what would be the September connection for you, your family, your brother?
It's hard to say. There's so many. September has so many things. So many things.
Is there anything for him particular?
Did he pass in September? I think my brother passed in September.
Okay, so that's why it's there.
I think
'Cause
it was a September. Obviously not
All right.
anytime soon.
You see that in the cup? If this is December, this is November, October, September. You see? And that's where the little man is standing. I count with my fingers. See that?
Yes.
That's why that's there. So your brother's all around you. He really, I think, is one of your guides in life. It's kind of interesting because just in front of that, which means October and November, you had two big stressful events. Do you see this?
Yeah.
And then you see that. One of the events was so stressful that it's popping out outside of the cup. You see, it almost has a little triangle on top of it, okay?
Yes.
So that feels really October into November,
Okay.
like around Halloween time into November.
Yeah. Okay.
But you see the coffee's elevated out of the cup.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that means that, you know, your brother's really a protector to you, okay? I want to go back a little bit further than that,
Yeah.
going to August. You're almost sitting. You see that? You're sitting in like a kayak. You see your little head?
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's like you're gliding along.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's kind of interesting too, because I don't know if you ever do any writing, but all of these lines here talk about writing.
Writing.
Yeah,
Writing. You mean?
Writing.
Writing. Okay.
Writing. Okay, and that's very important. So I would, by seeing this, each line like this, going into the future, I want to look for that again. And I don't see it, okay?
What about all that shit?
This is different, okay? So let's move on from here.
Okay.
This would be January, February, March, April. Boom. Now, on the other cup, didn't we see stuff in April?
Yes.
The cups match. Look at all that, okay? This looks quite literally like a Christmas tree. See all the branches of this tree coming out like that?
Yeah.
The people. Okay, there's a big piece of the bark, the top of the tree, but all of these things are people. And they have to do with a project you're going to be working on. That's beautiful. Do you see that?
That's pretty wild.
It's really great. But I love that both cups match.
Yeah.
And that gives you the validity.
Here, let's bring both. Well, they're on opposite sides of the handle. Does that matter? Well, no, like that was it.
Yeah, but we also talked about the timing
Yeah.
being the same.
Yeah. That was it, right? Right
That
there.
was it right there.
Yeah.
So
Look at both of these.
side by side. I'll hold them. Yeah, there you
got
go.
Look at that. It's crazy. You guys see that there?
Wow. So now with the Turkish cup, you should put the thumbprint in your heart. That'll work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just press it down.
Does it matter which hand? Should I use my
It
dominant hand?
no, it's fine. It's easier for the camera. Yeah, now you wipe it on the thing. Let me see if it shows anything. Didn't really show anything. It's hard to tell.
All right, good.
Yeah.
I'd rather be.
But you know what's interesting about the bottom of your cup, since we're talking about the heart,
Okay.
is from left to right. You see the darkness of the color?
Yeah. Lightens up.
As your year goes on, you're going to take yourself less seriously. You see
I
that?
take myself seriously.
Well, I think you do, though. Things that matter to the heart. You see how dark that is?
Yeah.
Then it gets lighter. And then that project in April is where that light part is.
Let's hope. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Isn't that amazing?
That's wild. Kathy,
Wow.
that was so fun.
Very good.
Oh my gosh.
I know, but the cups are so different. If you put the two together,
Yeah, this
just
is
for the
Kathy's
audience,
cup.
yeah, mine's here.
Look, this is Kathy's. Look at hers. That's like full black. She's got a black heart. Mine lightens up. Who would have thought? No one would have ever thought my heart lightens up. See that? Like, it's insane.
Wow,
So
very good.
cool. That was so fun. That was so fun.
It was really good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so now you know the difference of coffee, and you see the difference of doing the readings with coffee. And
It's gonna
you
be
do like one more than the other?
the reading.
Well,
Well, I found
no,
the reading.
coffee,
No, but like getting into the readings for a second. Yeah, this was very unique. I've never had Turkish
Yes.
coffee, so that was wild. But it's like the I think it's wild that the readings matched up in
Yes.
that certain
Yes.
in your time
Yes,
calendar.
that's the point of doing it. That's the so what. That's the so what.
That's the so what.
One
so
cup
cool.
says one thing in your life, and the next cup with different coffee is consistent with your past, your present, and your future. You know you're on the right track.
I love it.
I love it too.
Kathy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm
Thank
coming.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was so great.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
Drag is just me being a clown. It's me going out and making people laugh and having a lot of fun. And a lot of people out there think that like drag queens are grooming children to become drag queens, but honestly, like that has nothing to do with any of it. My son has never once asked to put a wig on or asked to be a drag queen. But when my son sees me leave the house in drag, he always tells me I look beautiful, which is so cute. Like that means so much to me. And it's just so sad that there's such an attack on drag right now. And people saying that drag queens and children don't mesh well together, because they absolutely do. But the context is different when you're doing drag with a child versus doing drag with an adult crowd. And I don't think that people know that that line is there, or they do know and they just don't give a shit. And it sucks to me because I have this child who is so beautiful and wonderful, and he's so in love with, everything and everyone. And leaving the house in drag and being told, or Papa, you look handsome, or Papa, you look beautiful. Like, hearing that is the best thing before you leave a house to go do a show. And I feel like I don't get that kind of love from people, like normal adult people. And he inspires me to do drag. We watch Drag Race together, and he's always like, when are you going to do this? When are you going to do that, Papa? And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't want to compete. Like, I'm not a dancer. I'm a comedian. I do fun stuff, and Drag Race just doesn't always work out for those types of people. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm working on my own thing, dude, and you'll see me someday on TV, but it's just not going to be in this show we watch together. And it makes me so sad to know that in the world right now that drag is under such scrutiny, and people are trying to take this beautiful art form and turn it into a thing of hate. And there's nothing hateful about drag. Drag is about beauty. Drag is about entertaining. Drag is about laughter. Drag is about love.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal. Today's guest is a New Hampshire native who lives the state motto, live free or die to the fullest, and does not compromise on who she is. Monique Too Soon is the ghostess with the mostest and the self-crowned world's most unique trigger object. As a drag queen paranormal investigator with over 20 years in entertainment, Monique is redefining this predominantly rigid black tea wearing male field by fusing glamour and glitter into ghost hunting. But you're going to see what John and I see, and that Monique is not just going for shock value. Just because she wants to have fun in these haunted locations doesn't mean her investigative work is any less credible. Monique is to ghost hunting what Elle Woods in Legally Blonde is to the law. She's a badass, and here to discuss her work investigating iconic locations like the Conjuring House in Wilson Castle, her books, and how her high-energy drag persona acts as a beacon for spiritual activity. Let's dive into the conversation. All right. Monique, welcome to Splintered Spirits.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Oh my God, this is so fun. I have to tell you, I love when Heidi Kemper was another guest of ours, told us about it. And when I looked it up, I was like, okay, this is a person who is disrupting the norm. And that's what I think. John, I think you agree with me.
I agree 100%. And I love it.
I love this anti-status quo of what is perceived to be a ghost hunter and what that all means and how that all set out to go, to go about it. So I want, just to get into it. So you call yourself the ghostess with the mostest, right? But, take us back a little bit, Monique, to the beginning of how this started for you. I mean, did you grow up in a spooky household? Did you grow up in New Hampshire or did paranormal find you later?
Yeah, I grew up in New Hampshire, and my parents' house was pretty haunted that I grew up in. I was sensitive to spirit back then, and I don't think I realized what I was sensitive to back then. When you're a kid, you get freaked out by everything, so you don't really focus in and learn how to use that until you're older. But when I was a kid, I experienced stuff at my mom's house, and I started doing paranormal stuff when I was in my 20s more. Not so much. I'm 42 now, so I've been doing paranormal for about 20 years. And I didn't start ghost hunting and drag until COVID. And I've been doing drag for 20 years and paranormal for 20 years, but I never had this aha moment of do them together, see what happens. And then COVID, I couldn't go to a bar anymore in drag because, I'm not putting a mask over a freshly beautiful face and walking around covered. So I ended up going ghost hunting in drag during COVID at a place local here in Massachusetts called the S.K. Pierce Mansion. And I ended up getting an EVP that night, and it said, he's a lady. And I was like, immediately the ghosts are making fun of me. They're sassing me. And I'm like, this changes everything. Because not only are the ghosts more interactive when I'm in drag, they say different things than they do when I'm at a location not in drag. So I get wigs a lot, lashes, heels. They hit on me. They told me they wanted to have sex with me. That's on TikTok. There's a video of them where I was in this place where there's sailors everywhere, and I could feel this energy. There's a lot of war artifacts. And I'm like, if you could do anything you wanted to do to me right now, what would you do? And sex, 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 sex comes right out of the radio, clear as day. Everyone's screaming. One of the best things that ever happened. And, ghost hunting and drag, it's like, think of taking like the highest form of energy you can and then throwing it into a location that has never seen that high form of energy. And now it's like a whole new investigation that the spirits don't know what to do with me just as much as humans don't.
It's well, look, you're leading into my next. I ask this to all our guests, but this is a perfect time to ask because you brought it up. What do you think spirits are? What do you think they are? Because you're using energy a lot.
Yeah, I think spirits are energy that have moved on. And I believe that there's different kinds of spirits. I believe there are spirits that weren't human ever. And I believe that there are spirits that have moved on and just come and visit. And then we have ghosts that are kind of stuck here on this 3D planet we're on. And energy is different for everyone too. Every medium reads it differently. I get things differently than other mediums too. But I believe ghosts are just our remnants and our memories and some of our energy that's kind of behind that we can communicate with. And
were you ghost hunting when you weren't in drag, and did you notice the significant difference?
Yeah. So when I wasn't in drag, we always had great nights still, and we use a lot of tools. I'm an equipment nerd, so like I have got like 20K worth of ghost hunting equipment. And oh yeah, I'm a serious if you come ghost hunting with me, I will pull out a whole table full of expensive stuff. And
what's your go-to?
Oh man, I love tripwire, which is like ghost Christmas lights. I love anything that is bright and shiny and pretty that I can like make different than any other ghost hunter in this world. I'm gonna do. Like I have a robot that I use, like a MIP. Just so many cool radios that I use different forms of radios. I scry as well, so I can like look through mirrors and see things. So I have a scrying mirror that I bring on location with me.
Yeah, mirrors are weird.
Yeah, tools are definitely my thing. I use my gift as well, but I'm more of a tool person.
Okay. All right. So I read you mentioned, that your drag persona was inspired by Elvira.
Yes.
And did you always see that natural bridge sort of between the world of camp horror and actual paranormal investigation? Now, I know you said you decided during COVID to combine the two, things, but what was it? What was that aha moment?
I don't even know what the aha moment was. It was boredom for me, really. Elvira had just been someone I was inspired by as a kid. As a kid, I was obsessed with all the Hollywood blondes like Pamela Anderson, Jenny McCarthy, all the women in Hollywood that were getting attention for the wrong reasons, I guess. That kind of was and Elvira to me had this sense of confidence about her. And she could just sit on that couch and host this movie, and nobody would not respect her because of how confident and how quick and funny she was. And I inspired to be her a lot in drag. And that's why I started doing drag, was Elvira. And I started out hosting. And that's the thing about Elvira that I wanted to do. I wanted to sit on a couch. I wanted to talk about movies or host. And that's how I became the hostess with the mostess. And then when I started ghost hunting, we switched it to the ghostess with the mostess. But Elvira was the complete and total inspiration for that. And still to this day, like I have never even met her in person. Every time I've gone to meet her, I end up sick or she cancels. Something always happens every time I have a ticket.
Oh my God, we got to figure that out.
Yeah,
in front of Elvira, that'd be wonderful.
Do you find that you have double the prep work for your investigations? Because your makeup's on point, right? So that takes skill and time, and then you have to prep for your investigation. So what's that like?
Yeah, so usually I pack everything for the investigation first. I'm OCD, so I got to make sure everything is lined up and in the car. And then I usually get ready at location because I want to see how spirit reacts to the fact that I'm getting ready in their room too. I have a castle up here that I get ready in, and I get ready in the woman who built the castle's room, and I've actually felt her presence in there while I'm getting ready. And I almost feel like she appreciates the fact that I'm using her mirror and her things. But I spend an hour and a half just getting ready for the investigation, not including unpacking, setting up everything, and preparing for the night. So on top of any other investigator that's throwing on a black shirt and a pair of jeans.
Oh, that's exactly right.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Hold on. The get ready. The get ready. Yeah. The get ready with me look for the most part is the black t-shirt, cross your arms, And
Yeah.
like,
And you're not really giving the spirits anything to react to at that point, too. Because I will tell you, one of the coolest things that happens to me is I wear different colored dresses to every event. Like I had a whole bunch designed just for ghost hunting. And the ghosts will actually comment on the color of my dress. They'll put in requests for colors that I wear next time over radios where guests are listening and they're like, they just told you to wear red. And I'm like, I will, I'll wear it next time. And then I'll wear red the next time. And the spirits will react to the fact that I actually wore that red dress for them.
I love it. Like all right. So this is what I want to get into this with you, because this is what the disruptor that you are. And you refer to yourself as the world's most unique trigger object, so break that down for listeners right now. Why do you consider yourself that?
Well, first, I was the first drag queen, I believe, ever to step into a haunted location and go investigating in drag. Second, it's disrupting because I am the highest form of energy there is. I created this trigger object accidentally just by going ghost hunting in drag. And I didn't realize when I did it that first time just how explosive it changes every investigation. Like when we're there, we still get great stuff when I go investigating as a guy, but when I'm in drag, it's almost like I spill EMF into a location and it just can feed off of that. I'm very disruptive. If you want to change the course of an investigation or a TV show, throw a drag queen in it.
Do you feel, Monique, that it's because of you? Like when you're in this persona, in your drag queen persona, does it give you that lift of energy? It's not just the look of the outfit, is it, for spirits? It's internal for you,
Yeah,
right? Like
it's internal.
you preparing, am I wrong? Like that's a question.
Yeah. The look is feeding, the look is giving us something to play with and talk about. And it's kind of a costume. If you showed up to an investigation dressed up in costume, they would probably react to the costume too. But it's an internal energy. There's just definitely a huge spike of energy that comes out when you're dressed in drag. It's like putting on a whole new person, and you get to like leave and you just get to be someone else. And it's very freeing. So it's almost like alleviating my brain of anything that I would have taken to that investigation with me. I'm putting on a completely different person that I'm just investigating as.
Do you go by yourself or do you go with other people?
I usually host events now. I've become a little niche market up here, and I'm doing like sold out events all over New England. I host them in drag. They can come scream with this queen and experience the best trigger object ever in person.
Well,
And
I gotta say, when you're calling yourself a trigger object, right? And definitely more of a trigger person, right? Even though I get it, right? Obviously, but it's just amazing because I can back this up 100%. I can back it even way more. Think about it like this: you take spirits from the 1800s, right? We're gonna throw it out there, 1800s. How many of them have had desires, lusts, things that were taboo back in the day that they couldn't express? And then here you come, and you're just like awakening all of that, all of those feelings, all those desires, all that lust. It's pretty wild. I've noticed it just dealing with spirits. I've had a lot of spirits hit on me, both male and female, right? And it's wild. So I can only imagine what it's like to be in a room with you while speaking to spirits. They must look at you and go, "Wow, maybe I can be myself."
we actually had a location, Sweet Spring Sanitarium in West Virginia. They don't actually do investigation anymore. But I wasn't even in drag for this one, but we were drawn to the women's corridor or the men's corridor there. And if you knew anything about Sweet Springs, they had a men's corridor, a women's corridor, and then they had like the staff corridor. And there's 300 and something rooms in this building. It's shaped like the letter E, and it's massive. We got lost in there so many times this night. But in the men's corridor, I kept getting told to go to a room, and one specific room in this whole hallway. And so we go to this room, and I'm like, they're not going to leave me alone unless we go in this room. We go to the room, and we're just like looking around, and this place has got like, it almost looks like it was just left behind. Like everyone picked up and just left with what they could grab. Well, inside this room was very large, tall sized women's clothes. And there was like little knickknacks, and there was like newspaper articles about cross-dressing. And I'm like, oh my God, there was someone here institutionalized for cross-dressing. And they're like making me come to their room right now because they see that in me and they want me to like possibly get that story out of them. So I've been wanting to go back since in drag and see if I can get led to that exact same room and if they'll give me more.
That's wild. That is, yeah. I mean, have you ever felt a spirit was confused?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
definitely.
get that a lot.
Yeah, and gender is something is more talked about nowadays than it was, and like you said, in any time period. Like what I'm doing right now probably would have put me in a mental hospital in the 1950s easily. For real though, and I've been
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
yeah,
unfortunately, yeah.
yeah, and I've investigated mental hospitals in drag, and I mean the energy there can be really wacky when I'm there. It like it's so weird.
Have you done a 50-50 yet? Have
What's
you
that?
done like half the night, not in drag, and then be like, all right, everybody, I'll be right back, and then come, right back in dressed up?
Yeah, so most of my events I change around 1 or 2 in the morning, and I'll continue to investigate with the guests until like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning until I really crash. Um,
Okay.
but I have to warn my guests that I'm going to change because this and me as a boy are nothing alike. And I have to like warn people because I've actually scared people and they've tried to like report me to people that work at my events. And they're like, some creepy guy just showed up. And I'm like, oh my God, this is hysterical. I look like Pee Wee Herman as a boy.
Oh my God.
So it's
Paul
like the
Rubin?
complete
You look like
opposite.
Paul Rubin?
Yeah,
I used
a
to
lot of
love
people will
Paul
be like, "You
Rubin
look like Pee Wee
growing up.
Herman," but
Man.
people just they don't get it. So I have to warn everybody at the beginning of every event that I'm going to take this off at some point, and this random guy is just going to show up.
But does the
Oh,
whole
that's
vibe, but the
funny.
whole vibe must change, right? 'Cause, I mean, that must the
Yeah.
energy that you talk about
Yeah.
really is not just from you at that point, right? The energy
Right.
is also from your guests and the people with you. There's certainly hanging out with the drag queen, and your big personality and this persona is going to be, I bet the party drops at 1 in the morning. It's like,
Does.
listen, I'm
Yeah.
taking this wig off. I'm coming back. Everything goes down, right? And it's got to be a whole different vibe. Which then, have you noticed? Right? Has the investigations gotten a little? Do they get a little lame at that point?
Not lame, but they definitely can get quieter. But I find that happens even when I'm not in drag at locations. I feel like we're gonna get like a really good hour of stuff, I feel, every night, and then we're gonna have about 5 hours of, little things or quiet things, but it doesn't tell us ahead of time when that hour is going to be. So it's usually when I'm in drag, obviously, but it can also be later in the night too after I change. Typically after I get out of drag, my energy level is dropping because I'm exhausted. I walk around in heels and platforms and covered in
Oh,
makeup.
hold on, hold on. How is it walking around in heels at some of these locations?
Some of them don't let me wear heels. So I
Yeah.
started wearing platforms because they don't want me
Okay.
to
Okay.
fall or scratch. Some of
Yeah.
them have restored floors too, and they don't want me to scratch the floors
I
with
don't
the
want
heel.
you to-
So I'll wear platforms to those events. But yeah, I want any ghost hunter that's on TV right now to get in drag and go ghost hunting and tell me how uncomfortable and miserable
It's
they
got.
are.
They have to be. I would be. I'm sorry. That's why when you said heels, I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute!
Monique, how tall are
You're
you?
not wearing sneakers?"
So
Like
without heels, I'm 5'10". So with heels, I'm a little over 6 foot.
Right, right. That's about it's a vision. It's amazing.
Yeah,
yeah.
I walk
I
into
love
ceilings
it.
all the time at locations. I've bumped my head on things, pipes.
Jesus.
I will
So,
do anything for a reaction too.
oh my God. So, look, this community that we're in, right? There's a lot of skeptics, and they like things scientific and sterile, where you like glamour and glitter. And the paranormal community, the field as a whole, can feel rigid. Everyone's real set in their ways. How has your experience been with the community?
I would say like 50-50, 50% positive. There are a lot of what I've noticed is a lot of gay people in the community, but they're kind of closeted, which is kind of, back in the day for me. I'm not used to seeing people really closeted, and it's a very straight male bit industry, the paranormal. You don't really see any of the gay people on TV either. If they are on TV, you're almost very unaware that they're gay at all. They don't talk about it. They've never really presented it that way. I've had people laugh in my face at Paracons, like celebrities, like full-blown paranormal celebrities just laugh at me. I've had them stop me from getting bookings. I've had locations legit just say, we will not work with you. We don't want that on our
Oh, no.
website. We don't want any of the press that we'll get for this. I've been shot down. Like I've literally begged to get into places. There are locations that I want to go to so bad, but they refuse to allow this. And I lost a booking in Tennessee one year because they were trying to make drag illegal in Tennessee. So the people were like, we're afraid you might get arrested if you go out in public here. So we're just going to cancel until this all settles down. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with the world?
Well, Monique, listen. If you're ever in New York and you want to come on a little ghost adventure with me, you are welcome to. drag or not. I don't care.
Awesome.
You can look however you want, and I am down.
What?
So,
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that's the look? I mean,
because they got to be serious.
Yeah, but what do you think falls? I mean, look. Well, I mean, does it really stem back? Here's my theory. Look, it's like I don't know the Taps guys, but I mean, they're really the first guys, right? They came out on TV, and it was the blue collar guy, right? It was plumbers, who are ghost hunting. So they set the standard for it. Whereas before them, what was it? It was like almost nerds, right? Just like scientists and parapsychologists were straight up nerds with like a pen and book. Then they come out and it's like, we got gear and EMF, but we're plumbers. And that's what spawned a lot of the look and the idea that you need tech and all that stuff. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that's really still rooted there with that?
I really do. If you look at any of the paranormal TV, even on all the apps where the content's being created, it's almost like it's got a blueprint and it's almost identical. Even the girls that are in the paranormal, the women, even there's trans people as well. Even a lot of them are doing it the exact same way. They're all wearing black. They're all wearing, they all have their toolkits and their toolbox that they walk in with. And there's no color in the paranormal world. There's no glitter. There's nothing. It's so serious. And like paranormal is serious and it should be taken seriously. We should be respecting the dead and everything on the other side. But there's also an element of fun there.
Yeah, we're humans. We're humans.
Right. Exactly. I was going to correct you on that. It's like you could take the field seriously, but you could still have fun with it. That doesn't diminish what we're talking about. But like marginalized voices, in this community, I mean, even like African Americans too. It's like there's the Ghost Brothers. Marginalized groups in this genre are few and far between, or like you said, they're keeping quiet about it. And I love the fact that you're so open about it.
And I'm trying to force my way in. I keep telling people, I'm like, you may not want to work with me now, but if something does take off, because there are things in places that tomorrow morning could turn me into a completely different person, and people will be begging me to be at their events and doing stuff with them at this point.
Keep doing you.
Yeah. And if
keep
you
doing you, don't change. Keep being you. It was like when I started. I like to joke around with my community, laugh, have fun, and everybody just hated me for it. I just kept doing me, and now look, just keep doing you. Who cares about everybody else? I care about the individual, right? Not the community as a whole. And you're a prime example of that because you are awesome.
Well, John gets a lot of heat. John gets a lot of heat because a lot of people think he's out there being a ghost investigator or a ghost hunter. And that's the one thing and they don't listen to him because he clearly always says, I'm not a ghost hunter. I document. I just talk to him. I do my thing, but I communicate. I'm not here to investigate and any of that. But they never listen to that part. So they always disavow what he's doing or what he says as evidence. They don't buy into it or any of that shit, which is always strange to me. It's like, who cares? Number one.
Right.
And so it's, when you're out there, Monique, with this, you really are sort of a pioneer. You are this pioneer for your community. And so do you feel like a burden, or is it a responsibility now for you to represent the LGBTQ community in the paranormal space? Or is it more of your primary goal to find ghosts? Like, how do you balance that?
So I don't even really know what my primary objective is anymore at this point. I think I've started to get relaxed doing what I'm doing. And I think for the past couple of years, I was chasing the Hollywood dream of it all because I was getting a lot of those clicks. For a couple of years, I filmed like 5 or 6 different TV shows that never went anywhere. Yeah. And they were all about me and what I'm doing and how I'm changing things. And it seems like nobody wants to pick it up. Nobody wants anything different. And that is really where it's coming from. A lot of people are saying they're too conservative for this kind of entertainment. Like, their entertainment should be fun.
Right.
It shouldn't be a thing about.
Look, you're talking to somebody. I used to work at Discovery. I worked there for like 10 years, right? The studio side of things. So you're talking about that network and those people and those shows are very Bible Belt, Middle America. It is the working man sort of thing, right? So all the ghost shows, it's to figure out how you break through. Like, where do I program you in this serious serious, funny, serious, like how do I sell it? And then is it because the audience for paranormal is very similar to the audience for true crime. It's almost like the same sort of thing, right? The people who like one usually like the other, and they're very avid audience for it. So, but when you try to change the tone for it, it's hard. They don't know what to do. They just don't know what to do. They know that they can't keep their eyes off you. You make them smile and laugh. They just don't know where to put you on the schedule. So it's better to try to figure it out in my opinion, figure it out on your own, which is kind of, how this whole thing started. It's one of those things. When it comes to, so outside of ghost hunting, I mean, is horror like a vibe for you because of Elvira? Like, what's going on behind you here? What's all that stuff? Is it like, is it still part of your universe?
Yeah, horror is pretty much all I watch. I've been obsessed with horror since I was like 7 years old, so I've grown up with it. The rest of my room is covered in ghosts. I'm very obsessed with ghosts, Legos. I love video games. I'm the biggest nerd outside of drag. I'm Barbie in drag, and I am definitely the nerd outside of it.
But I'm the biggest pussy with horror. I cannot. I get terrified. My wife will put on it. She'll put on something scary, and then she sits there with her phone like secretly like this to film me while I'm gripping my dog and yelling at the screen, and like everything that happens, I'm like, this is insane. We talk about this all like the last horror movie I went to the theater to see was The Grudge, and I was terrified. That movie, I felt like I ran a marathon. Yeah. And then the second scariest thing I've seen in a long time was the Haunting of Hill House on Netflix, which was terrifying, and I believe has the greatest jump scare in history within it. What do you think scary? What scares you? Anything, or what's the
very much nothing. I don't horror movie wise, stuff that bothers me is more like the guttural, like stuff that feels real, like Midsummer. Like I feel like there's a cult out there somewhere actually doing this.
100%.
Like,
yeah, Swedes, right? I never thought I had to be afraid of Swedes before, and now I saw Midsummer, and I'm like, nope, they're no good. They're definitely
in the woods anywhere, and nowhere where there's any kind of festival happening. No, anything cult related. I love horror, but like none of it really scares me. But cult stuff, definitely. I don't know. There's something to me that it's truly terrifying that so many people can follow and believe something so truly.
Welcome to America.
Yeah.
The biggest cult in the world right now. And it literally, it's so weird to me how it's so true to these people, like watching like the Kool-Aid cult with, Jim Jones and all that back. They believed this stuff. And like, to me, it's like, how do you get to that point in your head where you start to like, it's scary to me.
Yeah. I don't like torture.
Broken human mind,
I don't like torture porn movies. Like, I don't like the Saw movie. I especially don't like them. Like, I'm not even going in. Like Hostel and Saw and anything like that, like Human Set, like anything that stuff is just gross for gratuitously gross. I don't find it scary, Yeah.
I like it all.
What'd you say? Did you see Weapons?
Yeah, I didn't think that was scary.
I didn't think it was scary, but and I didn't think, I gotta be honest, I didn't think it was worth the hype. John, did you see Weapons yet?
I didn't see Weapons. Right now, I've been watching Welcome to Derry.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
I don't find it scary, but I think it's awesome. I think they're doing a great job with the storytelling, tying it all in and whatnot, and to the whole Stephen King legacy with all his books. And there's a lot of cool stuff. If you read Stephen King and you watch Welcome to Derry, you're like, are they referencing what I think they're referencing? Are they bringing up The Shining? Are they bringing up? And you're like,
dude, I'm a straight white guy. Of course, I loved Stephen King as a teenager. That's what we did in high school at 15. We read Stephen King. It was like our first books.
Yeah, dude. I used to pull down your books off your bookshelf and read them when I go over to.
It was different reading them, and then now as I'm older, I can't watch them. And then once I had kids, I get scared even more. But Weapons, I thought Weapons was a little
comedy.
The marketing was genius because you didn't know what it was, but then you watch it, and I have a lot of friends who are writers, right? And they told me, he's like, he didn't know what the movie was. So it's like I'm not going to spoil any plot points, but basically what happened is he got to a certain point, and then in the movie they start to retell the same thing from different points of view.
Yeah,
because he didn't know what to do. So the writer doesn't know what to do. So it's like he just retells the thing from different points of view, and then it wraps up, and you're just like, Oh, that's
Yeah.
what it is. It's just a monster, or whatever it is. It's like this
And
thing.
that's what killed me about it. The 3 stories, I'm like, we didn't need a whole hour of extra stories that didn't actually go very further into a different story.
Yeah, and it wasn't scary. I agree. It was just
It,
So,
was, it turned into a
Monique,
con.
if you were to pick a place, like what's your dream place to go and investigate?
Oh, and this hasn't happened yet, not even once anywhere. I have not been in a prison in drag yet.
Okay.
But my dream is Alcatraz.
Great.
Alcatraz.
Oh, Alcatraz, yeah.
I want to do the escape route in drag. I want to crawl through the wall and like escape the prison in full drag ghost hunting.
Like Nicolas Cage.
Yes, but I want to be the first drag queen in Alcatraz. I want to go into Alcatraz and see what happens to me.
Have you ever just gone just to visit Alcatraz and drag?
Yes, I have definitely been in a prison before. Not Alcatraz, but I went to West Virginia State Pen. But I have never even been over near Alcatraz. I'm planning on going to Winchester next year or the year after.
Okay.
So I will definitely do a tour when I'm there. I don't think Alcatraz would really want a ghost hunting drag queen there if I called them and asked them, but
I don't see why not. It's remember where it is. It's San Francisco.
True.
And listen, anybody with a business mind knows that your money is green.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I try anyway.
It's no, it's it is a great. I've been to Alcatraz a bunch of times for tours. I don't ghost investigate, but it's like I'm not going to sit there at night, and that's just not for me. I'd watch you guys do it.
I would do it alone in drag. Just to be in there.
So, outside of ghost hunting, you still host like Ghost and Glitter and Check Out My Equipment, or are those past shows or new shows or?
So I haven't done anything with Check Out My Equipment in a little while. And Ghost and Glitter, I had planned on doing a second season, and this year I got really busy with events. I ended up having a lot of events this year in just a lot less time. So like really outside of drag, I own a hair salon. I also am a realtor. So, I do a lot of stuff. I'm a parent. I do drag shows here and there still, but the ghost hunting stuff is kind of like my passion, my love, the thing I really enjoy doing.
What's the ultimate goal then for you, Money, for your brand?
I honestly am just having fun and seeing where it goes, and I'm just going to keep being me and building my brand. And if people want it, great, come and get it. And if they don't, then I'm just going to explode glitter on them regardless.
There you go. So, Monique, what about the drag community? How does the drag community feel about what you do? Or other people that are,
I've had a couple of drag queens reach out that want to come ghost hunting. I've actually found a gay paranormal investigator that also does drag that I'm going to do an event with next summer, and we're going to see what happens with 2 drag queens. But most of the ones around here that know me, like they all were like, "Oh, I would love to go ghost hunting," but nobody's ever really come. They really just aren't that fazed by it at all. Drag queens are very heavily focused on like doing shows and drag race and all of that. And my focus isn't on shows anymore. I don't perform on stage unless it's once a year and I take a booking. I more or less want to host. I want to be involved in doing something hands-on. I want to be in creepy ass locations and dress up as Elvira, enticing the spirits to come out and play. And
what outside of the drag that, and the hosting and the pop culture of sort of powerhouse that you are in the space, what do you walk away from personally when you go ghost hunting, when you're dealing with spirits? How does it touch you? You know what I mean? How does it touch you? How does it move you? Like, what do you feel you might be getting closer to understanding?
Well, I usually walk away with a lot of exhaustion. And I'm tired for a couple of days. You get like a really good hangover. But I think at the end of the day, what makes me love doing paranormal is you kind of get there and you're kind of have this expectation for what's going to happen that night. And I feel like it never is what you expect. And it's always a surprise. And it's almost like hearing stories from a time that I never was. And I hate history, so I'm not going to pick up a history book, but it's different when it's being told by the people themselves. And I get to share their stories. And I own a hair salon, so I talk about this all day with my clients. And it's so cool that I can go talk to the spirit of Elliot on Saturday. And then Wednesday, I can share Elliot's story with a client. Or for me, it's about sharing that experience. It's about making people fall in love with the paranormal, and also changing that view of what drag is, getting rid of like drag queens are scary, they're trying to take our children, like they're not freaking scary. I have a child. I'm not grooming my child. He does not want to do drag. Like we are not scary.
Great. That was funny. That was
no,
great.
Acceptance. I want to walk away with acceptance. I want to
Drag
walk away
queens
with
are
that
nothing for you
story.
children.
have you
For me,
ever
it's a
gone deeper?
story.
Like, have you ever gone deeper when you've heard something or felt something and looked it up? Like, gone and tried
Oh, yeah.
to go, like what? Can you?
Yeah, so I have
Situation?
I'm on my fourth book right now. So the first one's already out. So first book out, second book coming January 1st. But
Wait, was
these
this the Haunting of Emery Estates? Is that your
yeah.
first?
So
Yeah.
that was my first book. And then the second one is Haunting of Hunt Memorial. This one's coming soon. This was where we had our book party. But we ended up, the second book took place over 3 separate investigations. So we got stuff, we went and researched, we went back, got more stuff, went and researched, and then we went back, and then we were led to a cemetery in this book. And in the cemetery, we got more story from this building that is probably like 4 or 5 blocks away from the cemetery. It was kind of crazy. And like Emory, I don't think I've been there twice. I only went there that one night, but it was just so good. It turned into a book. The Castle's going to have a book soon. Wilson Castle. We're working on that one. I have a very deep connection to this castle. It's the first place that let me in drag. And I fell in love with the spirits there. They look forward to me. I bring gifts for them. The grandfather of the spirit of the castle, the great grandfather of the owner of the castle, the current living owner, is he hits on me when I'm there. And I was like, nervous to tell the owner of the castle because I'm like, what do? You tell them that your great grandfather's ghost is hitting on a drag queen, and what are they going to say about that? How are they going to react? Her reaction was, oh yeah, he was that dirty old man at the party that would hit on anything with legs. And I'm like, okay, I get it now. Yeah. For me, it's just this experience that's completely different and abnormal, and I love the documenting of it. The books.
I think you're underselling yourself, Monique. I mean, honestly, when we're sitting here talking about like it's pow and glitter and glam, but to have 2 books, a third coming out where you're going back and forth and digging in, that's legitimate investigation. That's that's a real. That's what a lot of these people are that think they're doing it aren't doing, and they might be giving you shit for not doing it or looking down at you because of how you look for it. Possibly, I don't know, but that's real investigation. That's not something to just blow under the rug, right? I mean, it feels like you love that.
Yeah, and I'm not just getting weird comical reactions from the spirit world either. Obviously that happens with regular groups, but and some people also think that's going to be the case. They're going to come ghost hunting with me and it's going to be all heels and lashes and this and that, but it's not. There's really serious things. These books, I was in drag for both of these investigations, and there's really nothing related to drag in these books. It's not about the fact that I'm in drag. It's just the energy that was created those nights and how effective that energy fed both of these locations. The first book of Emery, we had a spirit communicating with a hot or cold device for almost a whole hour. That is a long time for a spirit to stay active.
Yeah.
And we turned the thing on and off. We were doing things to make sure this equipment wasn't working. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a TV show where something is working that long.
Do you do spirit boxes or apps or any of that stuff in here?
Some of them. I don't. So I take everything with a grain of salt, regardless of what it is. Mediumship and equipment. You nothing is ever 100%. Like I said, this is a parascience, but it's not a strict science either. That nothing is a fact. Everything we get is opinion based from what we're getting with our tools and our equipment. Like my books, I'm not publishing these as like, this is what happened at Wilson Castle. This is a story of something I got when I was at Wilson Castle, and this is a story that I'm sharing and I was asked to share with the world. So, but does that mean it's a fact that happened years and years ago? No, we really never will know, right? Unless we find that evidence in history.
And once again, you are you are more of a paranormal investigator than you let on, because the one thing with look, I'm trying to learn about this world, right? And I'm meeting, I want to get different perspectives from everybody. And I've met a lot of parapsychologists and things like that. One of my favorites is this guy, Steve Parsons, John, the UK guy. He wrote this book called Ghostology, where it's people, for some reason, every dick who grabs an EMF meter or K2 thing thinks they're a scientist because they've got it. And it's like, well, this is what it is, right? I'm a scientist. And therefore it's like, no, man, you don't even know what it does. You just think, and that's not what science
lights up and makes noise.
Right. And it's like, that's not what science is. And even just what you just said shows that you think more critically and scientifically than half of them out there. Do you go to these para conferences and things like that?
I've been invited to a few and I tend to do them. They're very exhausting for me because, like I said, I'm in costume all day, 2 days in a row normally. Sometimes I'm at a VIP party. Being in drag that much is very hard. I have signed on to do 2 next year, and it was just because I was invited. I typically don't reach out to them anymore. But I was invited to do one in Atlantic City. And I'm going to be investigating the Absecon Lighthouse as the VIP party.
That's cool.
Yeah, really cool. And then I'm going to be doing the main Paracon this year.
And how have those things been for you when you go?
So I've had positive and negative Paracon experiences, mostly positive. I've been yelled at by the owner of one of the Paracons in front of guests. Oh,
like,
yeah.
For what?
Oh, just being there.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, just being me, and got yelled at in front of a whole group of people. I've definitely had a lot of support from people. I've had people come up to me and be like, I've been following you, that are celebrities. And I'm like, why are you following me? Like, and they're like, I love what you're doing. Keep doing it. Don't let anyone dull you. But you do, like I said, you get some that are great. And then you can tell the ones that are just laughing in your face as they're talking to you.
Oh, listen, we get, John and I are both, these partial Italian straight white guys who went to Catholic school who now are atheists. We get so much religious hate and for being that way, like sort of shunning how we grew up in so many ways. I can't even imagine what you have to go through with that, with those crazies. Because look, there's a lot of crazies in this in the paranormal space, especially the keyboard warriors online. Do you go? Are you active on social media still? Like, do you post a lot? Do you do your...
Yeah, I do. And I try to post a lot of videos when I do go investigating and stuff from the events. I'm not super active. One thing I've learned a lot about social media is people, like you said, they're keyboard warriors.
Keyboard warriors.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't listen to a thing they say.
Yeah, something that I've always admired that RuPaul has always said on RuPaul's Drag Race is other people's opinions are none of my business about me. So, and that's kind of like, you just got to stay out of it because there is so much negativity. And I have people that will follow me and say all these amazing things to me on Facebook about how much they love what I'm doing or this. So they'll meet me at events. They'll be like, you're really just such a great person. And then they'll go on Facebook and post like an anti-drag political thing about how they think drag should be illegal. I'll be like, what did you don't even know what you're talking about. You just told me you love me to my face and now you're trashing my whole community on Facebook.
So crazy.
What do you, Monique, what do you want like 10 years from now when they look at Monique too soon? What do you want your sort of legacy in this space to be?
I want
locations. You are unique.
Thank you. I really just want locations to take me seriously, to want to work with me. I want people to see the glitter in this. I want people to see that it doesn't just have to be black and white. There can be color. There can be different people. There can be different kinds of paranormal investigation. It's not always going to be this little cookie cutter thing that's been created by, television over the past 20 years. It's got to change. It's due for something fun, something fresh. And I have fun with paranormal, and I think everybody should have fun. I think everybody should be laughing at every event. I don't think it should be so serious and so cut and dry. And like I said, I think the paranormal world in 10 years, I would just like to see color.
I feel like we're all part of the island of misfit toys from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer in so many ways.
Yeah.
And I put myself in that category too, where it's like, the elf that wants to be a dentist. And you remember, what was the guy's name who, God damn.
What's his name? Not Yukon Cornelius.
Yes,
that's
Yukon
the
Cornelius.
minor.
Yeah,
Yukon's the minor.
Yeah.
I can't remember the
Sorry, it's in my head because we're so close to Christmas. And you remember what a dick Santa is in that? He's such a dick.
They're all a-holes.
Yeah, but hold on a second.
Rudolph's
People
father.
forget.
Good.
Dude, oh my God. But really, do you remember this, Monique? I mean, do you remember Rudolph the Red-Nosed? Santa is such a dick to when, he has Rudolph and he's like, you're going to bring that shit. You're going to cover that boy up. It's like, he's oh. If you don't remember what I'm saying, please go watch Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and you're going to see what?
It's that whole movie is euphemisms for so many different things.
So crazy. And yeah, they are so mean and so nasty, especially Santa. And then it's like, oh well, it's so stormy out, and then it's like, oh, now you need the kid with the red nose, you prick.
Yeah, right.
It's
Yeah.
unbelievable how bad
Uh-oh.
it is. It's
Yep.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
So funny how some television just didn't age well.
No, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know. It's crazy. But the point being, like, they're the ones who saved it, right? Like, all the misfits save it, because it does get so exhausting to hear the critics and the critique, and it's like, why do it this way? Why is it any less legitimate? Why is this belief system any less legitimate? Why is what I'm doing? And scientifically, everything what you're saying doesn't sound. You sounds like you're doing it even better than most. And
But science doesn't care. That's the thing.
yeah.
Science doesn't care, right? Like, and that's why what she's doing is awesome, because it doesn't matter if she dresses up in drag, if she dresses up like a big fiery red dragon and goes to these locations. The actual the science of it doesn't care. Doesn't care what color we are, what we sound like, what we look like. It's the people. It's the people in the community that care, and sometimes they can be quite horrible in their responses and to the stimuli, if you will.
Do you think everybody, Monique, has some sort of ability in paranormal? What's your experience been with around other people, or some of the people you take on tour, or have you?
Yeah.
What do you think that is?
I think everyone fits in somewhere. And I've spent probably 15 years building a team of people that I personally think we work good together too. Because I feel like some people battery other people in this world.
Ooh, who's on your team? What's your team made up? How do you do that?
Yeah. So I always have my husband with me. And then I have my friend Lexi, who's a medium. She'll be with me at the Abscon Lighthouse.
Well, wait, don't jump ahead. What's your husband do? Why is he a good part of the team? I mean, outside of being a life partner, I'm talking about what makes him a good paranormal investigative partner.
Not really much, to be honest. He's he's good at bringing things up the stairs for me.
Yeah, I was about to say, he carries your bags, doesn't he?
The heavy lifting.
He's the heavy lifter. Hey,
yeah,
listen,
he's the heavy lifter. He's gonna kill me. He's probably listening and he's gonna murder me.
Right.
And then I have a medium named Lexi that I bring everywhere. And the thing with me and Lexi is we did a show of Dark Echoes together and we finished each other's minds. So like we'll be thinking the same thing and then we'll just start talking about it. And then people will be like, what are you talking about? We'll be filling in answers to something. And we were filmed blindfolded at a place and we were pulling out a whole story blindfolded.
Ooh,
like it was crazy. And then I battery up with another medium like that. And then the co-author of my books.
I'm sorry, what did you just call that? You battery what?
Battery up with another medium. It's
that.
Almost like our charges connect the correct way and we make even more action happen. It's like you feed images to each other. And it's only happened with two people before. I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of people, and it's only happened with two people and me. And one of them's a dark witch medium from Florida, and the other one's my friend Lexi, who lives in Vermont. And I don't know why it does it. It's just really weird. If I sit back to back with Lexi at the castle a couple of months ago, we were unfolding someone buried in the back of the castle. And I would say one thing and she would be like, oh yeah, and the leaves are on her face. She threw up, she got hit in the head with, and then I'll start feeding something else. It's so weird, but it doesn't happen every time. It happens so randomly. And then other than that, on my team, like I said, that my friend Nora, who's from Florida, it's just our perfect.
What's a dark witch? You said she's a dark witch?
Yeah, so my friend Nora from Florida, she's just a darker medium. I think she's just someone, you always hear people that are like, I'm a light witch, I'm a dark witch. She's just someone that is curious about things that other people are afraid of. So she'll tend to walk closer to those lines versus, like someone else will step away from things they're afraid of. I am one of those investigators that's not a big demon person. I'm not necessarily a believer in things that are more biblical created things. I am more of it's a ghost, it's a person, or it was not a person, but I don't really believe necessarily in that stuff.
You mentioned that before, that you think that there are spirits that are non-human. What do you think it is?
I believe that's land, elemental. That's really what I'm talking about with that. Elemental. Yeah, so things that are connected to the land, and you find a lot of those in like places where there was heavy Native American history, like the Conjuring House is one of those. And that's a place I hosted New Year's Eve for a couple of years. And that has a very weird elemental energy to it. There are psychics that have gone there and said it's made offers to them, when you enter the Conjuring House, it's almost like you drive into like a jelly mold And when you're in there, everything just shakes. And you're stuck in this jelly mold of energy. And it's so heavy, but it's not one specific thing. It's like the land is feeding that whole house. Like I don't think the story of The Conjuring, everything's Hollywood. The real story behind it is just this eclectic amount of energy, and then they threw in all these kids and a family, and they just fed the energy more and more and more, and it grows when you're feeding it, right?
Yeah, we had Andrea on the show, and
Yeah.
we did an interview with her, and she's such a pleasant human being,
Mm.
such an awesome soul, and yeah,
One
it
of my
basically
best
telling us
friends.
the same thing,
And John, but this jelly mold
I
vibe.
know. I know. And so everybody listening to is going to be like, wait a minute, John, you talk about the jelly.
Yeah, I see.
It's
I
jelly
think.
mold.
Well, see, I think like my thing is when I download the apps that John uses on in his live feed to get the feedback he gets, I don't get the reaction he gets. I just don't get it. I think that's me. I think I think these are all tools that play off the user. And John gets good reaction because I think he might be a witch or whatever he is that's got whatever he's got going on. But
It's that witchy sauce. That's it.
When he feels it, he is constantly describes it as exactly what you just said. Like he is inside a jello mold that's shaking, like that's how he knows something atmospheric. I want to jump back though to when you're talking about elemental, but are they why they're asking for things like what I guess I'm trying to get my head around what that means or how you see it or feel it rather.
Yeah, so that's not something I have a lot of experience with. I have experience with elementals, but I'm not someone that's ever been given an offer or any of this, but I heard this story from a medium and it kind of always resounded with me because I was a big fan of the show Supernatural. And do you remember in the show Supernatural where they would have the Crossroads demon, and the Crossroads demon would give you that option, like I'll give you this if you do this for me or something. And there was a really well-known medium, I won't say the person's name, but I believe this person is really sensitive, and they had made a post about after going to the Conjuring house about how they had felt like they were given an offer and from this land spirit. And I mean, do I 100% know that's true? No, but I want to believe in my head that could have actually been a real thing. Because if you think about elemental, it's a heavy, big energy. It's not a little spirit energy. It's not a human. It's land. It's earth. It's fire. It's water.
That's
existence.
John, have you ever heard
older than us?
Have you ever
elemental? So of course.
Have you ever feel like you've come across something that could be elemental as opposed to interdimensional or like things that you believe in?
I can't say that I have on that aspect. However, I have come across places where the land seems to have its own heartbeat, if you will.
You're in New York, right?
Sense. Yeah, I'm in New York. I'm right near New York City.
Hinsdale House.
Yeah. So I'm
sorry. What did you say?
The Hinsdale House in New York. That is one of those properties that has a pulse.
Yeah. I've heard. I haven't been there, but I've heard of that place. Buckout Road, for example, is one of those places that has its own heartbeat, if you will.
Yep.
But yeah, no. As far as elementals are an interesting topic. So many people believe in different things. But one thing that is always described with elementals is this separation of human spirit to actual like power and energy, and how different and almost monumental it feels compared to, say, something minuscule like a regular spirit. So,
Are there anybody who are some of your mentors, Monique, in this space? You read anybody? Who taught you? And
nobody. TV taught me. I kind of taught myself, and I started learning the equipment, and I've been kind of taken under the wing of some people like Sam Baltrusis, who's a medium.
He's been a guest
on TV.
Yep. We've had Sam on. Sam's a great guy.
Yes, we've done a lot of events together. Heidi's been great with me. I'm very close with Andrea Perrin as well. I talk to Andrea on the phone almost every day by text message. But two of the people that have really been really good to me are the Groffs, Nick and Tessa. I'm really close with Tessa Groff. Nick Groff is one of the original Ghost Adventures guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they've really just been some of the kindest people in this whole world to me. And the kindness goes so far with me because I put on this facade. I walk into a place with my head held high, but things do get under my skin here and there. And you got to kind of like almost like not show that, because if they know they're getting under your skin, you kind of got to like you can't let them know it. Because then it's going to get worse. So I
All you
walk in
got to
there,
do is next time just tell them how
keep that face.
disappointed you are. That's it.
Yep.
Next time something starts to get under your skin, just be like, you know what? I'm so disappointed in you. You're really showing just how like bad humanity could be. How disappointing is that? That really gets to people. Like when I deal with trolls, you kill them with kindness. You tell them how disappointed you are. They lose it. They lose it. So that's something that a little technique I've done because I'm always dealing with people trying to get under my skin, and I can only imagine for you. Just being
listen.
yourself and being this. Oh, what's the best way for me to put it? You walk into a room, you're like a bright light, multicolored bright light,
Especially in this black t-shirt world we're living in.
Yes.
I mean, it's so fun. I love it. Like I said, I love it, but I'm a bit of an anarchist, I think. I do enjoy
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I just
that
do
rebel
enjoy
attitude.
and especially with an anarchist and a disruptor with credibility.
Yeah.
Just makes it that much more awesome to me.
Yep. Agreed.
I think you're so great.
Yep.
Monique, what do you want? What can we promote for you? Where do you want the people to find you? I mean, outside of your books, we will put links to those books in our link tree for sure. Do you have like a web? What's the go-to website where people can find out about your events?
MoniqueTooSoon.com has everything from Paracons to events, and any tickets will be available through there as well. My books are available on Amazon, and honestly, Monique Too Soon on all social media. You can find me anywhere. Just type my name in.
I can't thank you enough for taking the time with us. We really
thank you. It's great.
Thank you.
I think you have a unique voice. I think you are skilled, and it really is interesting to hear your perspective on not just what spirits are, but the paranormal world in general. I find it refreshing and I just find it interesting. I think it's really cool. Man. I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's one of my favorite ones I've done. This is a great podcast.
Oh,
I appreciate that.
We're trying to figure it out as we go a little bit, but we're doing all right. We had a really good Spotify wrap up. Gave us a really big ego boost.
It really did
for us. Like the top 5% of all videos watched on Spotify. Not to brag, but
that's amazing.
90. We were on the all news shows. People watched us more than 95% of all other new podcasts launched in 2025.
I love it.
We are, we're gonna wear that. We're gonna brag about that for all through 2026.
Spray that glitter everywhere.
We are. We're gonna revamp it all. But it's people seem to like how we're doing it. We're trying to do more, and I think the key is I want voices like yours.
We want amazing guests like yours, like you, 100%.
Unique
100%.
perspectives. Everyone thinks they knows what ghosts are, but no one knows what the hell a ghost is. I mean, it's like if we knew what a ghost was, the world would change as we know it. It'd be bigger than AI. So it's like it's fun to figure it out and hear people's personal experiences with it. And I really value your time and your unique perspective on this, Monique.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
guys so much for having me.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
Idiot.
Who's an idiot?
See him.
Who's an idiot?
Hey everybody, welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host Gary, along with my nephew John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? John, we did something different before the holidays. We did a Estes method in your old office.
Yes.
Tell us about this office and the history of it and what we are about to show and let the good people hear.
So back in 2023, I got a very small office, size of a closet, here at a factory in my hometown. This factory was originally built in 1865. And by 1902, it became the largest factory of its kind in the United States. It
Doing
was a
what?
it was a textile factory. You name it. They
Right.
made it there. It was the biggest of its kind. It had over 900 employees by 1902, and it's the size of 4 city blocks.
Now, other than it being a cool office space, you had some great experiences in there
I had
throughout the
wild
couple
experiences.
years.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
Wild.
were some of your biggest and most notable?
So there's a couple that come to mind. The first is Peter. Peter was a factory worker here who ended up falling to his death.
Okay,
And
wait a minute. Now, was Peter the same guy that our psychic,
yes,
our friend Catherine Nadal,
yes,
like she had the vision of him
black.
falling in the splat?
Some guy looks like a janitor to me. I don't know if he has a wrench in his hand or he's got something metal in his hand and he looks like a janitor or he looks like a plumber, but he's carrying something metal in his hand. And I feel like you would say, I heard tapping or metal pipes tapping, but there's a distinct metal sound that he could make, or he could make the sound metal sounding because he's this plumber or this janitor man. Do you know the man I'm talking about?
I do know the man you're talking about. What do you feel from him?
So I feel like he's a little bit lost. He wasn't too happy with his life. He felt like he was stuck in a rut. And I feel like he was misunderstood. I feel very odd when he talks about himself. He says he's like not a smart guy, or people said I wasn't a smart guy. And he just felt like people rolled over
Okay,
him.
I was stopping myself from saying, do you feel that he's been taken advantage of?
It's amazing though,
That's
because what he just showed me is, when you see like when somebody says, cartoon, when somebody says splat and they show this thing splat
flat.
on a cartoon, that's what he showed me, like the arms and the legs splat like
That's
that.
wild.
Her
And
exact
she kept
words were splat.
right.
Yes. And
And his name was Peter. And you've
his
heard
name was
from Peter?
His name was Peter. Now, I never got his last name, but this is where it gets really eerie. When I went to management and said, "Hey, um, I'm coming across a factory worker here named Peter. Does this mean anything to anybody that works in the office or management or maintenance?" They went pale. Everybody in the office went pale. The manager at the time for the entire building went pale, and they told me the story about a man named Peter who worked here for decades. And then in the 80s, the late 80s, when it was time for him to retire, something happened. He felt like he didn't get his just desserts or, he wasn't being treated properly. And he decided to break into the office via the courtyard to steal money. And in doing so, he fell to his death.
Now, did you ever hear from Peter directly?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Oh,
So
it was
yes.
directly. I've heard from Peter directly. What's interesting, though, is we never heard about Peter speaking about his death directly. It was other spirits that spoke about his death. He would always be working. He would tell me, "John, I only have 5 minutes on break." Like he would say these things, "Hey, John, I'm working right now. I can't talk. Hey, John, I'm on break right now. Let's talk." And
Wow.
and I talked to Peter, and it was just wild. He became a very well known spirit here to my documentation.
What about Sam? Because I do believe we hear Sam when you're about to watch.
So Sam, is something that I brought into the factory. It's an artifact I have. It's an old mask, and we're unsure of the origin of the mask, exactly where it came from. It looks like a bunch of different things combined, if you will, bunch of
Mhm.
different like cultural styles combined. So we're unsure exactly what the origin of this mask is, but it's an entity attached to the mask that basically had a lot of control over the spirits here when it was here.
Well, listen, dude, this was a really fun thing that we tried to do.
Yeah.
And
Well, and there's one other thing real quick that's
oh
super
yeah,
important too.
tell us that we should keep our ears up.
One of the first things that was ever told to me by the spirits was rituals that happened in 1997.
Yes. What is that?
Okay.
That comes up and you ask about it and what is it about?
So the rituals that happened in 1997, we're unsure of all the details. We know it had to do with a pregnant woman. We know it had to do with an unborn child. We know it had to do with blood. And that's about it. We also know that whatever rituals happened here also ended up releasing other entities in this factory. And these entities present themselves in many different ways. They feed off sadness and fear. They almost present themselves as beast-like, if you will, and animalistic in nature. So that's a very, prevalent thing with my documentation here at the factory.
All right, so there's what I want everybody to understand what you're about to see. What John and I did with the help of silence activations, which is what people might know them to do silent discos, is we did a group Estes method. So we had a bunch of people. We started out with about 15. 5 of them dropped out at the last minute, and we ended up with 9 because one of them was killed. No, that's not true. Nobody died in the making of this at all.
Nope.
One of our guests did get up and quit halfway through, though, and you'll see that. What you're about to watch has its flaws. We learned a lot from doing it. I noticed that while they can't hear us asking questions, which is sort of the typical process for the Estes method, they can hear each other when they were yelling out answers. And sometimes you're going to notice somebody yells out something and then the group follows suit. People who have certain names tend to hear their own name more than other people tend to hear what that word is, which is a great, reason for this test, for that audio pareidolia, right?
Audio pareidolia. Such a big prevalent thing.
So you really notice when one person keeps yelling out their own name and somebody else says something completely different. That's not what they heard at all. And that's wild. And the last thing I want people to know is, yes, this is edited for time and time only. I didn't move things around. You may not believe me. I can't help that. But I did cut out big gaps because, as most people know, in the Estes method, you could ask a question and you might be waiting for a while before you hear a response. So I trimmed that up for purposes of time. This is a podcast and we don't want to be here all day. So that's really the only thing that was edited in this. We got a lot of inaudible stuff, but when we do get stuff, remember, John, right? It was wild. I mean, when it was questions and answers, it really got, there's some real
right
fun
off
stuff.
the bat,
Some
right
wild
off
stuff.
the bat, it started. And,
Yeah,
I don't, whether you use this or not, that's fine. My expectations going into this was we would be lucky if we got one thing, right? One thing that had anything to do with the factory and my documentation for the past couple of years here at the t-shirt factory. It wasn't like that. There were moments. There were moments where I was like,
there were some. It was fun. It was weird, man. Funny too,
Yeah.
and some of it's wild. And it was really felt like a Q&A, and in unison.
Yeah.
And it was really, that was where it was cool, when it was like, whoa, it was in,
Yep.
So without further ado, let's jump in to the Splintered Spirits Estes group experiment.
The first of its kind. Multiple person. It is. I looked into it. No one's ever done this before. We are the pioneers. The pioneers.
Record. Okay.
That was just a low frequency.
It's on. Everything's
Things
here.
on.
All right, everyone.
This is good.
Yeah, that's going.
Okay.
Guys, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
Yeah.
All right, everybody knows I'm Gary. This is John. Welcome to Splintered Spirits Estes experiment with multiple
I guess peoples and subjects and
technically, I think the first one of its kind.
I can't.
I don't
imagine.
think I looked into it. I don't think this has ever been done at a scale like this.
So we've got 10 people. Right.
Yeah,
it's a good showing.
Cool.
We had more, but some people were terrified.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
They really were terrified.
Which I guess we'll start with that. Listen, guys, at any point,
yes,
while you are doing this, you feel uncomfortable, you need to take these off. Just take them off, put them on your seat, and walk back there.
Take your blindfolds off though first.
Yes. Yeah, we don't need shit. Yep. Yeah. We want to see the fear. But seriously, at any point that anybody feels uncomfortable, just get up and walk away.
So, John, first, I think we also does everybody know what an Estes method is? Does anybody who doesn't?
I think we all watch it.
We all watch our stuff. Well, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we should probably explain it a little for the people at home who've never seen it.
Yep.
So, John, why don't you explain? You're probably better knowing what it is.
So, in a nutshell, what this does, it's sensory deprivation, okay, and spirit communication. That's basically what it is in a nutshell. However, it also, and I've experienced this, can put you in a very, trance state, if you will, where you're under. All right. And it's different for everybody. You know, some people, it can be very overwhelming. Some people, it can be very relaxing.
Now, why do this to yourself? Why do people do it?
For science.
For science. The idea being that...
Curiosity.
Yeah.
Maybe. But the idea being that if you block off the outside sounds and you can't hear the questions, then you can't be influenced by the questions or what you're hearing. And the answers you're saying are then as legitimate as possible. Mm-hmm. So John really is, I'm not talking to any spirits. John will ask the spirits questions. When this happens, you guys just yell out what you're hearing. Okay? So it doesn't matter. There's no wrong answer. Just yell out the word that you're hearing, and it'll be wild if it matches what happens. So, all right. Now everybody grab your headsets. Thanks to our partners here in Silence Activations. All right.
Silence activation.
All right.
Silence.
Thanks, Silence. You'll see there's a, it says right side, left side on the outside, right, left. Okay. On the left side, you'll see 2 green switches. One of them on the bottom turns it on. Okay, everybody turn it on. Don't put them on yet. We're going to get there. You're jumping ahead. And now, if you switch to the other one, make sure until you get to the color green. Okay, if it's already on green, then you don't have to switch anything.
Everyone headphones green?
Everyone headphones green? I guess let's see what happens.
You ready?
Hold on, let me see if I can hear it. Let's see. Well, now wait. Before you start, John, you gotta put their blindfolds on. You gotta get your blindfolds on. Then put your headphones on. All right. No peeking.
Is what I'm hearing now normal?
I don't know what you're hearing yet.
As soon as I put mine on, it said death.
Death.
Whoa.
Death.
Yeah.
All right. Are you on?
Nope, I didn't start it yet.
All right, let's get it started.
I
don't hear anything.
I just heard Lily in John's voice. Hail.
What?
Yeah. They can hear it.
Now.
Die.
Out.
I would like to speak
Leaveless.
to a factory spirit. Is there a factory spirit that's willing to come through and speak to us?
Peter.
Here.
Peter, are you the one that I've spoken to many times before?
Hi.
Brother.
Leave.
I remember.
It's something.
2 together.
Peter, are you working right now?
I can hear.
Sick.
I'm busy.
Talk even quieter. Whisper.
It's him. Yes.
Peter.
Hi.
Talking to your mic. Just hold the mic
No.
so the mic can hear.
Peter,
How much work do you
Hi.
have to do today?
She.
I gotta get back to work.
Hello?
Hello?
If you hear the same answer
What's
that you're
here?
asking, like say
We already did. We already
okay,
did.
but tell everybody, like tell
Okay.
say loud for the mic.
Okay, so far, I asked for a factory spirit,
Hail.
and we got Peter.
Okay.
Okay, which is huge because we've been documenting Peter for over 2 years.
Hail.
Spirit.
Yeah. Okay, good.
How many factory spirits are with us right
It's
now?
gone.
It's gone.
Death.
Death.
Can any of
Whoa.
the spirits in
That
here
was weird.
Shake it.
tell me about the
You need to
rituals
see it.
that happened in
It's all on me.
1997?
Right? Leave.
Can any of
Now,
the spirits
That's
here
him.
tell me about the rituals that happened in 1997 here at the factory?
I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna try it myself.
Leave.
Leave. Leave.
Here.
They're making me.
Here.
Here.
More.
How many spirits here
Boys.
Boys?
find us threatening and want us to leave?
Okay.
Spirits,
No.
You.
who is your favorite
Me?
person in this room?
Inhale.
Ooh,
Come on in,
come on in.
bitch.
Spirits, can any of you tell me
Me?
my name?
Stand.
What the hell is that?
That was weird.
Ooh.
Sleeping.
Home.
Home.
Die.
There.
I can't hear John's
Yes,
questions from here, so
Can any
Me?
of the spirits in here tell me about Joe C?
Or. Yeah. Or.
John.
John.
Nice.
That was the answer to my question before. I asked the spirits to tell me my name.
Eileen?
Eileen.
Come on, Eileen.
Her. Yeah.
John.
Spirit.
What's
Here.
this?
Who's the sexiest motherfucker in the party?
Hi. Hi.
How many spirits in this room do not want us
John. Did you
to
see?
be in here right now?
Spirits.
I see.
Who's the best dressed?
It's here.
See it.
Come back.
Spirits. Who's
Ooey.
spirits? What was your
Wait
favorite?
that time.
What food are we serving?
Touch.
What are we eating tonight?
Bees.
Bees.
Leave. Leave.
Say beans?
Out. My dog.
I asked what we're eating tonight.
Is there beans? Oh, string beans.
So much.
The string beans.
String beans. Spirits, can you name something else that we had to eat tonight?
Yeah.
It's us.
There she is.
Spirit.
Chill.
And I heard pinch him.
What's over there, spirits?
Snippy.
Snippy.
Snippy. Moan.
I heard that moan.
Spirits,
Bitch.
Heads.
why would you call her a bitch?
Leave.
Yeah, right.
Just.
Spirits, who's the sexiest person at the party right now?
Yes.
Stop.
Stop.
Ah.
How many spirits in this room
Indeed.
wish you can partake in the food?
Wish.
That's wild.
How many spirits in this room
Us.
can tell me how many offices I've had in this building?
How are you?
How many offices have I had in this building?
Receive.
Ring the bell. Been here.
How many spirits in here can tell me what this factory was once used for?
Me. You.
No.
You.
Oh,
Nope.
oh,
This.
okay, okay. We've lost one. We lost one. A little too
Me.
much for one person.
That's what happens.
Yes. Hi.
I.
We are Legion. What was that? We are.
We are many.
Yeah.
Out.
How many spirits are still working in this factory right now?
Christ. Christ.
Christ. The power of
Leave.
Christ compels you.
Not me.
We're here.
Good tunnel.
This
Tunnel?
room.
How many spirits?
Ew.
Mine.
Is there a spirit in here who worked in this factory
The roof.
for more than 20 years?
Right. For
Free.
Yes. Zoom. Oh, fantastic. Loser. We could try.
How many spirits?
Do you like that?
More times.
How many spirits in this factory would like to leave if they had the opportunity?
Leave. Leave.
Leave.
Ally.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of good ones.
Yup. Yup.
How many? Can any of the spirits tell me the name of the man who owned this factory?
Shit.
Spirits, name the state that somebody's
Eddie?
from.
Here.
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 Kid's voice.
Yeah, from a child.
Is there a child here?
Brother.
Yeah.
Is there a child here? If there's a child here, may I have your name?
Yes. Dave.
They're on it.
Right. Turn back.
Leave. Leave.
Is there a spirit here who can tell me who owned this factory?
Out. Out.
Neil.
John.
John. Love you.
I didn't own the building spirits.
Right.
Bill.
Are there any spirits here who can tell me what we are doing here right
Look.
now?
Man.
Man.
Who's that? What's this?
Focus.
No. Hail.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Switch out.
What do you think?
Make it real crazy.
Spirits.
Right now, John's changing the app.
I would
No.
like to speak
Voice.
moist. I would like to speak
Going on.
to an evil entity that is in this factory.
Hi.
May I have your name?
Oh.
Listen, I know I asked that question about the evil entity, and I set myself up for that. I ignored it. I ignored the answer we heard because this was still a party, And the last thing I need is to bring the energy and vibe of that party down. So we stayed away from that topic.
I've been there before.
Stand up.
What if?
Servicing.
Sexy. No, that was sexy.
Sexy. Well, thank you very much.
Leave. Aaron.
Is there an entity here that has something to do with the rituals in 1997?
Sounds like they talk backwards sometimes.
Funny it does.
I think it's us. Dude. Leave.
Whoa.
Can you hear this sound? Calling. Pulling. Don't you? And Lisa.
All right, I wanted to stop things right here because this is an interesting moment. This one woman's handle on TikTok is Mama Lisa. She heard Mama Lisa, but you can hear a couple of the other people in unison say and Lisa. So it's interesting how Mama Lisa heard Mama Lisa, other people heard and Lisa, but you're going to hear Lisa is a name that does pop up and even in more specific circumstances later on.
And Lisa. Yeah. And she. Huh? Who are you? It's Alan's mom.
Spirits, who's Alan's mom?
Cool.
Yes.
Who are you?
You guys know I'm a.
My name
It's
is
not
John.
necessary. Where you live?
Spirits, can you tell me what I had in the tower before I moved out?
No.
What was the scariest thing in the tower
Move.
before I moved out?
No.
Good luck.
Dickwad. Noise.
No.
Please.
Spirits, can you tell me the name of the person who died in the courtyard?
This.
What? Anthony.
10.
This is.
Are Anthony and
Yum,
Tim
yum. Turn it off.
Anthony and Tim factory workers?
Please. Fail it all.
Why do you want us to turn it off?
No.
What?
Why do you want us to turn this off?
The look.
One.
One.
What do you mean the
Name.
look?
And she needs.
Can you hear me?
Blood.
Hey,
I think Deuce fell asleep.
I won one.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deuce fell asleep, right?
No.
Spirits, is Deuce asleep?
And.
Yeah.
Ah! Believe.
What?
Vincent.
Does that mean anything to you? Vincent? Does that
No.
mean anything to you?
3.
What?
Focus. In the dark. Girl.
Spirits, can you tell me the name of this factory?
Is it? You need it?
Yes.
12.
12. We started with 12.
Me.
I.
I think we lost Mike too.
My name is.
What is your name, Spirit?
Jizz.
That's an awesome name.
No.
I think it is. I think it is.
That's a soundbite.
Yep. If I ever have another child, I'm naming it Jizz.
Shoot.
1.
Spirit, how many of our participants are asleep right now, Spirit?
Shoot. What?
How many people have fell asleep?
I see. Who's? Sleep.
Sleep. She said sleep.
Nexus.
Nexus. Spirit, what does the Nexus have to do with the factory? Oh, yeah, no, that has everything to do with me, my bad.
Here you are.
Maxine.
Maxine.
All right. Go ahead. Leave up.
Spirits, can you wake up either Dews or Mike?
Oh, wait.
Wake.
Oh,
Whoa, dude.
This is wild.
how are they?
Wake. Whoa.
Yes. Bob.
Can you tell me who
Yeah.
Bob is?
Bed. Magic. Please back.
Spirits, can you tell me? Can you tell me what's between Mike's feet right now?
Sam.
It's a beer.
Listen.
It's bougie.
I mean, Modelo is pretty bougie. Depending on who you talk to. How many rings? Sugar bra? How many rings is Mike wearing?
Hey, you.
Mike is wearing 7 rings.
Take patience. Something you are witnessing?
Inevitable.
Yeah.
When I asked you to wake up one of these,
John.
Mike still has it. Spirits, can you wake up Mike right now?
Did you have?
Mike?
These.
Spirits, what do you want from
I
me?
want you.
Oh, you watch me? Good, thank you.
All of them. Fat.
Spirits, I'm not going to stream here at the factory anymore. How do you feel about that?
Nice. Sam. This.
How do you feel that I won't be here anymore?
Ashley. Show it. Up.
Spirits, this may be the last time you speak to me. Are you
Here.
talking about Sam? Oh,
She got
here. When I asked what was between his feet.
Love you.
Yeah.
What time is it? Leave me.
Everybody, can you hear me?
What?
Everyone take off your headphones real quick, not your masks.
Okay.
How are you all feeling?
Just fine.
Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. Mike, you fell asleep, but that's great. No, because there was a lot of, it was great. It was great. Yeah. It got you relaxed, right? All right, but everyone's good. Everybody's good. Okay, put them back under. Put them back under.
Back on.
We'll do another 5 minutes. Some of these responses are insane. So, okay.
Did we get to hear them?
You will eventually, yeah.
They're saying.
They're saying.
Okay. We gotta document this. I turned this off while I was talking to them, and it turned on by itself, and it only went to one channel. I didn't touch it. My hand was like this, literally the entire time. When I do this, I always hit this. I always hit channel, and it scans through all the channels. Instead, it got stuck on 3. That's why.
Adam. The wolf.
Who's the wolf?
Quit. I'm out reading.
Who's the wolf?
Now.
Please.
Can you meow for me one more time?
More. Small.
Spirits,
You're
can you?
here this evening.
Spirits, can you give me one more meow?
Which she is around.
What else you gonna do without you?
Rest.
Who's around me?
My eyes. My eyes.
Us. We see him. Yeah.
What do you see?
Ed.
Why is there a medic
They
here?
will all feel.
Why is there a medic here?
Alice?
Us.
I heard Alice.
You knew.
You're
What?
Arnold.
Please.
the spirits.
The memories.
Stop it.
When I'm here
It
working
gets-
at the factory, can you tell me what I'm doing?
Yeah. She. Zach.
Spirits, can you tell me who Zach is?
Let me see. Boys. Funniest.
Which one of my mods is from Canada?
Who's?
How many mods have a tail? One of John's mods is wearing a squirrel outfit.
Hail.
But her tail.
Yeah, that was the answer to the first
You.
one.
Just that.
This is classic audio pareidolia. I heard the question, so thought that they said tail, but they actually said hail. Hail is the name or the handle of one of John's guests who is from Canada. So one question might have been answered, but I thought they were answering the other.
Do you have a message you would like to tell us?
Okay. Idiot.
Who's an idiot?
See him.
Spirits. Who's an idiot?
Us.
Who's an idiot? Us.
Us. Come. Yeah.
Spirits, last question of the evening.
Try one more out.
You want to do one more?
Try one more out.
You.
I don't think I have another good
Do you have Ghost up there? Do you have Ghost Fox or Box or one of those?
Yeah.
Use that one. One of your go-tos.
Spirits, I have a question. How many candles are on the table?
It's a yawn. Neck. Men keys.
Spirits, just so everyone knows, now we're on our third app. We're trying a third app.
How many candles are on the table?
See what response we get.
This was great.
Interesting.
Well, thank you, Spirits.
Missed the train.
Did somebody miss their flight?
Spirits, how many of you?
I want a snack wrap.
Spirits, the desserts are out, bro.
Yeah. Spirits.
The desserts are
Sobering.
out.
Spirits, how many? Which dessert is your favorite that's out right now?
Take a look at those desserts.
There's no rest.
Whose breast?
Protection. Wow.
Spirits, how many of you work long hours?
100%, John.
Wow, that was
That was crazy.
I thought I was gonna get it.
I'm sorry you had to work so much, Spirits. Was your boss good to you?
Trumpet horn?
Aldi William.
Spirits, was your boss good to you? Spirits, was there anybody you worked with that you didn't like?
It's Morgan.
Why didn't you like working for Morgan? What was wrong with Morgan?
Married.
Yeah, married's a problem for a lot of people.
Yeah. Can you tell me exactly why? Can you give us details?
Stay. With.
Can you tell me exactly how many people are sitting down wearing headphones?
See how Hale just jumped right there? Remember that. That's going to be important later.
Spirits, can you tell me?
F you, Lisa.
What?
Whoa.
That was rude.
Yeah, that was rude, Spirits.
Him first.
It's funny. 'cause
Yeah.
my wife, Lisa,
She just got up to leave.
She just got up to walk out. Yeah.
I just want to quickly show you this in case you missed it when they were saying F you, Lisa. But look in the background. The woman who's pixelated, who stands up and walks away the moment that everyone unanimously says F you, Lisa. That's Lisa, John's wife. Crazy.
Spirits, can you tell me?
F you, Lisa.
Leave. What's your problem with my wife? What's your fucking problem with my wife? Answer me now. Don't go fucking silent on me. What is your problem? What is your problem with my wife? Why won't you answer my question?
Leave me alone.
We're not going to leave you.
No, you started this one, spirits. You on my radar now. Answer my question.
You've been drinking?
I'm always drinking. What the fuck's the point?
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, exactly. Answer my question. What?
The noise.
How is she annoying you? She's not bothering anybody.
What did you do, Lisa?
After premise.
What did Lisa do?
It's weird.
Just got up to leave.
Yeah.
Why
are you honing in on my wife,
In the back
spirits?
seat.
Are you jealous of Lisa, Spirit?
Oh.
Just one more question and we'll call.
Okay.
That's a good one. One to end with.
I'm high.
I'm not spirit for once.
If it helps. If it helps.
All right,
All right, everybody. Take a break.
Take yourselves out. Oh, wait. That was something.
That's pretty wild, guys.
Pretty wild.
We got a couple of really good.
There was one point I felt like somebody was like standing right there.
Really? What, you
And I
too?
was like, oh yeah, I can't see them.
All right, so hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this organized real quick. Desserts are out. But before we tear into
Before we get
it,
up,
one by one, real quick, just tell us briefly how you were feeling during the entire thing. Let's start with the front row. Squirrel, go for it.
Oh, I felt just fine.
Okay.
all good. Okay.
Felt kind of into it.
Were the words clear for you guys when you were listening, or iffy for you, Mike?
Clearly for everybody else, for me, I'm like, I suck at this. One second of a song clip, I'll nail it, but then I was like, and then they're like,
What about you, Mike?
Some was clear, but I mean, like, a lot of it was fuzzy because I found myself
Trancing out?
thinking and
Yeah. Yeah. What about you, Hal?
Okay.
I was super relaxed. It was kind of like electric feeling. There was a couple times that I got cold, and then the one time that felt like literally somebody was just standing behind me. I heard a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I heard my name a lot.
Yeah, you're.
I heard a snippy. There was a snippy, but I heard it was a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, Hale was said a lot. You were the loudest, I would say, in terms of like most responsive.
Mhm.
Right? No, I mean not in a bad way. It was just like it seems like you were.
Brian too, and then Brian was behind her.
Brian was right behind.
Brian had
you.
a lot
Like,
of-
you guys had a lot. Did you fall asleep?
no,
I could have sworn you fell. Mike, you fell asleep.
no, I didn't.
You 100%. Like,
Like, it was very calming. All I heard was a very faint buzzing sound,
Yeah, there was a
and
frequency.
it felt like somebody came
Yeah,
up
that
on
was
my left shoulder.
that might have been me at one point. I did walk around at one point.
No.
When you freaked out though, there was nobody there. I saw that. I have that on camera.
But then I was like, I went to go look, and then
Okay, so Jess, you got up.
Yeah, Jess, what happened?
Tell us what
Will
happened.
you tell us? Will you share?
She grabbed the back of my neck, but then I didn't think it was her, and I was like, I felt like something right here after that, and so I was like, no. Once they started touching me, no.
Something grabbed my knee,
Really?
You felt something grab your knee physically?
squeezed my right knee.
Guilty. No, it wasn't me.
I
It
was
was-
super calm, relaxed. I just heard a buzzing sound. It felt like somebody was standing on my left side. The whole left side of my body was extremely warm, and it just felt like somebody touched my thigh. I didn't have any need to speak or anything. I was chilling.
there was a woman's voice that came through a lot, and it was always the the boys, man, and it was always this young woman's voice.
Wow.
And I would like get goosebumps every time she came in.
How about you?
Did I hear Mama Lisa once?
Yeah.
You did? Or somebody did.
Well, I
thought I heard
heard Lisa.
Where's the end? There was a real like. There was a whole like.
There was like
F you, Lisa.
Yeah.
So at
They didn't say the F word. They actually just said F you,
Yeah.
Lisa.
At the end, my wife gets up.
At that moment she got up to walk away, they said it.
She said, yeah. And then it said leave, and then I got up.
Yeah, and then back seat, 3 men.
I too felt like I had like you guys peeking over.
I'm glad I'm not the
See
only
if we
one.
were okay.
Yeah.
So what? I walked around once. We had another camera walk around once, but not
nothing
intense.
That was in the
Nobody
first,
walked in
literally the
between.
first 5 minutes. After that, we were just literally just standing right here.
Yeah, there's a couple times I walked over, but not like a lot.
Nothing. Yeah, it was.
You wouldn't have that kind of thing.
Yeah. Wow.
Kind of distracting hearing everything too at times, and then other times I felt like I was totally in this.
So we also switched 3 times. We went from necrophonic to spiritus into Vox.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vox was at the end. Yeah, Vox was at the end. The spiritus is when you all were like, "Whoa!" Yeah, and I had the volume like a little bit lower, and it.
It's way different than Gettysburg.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The low was
Yeah.
because it was this high pitched frequency, like it hurt. It was so.
Oh, I heard the frequency the whole time, like no matter what.
Well, I could hear that one, but whenever close to the end was that high.
Wow.
At some point, you were starting to talk. I heard you started talking. Everything just went like completely silent, and then you.
Yes.
Wow. Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Really, this is awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah.
You can just leave your headphones on your
Leave
chair.
right there and go grab some dessert, everybody. All right. Hey, listen.
That was pretty good.
That's pretty wild. There was a lot of good responses.
A lot of good responses.
When me, like, full disclosure, when me and Gary were talking, we were like, it'd be awesome if we get one
We got one good thing out of it.
You got a lot of work to go through with that.
Oh, it's gonna be a lot.
That's gonna be a lot.
Gonna be
That
a
was
lot.
awesome.
We'll just set it. It'll be fun.
Good day,
Sounds
man.
good.
Right?
That's a good one. All right, guys.
Wait,
See you next
yeah.
time. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
And I'm telling you, I went out there and looked, and you could see the covers moving. It was like, and he just, he don't believe in a lot of stuff, but he has seen things and heard them, and he still questions.
I'm surprised you didn't pull your service revolver and just start shooting. it.
Listen.
Hey, everybody. Do us a quick favor and hit follow and smash that like or subscribe button wherever you're listening right now. It'll help us keep getting great guests and make it so you don't miss the next episode. Now on with the show. You're in a haunted room?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Very, very common. You're up here at the King's Mansion. Reports going back, to the
This is
80s and 90s.
Welcome, everybody, jumping in. Folks in Insta and as the bodies jump in. That's the Sleepy Hollow joint, right?
Yep.
Very cool.
So, yeah, it's part of the Terrytown House estate. And this place has ties to the B&O Railroad, like the Monopoly piece. And, the guy who owned owned that. And it was like it's a whole thing. A lot of history here.
No kidding.
Yeah, a lot of history. So, it's a cool spot.
Very cool, man. What can we tell you while we wait? We have a guest today.
Nice.
Hopefully they will be coming in shortly. But what can I tell you? So we've had a couple good episodes drop to finish out our February. Had that Patty Negri episode, which I hope people got a chance to see. If not, it's there forever. And you can see it
forever
at any time.
Yeah.
The Chip Coffee episode is doing very well.
Yeah, that was a fun episode. We had fun. When we did that.
A lot of people like it. A lot of people don't like it. It's a good mix because I guess when it's somebody so popular, it's funny. I've gotten a few complaints like you guys keep cutting him off, like we were like kept interrupting him and stuff. And I rewatched it and I don't think that's the case. I feel like we did it at the right.
To hear him.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like they don't acknowledge like when he cut us off, or they just don't realize, when you have a show that's about an hour, you have to keep the pace moving.
and you can just sort of tell when people, and everybody does it. I do it, you do it. When we start to either get off point or ramble, we've got to cut him off.
Yeah.
Got
to get to the meat and potatoes,
Yeah, it's just, but it's like I was watching, and here's the thing: like, even if we cut him off, there's no question we asked that he didn't get an opportunity to answer. Do you know what I mean? He answered everything. I mean, it's a great episode.
Yeah,
check it out.
Yeah.
And so Cal, we just did an episode with Patty Negri. It's a great one. Check it out. Check it out live. If I'm looking over here, that's where my Instagram window is. But yeah, it's a fun one, man. So
yeah, and you got to go to her house too in the episode,
dude. It was crazy. It was great,
Yeah.
and it was like such good luck because that woman is never in town.
Yeah, she's always traveling.
She is always traveling. It
worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah, which is great.
How's it? Is it really bad weather-wise?
No, so look, it's cold, right? But it's not too windy. I might even do a spirit board here tonight, and if I do it, it'll be outside on the balcony. Is I got access to a beautiful balcony right here. So as long as you're not outside for too long, it's one of the better nights we had. But now, you remember what February is like in New York. Now we're all over the place. Today was 45 degrees and it's dropping down to 20 something. It's
dude, today was gorgeous here in LA. I'm not going to lie to you. It was amazing.
Was it? Nice.
It was amazing. It was the first great day we've had in a while.
Nice.
So it was, you can't beat it.
Yeah, it's always nice when you get those days, especially if we're not having them for a while. I'm still waiting. But the crazy thing is, when I leave for Texas, when I come back to New York, it's going to already be at that change in March.
When are you going to Texas?
What happened?
Well, you're going to Texas?
Yeah, I'm going to Texas. I told you this. I'm going to Texas the second week in March. And I'm meeting up with Netzel, and we're going to do, he's going to take me to a bunch of places down there that I've been wanting to go. And then at the end of all the fun, he's getting married. So, me and Brian are going to stay for his wedding. And then I am leaving. And then on my way back to New York, I'm stopping at another location. So that's going to be a surprise.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Are you driving?
Yeah. We decided we want to drive. Yeah, we want to drive. Yep. We were going to fly, and then we were like, screw it. Let's drive. So,
dude, how long is that going to take you?
So it would normally take us about 22 hours if we drove straight through, but I'm going to stop to stream at certain locations. So the trip's going to be about 24 hours total, 24, 25 hours.
Jesus. All right, dude, listen, I don't know where our guests are today. This is the first time. I think maybe we got stood up.
Hey, maybe. It's a possibility.
How dare, I mean.
Have you, hey, off topic, have you ever been stood up for a date? Have you ever,
I've never been stood up.
Have you ever, you've never been stood up?
I've never been stood up. I've never been like sitting there waiting and no one has showed up when they were supposed to. But dating was like, I feel like dating for me is a different time.
Yeah.
Now people meet, like it's very much organized that way of let's meet here.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. It was used to be, maybe it's a little old, I don't know, Gen X. I just sort of would pick people up.
Yeah.
Or it's very rare that I would go and meet somebody and they didn't show. I've had people show up really fucking late.
Yeah.
Like
I've had that. Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, I thought I was about to get stood up.
And they show up at the last minute and you're like, oh, I'm about to bounce.
I was literally about to bounce, and then it's kind of sad to stay as long. I mean, I'm almost embarrassed to stay how long I've waited for people to show up. But, I'm just trying to think how many times in LA I had a very short window of the dating life. So it was the traffic here is so bad. You would always just assume, it could be
someone's late because of traffic.
Someone could be late,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. But
Yeah.
this would be our first time getting stood up in the podcast. So I hope everything's all right with them. Well, we'll see if they come in. Anyway, let's talk a little business, or tell me about where you're at, dude. Talk about this place.
So
we
the
got some new faces here on Instagram, and they're wondering, like, is this a paranormal thing? What's going on?
Yeah.
Some people did themselves. So if you guys don't know, by the way, welcome. This is Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me. I'm Gary, and this is John Santa from Santa Paranormal. So be sure to hit that like and subscribe button and follow if you're watching here, Insta, Facebook, or YouTube, or Spotify. We drop live episodes every Thursday, and we drop new episodes every other Tuesday. John, if you don't know, for some new faces that I see, Santa Paranormal's been on for years. He's got over 1 million followers on TikTok. You might have seen him cleaning headstones. He documents spirits all over the tri-state area predominantly. And we're sort of here trying to have fun figuring out and answer that question, what are spirits? And we interview mediums and witches and parapsychologists and academics and authors and ghost hunters. And we have a lot of good times doing it. And, anyway, for those who don't know, now you know. Feel free to follow, and you can check out older episodes. But John, sorry, go ahead. Tell us where you're at, and set the scene.
Yeah. So this is the King's Mansion, part of the Terry Townhouse estate, and this is let's just put it this way: one of the top 10 restaurants in the entire United States is below my feet right now. Like, this is a very high-end place, but even high-end places have their spirits, and they have a very famous spirit here. In fact, back in the day, because as we know, paranormal has changed over the decades. This is a place where the old school used to go and investigate the paranormal. And in the room that I am in room 293, there have been reports of a woman named Sybil who has been seen, felt, dreamt of. And the crazy mystery of the numbers 1865, which back in the day used to appear on technology that we don't use anymore, right? Like, all analog stuff and whatnot. Stuff would get changed to 1865. I mean, you could leave a calculator out and it would happen. Like 1865 would appear on the calculator. Like those types of claims.
Interesting. What do you think it means?
So I might have an idea from what the spirits have been telling us every time we come here. It might be a secret society. It actually might be a secret society or a code to get into a secret meeting of some sorts. So, and all the players in this area, all big money, big tobacco, railroad, such things like that.
Sleepy Hollow is an interesting place. I liked, that when we had that conversation with Sam Baltrusis.
This is that place.
Yeah.
This is that place.
And if for anybody who doesn't know Sleepy Hollow, by the way, that's in Westchester, New York, and that is the infamous spot of the Headless Horseman, right?
Yep,
I mean, that is probably arguably the first American monster, right?
Yep,
if you can
Main Street. Main Street.
If you consider monsters, right up there with Dracula, the werewolf, the mummy, and all that stuff, right?
Yep,
So that's and we talked about that idea of, because it's so known and famous for being haunted. With that, did the people create and manifest the ghosts, or were the ghosts part of the town? It's a really crazy place. Oh, our guest is here.
Yeah.
But go ahead, finish the story first, then we can get into it.
So basically, I added this place into my documentation. The Terry Townhouse estate is so welcoming. The staff, the management, it's an incredible place. And there's even a promo code. If you ever stay here, you come to Sleepy Hollow, around Halloween, you can stay here. And that is Santa. And you can put it right in their website and you get a discount on, your room.
We'll have to put that. We'll put that link up. Tell everybody what the link is.
So, it's just a promo code, Santa. You just when you go to book your stay here at the Terry Townhouse Estate.
The Terry Townhouse Estate. Yeah. We'll put a link up here when we're all done, so people know.
It's a great place to stay if you're going to Sleepy Hollow, right?
All right, right on.
So,
and just a reminder about Sam Baltrusis, John. You're going to be at his Paracon or Mass Paracon, and that was in
October.
October. We got a lot of fun stuff coming. All right, so listen, our guest is here. She showed up. She did not stand us up. I love it.
Cool.
We've got Mandy Cummings, and Mandy is a part of the Ghost Sisters of Ohio. Here's what's interesting, man, about these. They're biological sisters. they are active ghost investigators. And it's like it's an all-female family team, and it's there. I don't think they even have like a token dude, which usually you see all dudes with a token girl. But this is like this is like they're out there doing it. Mandy's she founded the team. I think she's the oldest. She used to work in law enforcement.
Nice.
And then her sister. Let's see who's with her. I don't know if she's sitting by herself or what's going on, but let's let her in the room and let's welcome Mandy from the Ghost Sisters of Ohio. There she is.
So, guys, I do apologize. My sister kept saying it was March 12th, and she even sent me an event where it said March 12th, and I was like, no, I'm pretty sure, Chastity, it's tonight. And she's like, Mandy, why is it saying March 12th? So
Did I do that? Does it say March 12th somewhere?
Yeah, she sent it to me.
Where?
It does. And I'm like, wait a minute, are you sure? Because I'm almost positive it's today.
Did I fuck?
Yeah.
We can blame the spirits. Blame the spirits.
I'm going to blame the spirits. Wait, now I got it.
Send it to you
I am.
to show
Where
you,
did I
so-
put March 12th? That's crazy.
And I got my hair done. I'm like, oh my God. So I'm like hurrying up, trying to get on. And I told my sister, I said, I knew it was tonight. And
No, it's tonight. I mean, I sent you the Evite, both of you guys.
Mhm.
What didn't that come? Isn't it on the calendar?
it came up on here. It says,
Yeah, it's right here. I sent the Evite out today. Let me see. No. You can blame Gary if I fucked it up. She's right. I fucked it up.
These spirits.
It's totally my fault. I did. I sent him a calendar invite, and the calendar invite was off, but it was today, and it's the date. I am
That's
so
you sick,
sorry
Gary.
about screwing up that calendar. Oh my God.
it's okay. Chastity's sick anyway, guys. She caught COVID, and so she wasn't going to be able to get on. So
Well, I hope
Right.
she feels better.
she's
I will,
resting, actually. So
Yeah. Good. Let her
Oh
rest.
my God. Anyway, I'm embarrassed and I apologize.
no, don't be, because I'm embarrassed. I'm like, because I should have known better to listen to her.
No, but Mandy, I was bad mouthing you about 2 minutes ago before you got on. I said these girls are standing us up.
No.
Like, Gary, were you ever stand up? You ever been
And
stood
then we
up
were talking
before?
like, I don't think I've ever been stood up before. And then it turns out I'm the one who showed up who sent you the wrong date, which is great. You want to hear a funny story? Totally out of the X. I once crashed a little kid's birthday party because of the calendar was wrong. So I take my son. He was like in preschool. We show up at one of those indoor playground places, right? And I don't know. He's in, I don't know anybody there. So I take him to this thing. And he's just running around, and they've got like pizza and beer, and I grab a beer and I grab a slice, and I'm just like talking to parents while he's playing. He's like 4. He's running around, and then it's like an hour. These things are like an hour and a half, 2 hours long. The cake comes out, and everyone starts singing. I'm like, "Happy birthday, dear," and I'm like, "Justin," and they're all like, "Susan," and I'm like, "What is going on?" And I'm looking around, and then my kid comes up to me, and he's like, this isn't Justin's party," and I'm like, well, I hope Susan likes the Avengers Lego set I just bought him, and let's get the fuck out of here. And we just like split. I 100% crashed that kid's birthday party because of a calendar mistake.
It's okay. It's totally okay. It happens.
All right.
Everything happens for a reason. So
I know. All right. So listen, let's get into it. I don't want to waste any more of your time than I've wasted enough.
you're fine.
So, man, what I was saying about you guys is what I love is, it's an all-female team. It's family. Look, John and I are family. It's great. Do you have like a token guy or no men on this team?
No, man, we do have a brother who we've taken on investigations. I think he's been out there with us maybe 4 or 5 times, but he's not on the team. We just like to drag him out for eye candy for the ladies because we got a lot of women that follow us, and we're like, oh, you got to come out. The women will love it.
Is he a younger brother?
He's
or?
younger than us, yeah, and he works out, so he's really fit.
That's great. That's funny. And so you're the oldest.
No.
Oh, so wait, you're not the oldest, but you started it. You're just the founder.
Chastity's the oldest. I'm
Got
the
it.
middle child.
Got it.
Middle child.
But you're the one you're the one running it.
Yes. Yeah.
So how did you convince them all to do this? What was it? What was that moment for you guys?
So I was working in law enforcement at the time, and I worked in law enforcement for 8 years. And it was 2017. I wanted to go to the Mansfield Reformatory, and I bought a ticket to go, and I was like, oh gosh, I'm going alone, you know? So I was like, crap, I got to find someone to go with me. So I called up my sister Chastity and I said, hey, you're going to get a ticket. You got to go with me. I'm not going alone. So she did. And, you know, it was after we did that investigation, we captured the guard Frank down a solitary walking GoPro on. And I'm telling you, it was the craziest thing because I was hearing him when I was
Wait,
down there.
I'm sorry. You're saying that's an apparition. When you say you captured the guard
an
Frank, you
apparition.
captured an apparition of a guard in this place. Wow.
Frank is the guard who's very well known at this location. He's been seen all over the location. He was I want to be careful how I word it. You know, we'll just say he was murdered there. So he has been seen all over the prison, and he's a very famous spirit there, ghost, whatever. And we were down in solitary. The lights were still on. They hadn't turned it off yet to start the ghost hunt or anything. And we were the only ones down there. And I had a GoPro on, and I kept hearing a guy saying, "Hey, hey." And I'm looking around, and you know, Chastity and I are standing down there, and I don't see anybody. I'm like hearing this guy. I'm not seeing him. Well, we captured it on the GoPro, like as soon as you turned on the GoPro, wasn't even 5-10 minutes into it, boom, he was right there walking at the end of the hallway. And he had the guard walk. So, you know, working in law enforcement, I know the walk. So he's doing the walk and he turned around. You know, he like did a little turn and he came back walking. And
What kind of law enforcement were you in?
Well,
were you, did I read this right? You're a corrections officer?
Yes, I did graduate from the police academy, but I didn't do anything with it because I couldn't. It's a long story. I had a hard time getting into. I wanted to be like a deputy, but I couldn't get in because they gave it to these. Nothing against these other guys, but they were just fresh out of the military, and there was another woman and me, and then there was the 3 guys, and the 3 guys got it, and me and that girl didn't get it. And after that, I kind of just said, you know what?
You could say it's misogynistic and sexist. That's fine.
I kind of felt like that because,
as you should.
Well, the sheriff at the time had the nerve to ask me to dinner after that.
Oh my
I
God!
kid you not.
Oh, that is.
I mean,
I was like,
I would say, yeah, I would say that's straight up sexist.
Laugh, but that is straight.
I mean, could it be so blatant? Like, how blatant could it be?
Yeah.
What?
That's gross. How
I found
gross.
out a few years later he got fired for sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Good.
Right. Well, it's a good thing you didn't take the job then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And my best friend worked as a corrections officer in a jail that has men and women. And, you know, you have to be certified to carry a gun. You get trained every year, once a year. If you don't pass to qualify, you lose your job. So we carried guns, tasers, and I was like, you know what? After all these years of working in factory, I'm going to give it a shot. So I did. And it was awesome. I loved it, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I loved it. But I was working in law enforcement at that time, and I was letting the spirits know when we were at the prison. I kept saying, hey, I'm a guard. Hey, I'm officer so-and-so. And I think that's what got the spirit's attention. He came down, maybe. He heard me. But we captured that evidence, and a week later, that's when we started the team. That's when I called up Chastity and I said, hey, I'm starting a team and you're joining me. I just felt like it was what I was supposed to do. But we didn't just have the sisters on the team when I first started. Chastity's been with me since I first started. Now, Bobby Joe came like years later. So it used to be other officers that I worked with that was on my team. And we even had men on the team. But they were behind us. They were like our tech guys, researchers. They'd set up the cameras and fix the equipment. And then that kind of fell off, you know. And we had other women on the team. That fell off. And then something just said, you know what? You just need to have your sisters on here, and that's it.
So
and
you were a believer, and was Chastity a believer? Is it Chastity or Chastity?
It's Chastity.
Chastity. So was she a believer before this moment, or that you caught this on the GoPro?
She was, but she didn't know people did that. She was like, people really do this at that time. I said, yeah, they do. Bobby Joe was the one. She's the skeptic on the team. She's like half and half believer, but yet she still questions. things, even though she has seen them with her eyes and heard them, but she still tries to analyze everything and, oh, it could have been this, but it's good to do that. I guess you want to say, always try to debunk it, but I just don't know how she can question it because she's seen it so much.
Now, does your I don't know if I could ever be a corrections officer. I find it absolutely terrifying, and I'm a big pussy about it. So it's like, does that prepare you? How do you think that experience prepared you in, like, when you're on an investigation? Are you always on your toes? Are you listening to every sound? Because I feel like you have to have your head on a swivel as a corrections officer. And do you see what I'm saying? Does that question make sense? How does do those skills translate?
You go in and you're listening, you're always observing, you're looking, you're always on your guard. So those do help, especially if we go into places like jails or prisons, And what's very interesting? We will hear sometimes when we go to prisons, and actually when we went to the Mansfield prison, I've been there probably 6 times. One time I was there and we were hearing, like, the inmates would do this when they knew the officers were coming. They do these little calls, cat calls, just like, they were doing that at that Mansfield prison. We actually could hear them making them cat calls at a distance. And I was like, and everybody was trying to figure out what it was. And I said, I know what that is. They are doing that cat call they would do when the officers were coming,
To warn. So that
Warn.
the officers are coming. Yeah.
Right. Because you're a narc.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Oh my God. That's pretty wild.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty wild.
I'm like a trigger object when I walk into a place like that, because sometimes I'll just say, okay, guys, I'm officer so-and-so, or I worked in law enforcement. I understand what you went through. I can say things to them that I know that they would have experienced,
Mandy, walk me through, because you and your sisters, you ladies are active investigators. It's kind of, I find it really, it's really wonderful to see when your feed pops up like, we're going here. And it's like, it's crazy. Walk me through. I'm not an investigator. John's a documenter. He goes to places. He'll even tell you he's not like the typical investigator. He documents. Walk us through your process of, like, I'm going to if you were in a new location. Now what are the skills that you've honed? Like, now I've got it. Here's what I'm going to do. This is to try to get the best results. This is what I need to do to get that.
So, Gary, I don't like to know anything about a location, and I prefer it that way because I'm a medium and I want to go in and see what I can pick up on. So we've been filming here lately, so I've been doing a lot of walkthroughs at these new locations and, picking up on things. And then we interview the owner to see if it matches with anything, that I picked up on. So I don't prefer to know anything. I go in not knowing. We don't do research because I think if you do research, it's like you might end up focusing on those spirits that people only knew about that passed away there, when there's so much more. So I don't like to know anything. So I go in open-minded, and I'm not just going to be over here talking to the spirit that somebody said passed there, because you're forgetting about all the other spirits that could be there, So I'll just do my walkthrough, and after that, we'll just begin our investigation and see what we can get, see if anything matches what I got.
Your walkthrough is just what you're feeling. You're not like walking around with a meter, none of that yet.
No,
or doing
nothing.
it. You're just trying to get a vibe.
Just a camera, and someone's holding the camera and they're following me.
Got it.
Yeah.
Are you the one who always takes the lead, or do either of your sisters ever jump in? Or
I take the lead. They've been doing it a while, but I got to, because they kind of just leave it up to me, on, okay, what do you want to do? But I'll listen to them if they have any suggestions, like maybe we should do this, let's do this. I mean, I'm going to try something if they give me something good that we should try, I try not. I don't want to come across bossy, but Chastity always said, you're bossy. And I think it was because I worked in law enforcement. So I was used to that charge, doing my thing.
Somebody's got to be in charge.
So I've actually gotten better since I retired early from it to pursue my career. But Yeah, so I've gotten better, but I do take the lead because I just feel like I already know what I want us to do, and I got a plan, how I want it to go, where I want to start, how we're going to do this, who's going to do the isolation. It just depends.
No, tell me, how do you guys, your family, your sister, how do you lean on each other to support the investigation? And it's not about like, I know you said Bobby's more the tech person on the team, but how else does that all come together? I mean, when you're out there.
Well, Bobby Joe, because she works with electricians and stuff and builds machines, so she's really handy, like listening for like I like quiet. I like to not just have devices running. I like to listen, and she's really good at saying no, that's this sound, that's what you're hearing. I mean, she'll be able to like hear
That
it.
is good.
No, she's really good at that.
Yeah.
Chastity, she's just there. I'm just gonna tell you, she's just there. Running my live feed or holding the camera, or she's the comical relief, because she does say some off the wall things, and it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you just said that on camera with all these people watching you say.
Right.
But we keep it real. What you see is what you get with us.
Oh, no, it's great. It's really great. For anyone watching or listening right now live, or when they check this episode out and they've never seen your work, what is the case or episode or investigation that really represents the Ghost Sisters of Ohio?
I will say when we do the residentials, those are the ones. When helping families would be the one. We do have an episode where we actually went in, and it's on our YouTube channel, where we filmed and we made an episode, and it was a really bad case in Ohio. Unfortunately, Chastity couldn't make it to that one because she's a businesswoman. She can't always make it with me. So Bobby Joe was with me on that one. And that was a case where we went in to get answers for the family. And I don't throw the word demon out there, but this was some crazy stuff that was going on this case. So that would be the episode right there. If anyone's interested in watching that on our YouTube channel, to see how we kind of handled that situation, because it turned fast. Everything went sideways real quick.
It sounds like you got actually a little bit scared.
This was like TV stuff. No joke. This was like TV stuff. Now, this guy, he makes a post on Facebook, and everybody's tagging us girls like, you need the Ghost Sisters, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I'm going over here looking. This guy's got a post out. Could someone help me? I got this going on, blah, blah, blah. He messaged me right away, and then we just went from there. And what was going on was his grandpa, in the house that him and his mom were living in, that they both pretty much grew up in, his grandpa lived to be 98 or 99 years old, and he just passed away a year ago.
That's a good run.
Yeah, and he was a priest, and he wasn't just any priest. He was doing exorcisms on people, and his grandmother would be there when he was doing that. So, and Grandpa, he was also in the military throughout his life. He was very depressed over things that he had done, and there was something going on in that house, and it literally was affecting the guy. So when the guy was like 12 years old, the mother heard him yelling, and she gets up and she tries to go into the bedroom to her son's room. She can't get in. She opens the door, and there he is pinned up against the wall. She said he literally was slid up the wall, and she said something was throwing CDs at her, and it kept hitting her right here. Is throwing them at her. She couldn't get in. So Grandpa hears all this going on, and he come in there with the Bible because he knew something wasn't right. And he's like, started saying prayers and all this stuff. And he finally, whatever this thing was, let him go. And he went flying over there by his mother. So this was like, I was having a hard time. Like, I've never had a case like this. This is something I would hear on TV. You know what I mean?
And how did it feel for you? What did you feel when you walked into that house for the first time?
You guys see that video? I picked on so much stuff. Soon as I began my walkthrough, and they're filming me, I said, soon as I stepped into this house, I said, somebody has opened up a doorway here that they have no idea what they have done. They don't even know, they opened up a doorway. And I begin the walkthrough, and I'm picking up on all these things. I'm giving out names. That's their relatives. And what happened, I'm getting all these things in this house. And now, mind you, I don't like people to tell me nothing. So if you got a case going on, I don't want to know who died in the house. I don't want to know. Just tell me you're seeing this, or hearing disembodied voices, maybe seeing a shadow figure. Don't give me too much. I don't want to know. And so he was very specific on what he said to me. And he did tell me the story about the CDs, his mother and stuff. But I just picked up on so much stuff. And I even seen the grandfather laying in a puddle of like blood or something. I was seeing the guy. And
you mean, so wait, this was like
during my walkthrough.
In your mind, or like you literally saw it, or was just sort of
in my mind,
an
in my
illusion,
third
you know what I
eye,
mean?
I was
Okay.
seeing this guy, and I said it too. I'm seeing this guy, and there's blood all around him. He's just laying there, and I was in the hallway. Well, come to find out, his grandpa had fell and hit his head, and the grandson had a hard time trying to help him. Blood was everywhere, and he couldn't get him up, and it was trying to get him up, and he had to call the ambulance and everything on him. So there was just a lot of stuff, and I picked up on a Ouija board. He never mentioned, of course, I don't want to know anything. I picked up on, and I walked into the kitchen, and that's where they would play the Ouija board when he was younger. But this was after the incident where things were being thrown at the mother. So he said the Ouija board came after. So that wasn't tied to that, he said. So he said, but he never.
What do you think?
I walked into
Do you think it was tied to that?
I think it was tied to the grandpa. The grandpa, he was doing exorcisms, and I think them things were coming after him. And they were, because he said it would be quiet, and then all of a sudden it'd kick up. It was crazy. Y'all just have to go watch it. It's so much that was going on here.
Absolutely, watch it. I want to hear, and I'm going to check it out, but I like hearing it from your perspective in terms of the aftermath
I walk in the
of it.
kitchen, guys, and I'm like, somebody had a Ouija board out, and the mother said that she came home and caught them playing that Ouija board in her kitchen. And that's where I picked up on acid. And somebody was messing with the Ouija board. And they took it down to the graveyard, was messing with the Ouija board. They said it went flying. They watched it get thrown. So young kids doing things. And I even picked up on other stuff that was very disturbing. They had a stepson, because the mother was in a relationship and the stepson had been living there. And he kind of had, I think he was autistic, but he was into the dark stuff. He was doing some bad things there. And I didn't know this, but I was picking up on it. And when we interviewed them after my walkthrough, they let it all out. And I said, oh my gosh, this is crazy. So with all these things going on, it was just affecting the grandson. He was a real sensitive person too.
You mean sensitive in the sense of spiritually sensitive?
Yeah. I think he was an empath or something. I mean, he didn't come out and say it. He just, I just knew he was, But the weird thing was, during this investigation, we get up to walk. Now, my sister Bobby's an empath. She does feel a lot. She feels things. We go to walk down the hallway, and all of a sudden, my sister freaking about collapsed. I mean, she just hits the wall, and me and her boyfriend grab her, and I'm like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? She looks at me, and I swear, you guys, she looked scared to death. She said, get me out of here, Mandy. She said, something's on me. And she couldn't stand up. It was like on her. It jumped right on her in that hallway, man. It was so scary, you guys. And it got worse. It just got worse.
So, all right. So, Mandy, what do you do here? Like, what is your...
I saged this place, and I know that wasn't going to be enough, but I was like, look, after all this crazy stuff, I said, now this might make the spirits mad. I'm going to say a blessing. I'm going to sage. And I did when they filmed me, and I said, and the thing is, when we were doing that, so I'm not a person who likes to use apps, I'm not a big app person, except I will use Sean Austin's app because it's different. It's AI, and there's no dictionary word-based data in there to listen to what I'm saying. It basically is listening for disembodied voices, and it will cuss you out. I kid you not. This thing has cussed me out big time, and that's scary. So we were filming, and we had that app on just to see if anything come through because it was cussing us out and saying some bad stuff. I'm saging this house, and that thing goes, I can't breathe. I kid you not. I said, I can't breathe. Now, when you're saging a home, you got to open windows to let them get out, get that energy out. And to hear that app say, I can't breathe, that was weird.
Yeah, it's fun when it's really weird and fun when all that happens at one time, right?
Yeah. So it gets worse, guys. I just want to tell you real quick. So
no, please.
After we got done filming, we go right into the live investigation. They allowed us to go live. And so we always ask, we don't have to, but if you want us to, we will. And they were like, yeah. So we went live and so many people was watching. I've got like 2 or 3 different platforms on the same time. And I'm getting ready to do the Estes, right? And the guy, he was like, I'd like to try that. And I'm like, I've had other homeowners jump in and do the Estes, and it was fine. I should have known better, but I figured I wasn't going to leave him under long, maybe 5 minutes tops. And so after I got done doing it, he was like, I probably won't get anything, but I wouldn't mind trying. I said, you know what? Yeah, we'll put you under 5 minutes. And guys, this is some freaky stuff. And everybody watching me was freaking out. Everybody. Because this guy, he gets on the headphones. I tell him how he has to do it, respond. And he's really tapped in. And the things that he was doing, and all of a sudden, he starts laughing really weird. And he starts talking about, do you believe in God? So, he's listening to whatever's coming through. So he can't hear me. And I'm like going with it, like, yeah, saying questions. Then all of a sudden you see him tense up and his hands and stuff start doing some weird stuff like that. And we're like, what the? And I was like, oh God, I got to get him out of this. This guy would, and the guy couldn't move. He just looked like all distorted. I've never seen anything like that besides on TV. So I said, hey, you okay? And I take everything off him. He's like, all tensed up and red, and he's trying to get out of the chair and he can't. The REM pods are going crazy. I mean, he couldn't get up. He said same thing that happened to Bobby Joe. She couldn't move. And Bobby was right there. She goes, Mandy, same darn thing that happened to me. I couldn't move. I said, oh my God, get him out of here. We gotta get him out of here. So my sister's boyfriend and us helped this guy outside, and it's like, oh my God, they left me in there alone. And I'm like, I was hearing stuff in the back room, and this is a little house. I mean, it was probably 1,000 square feet, maybe 1,200. Little house had all this going on in it.
This is before the sage?
Yeah. Yes. This whole house was, it was crazy. And the things that were coming through my ink box, which is a spirit box, I mean, there was so much. I mean, he used to have a girlfriend. Her name, I won't say her name, but he had this one girlfriend who committed, and I picked up on her, and she came through my ink box. She was yelling her name out, and he told me, he said, why would she be here? I'm like, well, she knew you for one. You dated her. Of course she's going to come here.
How many times did you go to this house? The once?
One time. And I was going to take Sean Austin there with me. He was supposed to go there because Sean Austin's a demonologist. So he was going to go there and film, and he was going to go and, he does his little blessing, St. Michael's prayer, and, tries to help them move on too. We don't hear nothing back from this guy. And I still have not heard from him today. And this was just a few months ago.
So let me ask you this. Because of a situation like this, now this guy doesn't get back to you. What is it like? And it sounds like you guys as a team, you do a lot of residential.
Yeah, we do.
Is there a process that you normally stick to for aftercare or follow up with these people?
I do reach back out to them. Any evidence we capture, I send it to them and I show them. I ask them, has the activity increased, and see how it's going. And because the thing I have to tell people, you got all this activity going on, and if it isn't real, because we will only do the serious cases. If you got somebody walking around, door opening, no. It has to be a case like this one, serious. You need help. Something's going on. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. So I'll follow up on them and say, how's it going? Is everything good? And talk to them on the phone and, go from there. And if it's progressing, then that's when I'll have my friend Sean come in. He might have to go bless the home because he specializes in that area. But I tell them, if you're going to have paranormal investigators go to your home, expect activity to increase because they now know we can hear them, we're communicating, or you might make them mad.
And she's a cop. It's the other thing you got to remember. It's like the cops are here. Trouble.
Yeah, sometimes I can't say that I worked in law enforcement because sometimes I think that scares them and I won't get anything.
Are there any personal lines you won't cross? Any locations you won't do?
Oh, no.
No, nothing.
I will.
You'll go anywhere.
I'll go anywhere. And actually, there's a place in Tennessee. I don't know, y'all might have heard of it, called the Ura Shrine. That's my place right there.
Where in Tennessee?
Bristol, Tennessee. Look it up. It's a place. This is not like any place that you've ever seen. I mean, this guy worked. The cool part is he worked in law enforcement. So see how that works? I didn't know he was in law enforcement. He reached out to me, needed my help. I helped him, and he was forever grateful to me and the Ghost Sisters, and he made us ambassadors of the shrine. So we can go anytime we want. And we've been going there for like 6.5 years. We get to spend the night there. We go all weekend. And I'm going to tell you guys, this place is off the chain. It's got everything. Because you ever hear of a dragon portal table? Yeah.
What's that?
A portal table. They call it the dragon portal table. It weighs like, I think, 6,000 or 7,000 pounds. It's made out of a special cement that one of the...
What is that, like the Iron Throne? Like, what is this? Like, I'm serious. What is it? Like, why is it called the dragon portal table? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the guy, he was a chemist. He used to be a member of the shrine, and at that time, he built mixed his own stuff in there he called it dragon cement, and they called it the dragon portal table, and so it's got dragon heads on it. It is huge. You can set like 22 people around it, and it's thick. And what they did, when they started building this, the caretaker allowed people to come in who practiced different religions, dark, good, and whatever else. I don't know. There was a bunch of stuff out there. So each person would come in and write rituals and different things on the cement, and then they'd pour the next one, and then so forth and so forth. And there's dragon heads on it. You can light it up, and fire comes out of the table. It is like nothing.
Sounds like the coolest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it is very, very scary. And they even had a mirror above it, as above, below. And it's the same outlining of the dragon portal table, the mirror and the wood around it. It looks just like.
And this is in Bristol.
Yes, you would not. It's crazy because it go up on a hill, and then there's the bamboo. He has a bunch of. He grew bamboo right there, and it's very haunted out there. He's got a witch's coven out there. There's caves out there underneath the ground, and it's very active out there.
You got to send me a picture of this thing. I got to see this.
You can pull it up right now on Facebook, guys.
I'm trying. All right, it's the Ura Shrine?
Ura Shrine, U-R-A.
Okay.
And then Shrine.
Oh, I think I see it.
Yes, look at them pictures. You're going to see us all over it. But you go up on a hill. There's a graveyard right here, right? Just step out the door and right there is a graveyard. But it's up on a hill tucked away. And it's got those guard dogs, those, what do you call them? Those gargoyles?
Gargoyles?
Yes, big ones at the front gates of this place. It is insane.
That sounds nuts.
You guys, I'm telling you, the first time us girls went there, when I first walked into this place, I said, "Oh my gosh!" I was like, I almost couldn't walk. The balance, I was all off balance. I mean, I was like, "Oh my gosh!" It was so bad, and the energy there. There's a lot of what kind of it's limestone all over that place, all over it.
Is limestone the limestone? I don't know what that means. Is
Limestone is a
limestone?
kinetic energy source for spirit. It's another source spirit will use to draw energy from, as like water. Water is too.
I knew about water. I
Yes.
knew like isn't quartz a crystal that
Yes.
does? That's a big one. But so limestone is another one that carries it.
But there's a lot of dark magic practice there. They got he's what you call someone who he has to keep the balance between things there. So one side's for the living, one side's for the dead. There's a cave. He built a cave inside this place. There's a hot tub, there's a cold tub. And, again, it's amazing. You got it.
This guy likes to party.
Oh, just there's a witch's stead. I mean, this place is the Earth Gate is out there in the bamboo. That's what it's called, the Earth Gate. So it's real big out there. But what he did to this place, he's got a lot of haunted objects there. He's got he's really big into I think it's the Japanese culture. He's a very unique guy. He's like 6'5". I mean, he worked in law enforcement and he's in his 70s. He don't look like he's even near his 70s. He's a very interesting guy. And what he said, he would have this dream. He would dream things and it was telling him to build. So he kept building, kind of like the Winchester, where the lady was trying to block the spirits from her house. And she kept building all these doors that led to nowhere. Well, he was having dreams and the spirits would tell him what he needed to build next and what to do.
I gotta look this cat up. Mandy, let me ask you something. What's your religious background?
I am very spiritual, but I do believe in God. I would consider myself Christian and I'm very spiritual.
Okay.
So,
Has what you've experienced contradicted or enforced sort of your upbringing, your religious upbringing?
No. My mother never went. I never seen her go to church, but she always sent us to church. But she believed in God. She would talk. She knows the Bible in and out. She'd tell you all about it. So my family wasn't like really hardcore into church, but they read the Bible and they just believe as long as they believe in God.
Sure. I get it.
But my dad, his last 10 years of his life, my dad was someone who was in and out of prison, and he was bad guy, but he turned his life around his last 10 years. So he was really hardcore into the Bible. So, he would have been mad if he would have still been around to see me doing this. But it's funny because he comes to me in my dreams a lot.
Oh,
He
wow.
does. But he didn't say anything.
Not about this.
He's just there.
So I have to ask you this, as we ask everybody this then, from what you've seen and with your background, what do you think spirits are?
Well, some people say the spirits are the ones that I've already crossed over. The ghosts are the ones that are still lingering here. I don't know. I personally think they're both here. Okay, they're both here. I think they're what you call lower energies that are still lingering here. They have a choice. If they want to go, they'll go. Some don't want to go because of their families. They're not ready to go. There's no time in their world. So like someone's been gone 20 years. We know they've been gone 20 years, but spirit doesn't know. There's no time, okay, for them where they're at.
Go where? Where do you think they're going to go?
Well, I think they have a choice to move up to the next level, the next realm, I want to say, I think there's levels, dimensions.
Okay.
I think there is. I don't think that you just pass and then you just, you're there. I think you meet someone and I think you go through different levels. But I think the ones that are still here, the ones we're talking to, they either are coming in visitation or they're the ones who had bad things happen to them. They're stuck here. They might not know they're gone, or it's a lot of residual energy too that we could be picking up on. A lot of things that are like stuck in a loop, repeating itself over and over. I mean, but there is dark things out there, and I really get freaked out because I feel very protected when I'm out there, but I've had things follow me from that place, the shrine. And I've been out there with Sean investigating and had things growling at me and, talking very nasty through recorders at me. So I always feel protected, but then again, I never had anything bad really happen investigating. I mean, until certain people I'm with, and then it's like the darker things are coming out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, man.
Well, why do you think? Let me ask you something, Manny. Because look, and I love it because you're out there investigating. Why do you think it is? Do you think the spirits are attracting to the person, or is it the person somehow manifesting the energy and strengthening the spirits? Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, because you can manifest stuff. You can literally do that. You definitely can. Your fear can. I think it's both. It could be both, depending on who the person is. Me, I'm a medium, so they know. They call it out. They'll say it through my spirit box. Medium, medium. They'll say, Mandy. I'm like, yeah, I'm a medium. But I think certain people have their aura. Everybody has aura, and I think depending on what type of entity, spirit, or whatever it is, it's drawn to you like a magnet. It knows. They know when you walk in the door because they can read your mind. They can read your mind. They know who can hear them, who can see things. And I think that you're going to get some stuff if you're someone who has those abilities, and spirit knows. As to someone who doesn't, say someone who's not tapped in like that, and you just got your regular person going in, I'm not saying that spirit won't go towards them. I'm sure they will, because how you are in this life is how you're going to be in spirit. So you're still lingering around in a mansion, and you got people walking in your house. Who's this? Especially if you don't know you're dead, you're going to go towards them. So that's how I look at it. Okay. That's how I look at it. It's
No, thank
just,
you. Thank you. It makes total sense. As leading, as being a female led team, have you come across people who has it been any struggle there in what is predominantly a male dominated paranormal scene? And how has that affected what you have to do, or is sort of the gateway to entry into these places? Do you have any hurdles you have to overcome on that front to convince clients, like, this is what we do, or what's that scene?
I've never really had no problems. No, I can't say I've had any problems. And we do get, sometimes.
Except for that old boss who wanted to try to take you to dinner afterwards.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
that's the only time.
Him.
But no, not in the ghost zone.
But people can be rude, we do get sometimes a lot of men, depending how far the video goes. So like if I get a video that's 100,000 or whatever views, that's when these people start coming in, and they can be rude. And it's a lot of guys, not always.
That's common. You mean in the thread in the comments?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Then you're doing something right. Like if people if you're getting to a point where you're like loved and hated,
yes,
that's when you've achieved. Like you've arrived, right?
Yeah.
Like they absolutely have to, someone has to knock you down when you make it to the top. It's just the way it is.
That's what they do, man. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, I'm about to block this person.
That's great though. So you've never felt, you're saying is you don't really feel that a group of sisters, changes how the clients approach you or how property owners or other people perceive you. It's sort of, it's been welcoming for the most part.
I've never had an issue, not at least that I can remember, because we've been doing this for 9 years, but I don't think we've ever had that issue. Everyone's usually been very respectful, and we get a lot of people that reach out to us wanting us to go to their businesses and investigate and stuff. So, they find it intriguing. Oh, your group of sisters. Oh, come over here,
So 9 years. Let me ask you this then. Is there, with everything you've documented, do you think that spirits are trying to send us any sort of message on how to live? Or are they doing their own thing and we're in the way? Is there a message they're trying to pick up on, or a commonality in your investigations?
That's a good question, Gary. No one's ever said it to me like that. No, I don't never. Well, yeah, you got to remember, I've been on hundreds of investigations.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
So there was one time, actually, it might have been a year or two ago, the spirit come through my ink box, and I'm looking for intelligent responses, because it's a lot of radio coming through there. But we also have the shortwave on the ink box, which has less frequencies. And it was on shortwave, and this woman was trying to tell me something, and she was saying my name clear as day, and I was live. She said, Mandy. And then she said something about a car accident. I was freaked out. I was like, no freaking way. I was scared. I really was. It freaked me out. I thought, oh God, the spirit's trying to warn me. So I have had them do that. And they've even said fire. And just, they actually have a few times. Yeah.
Well, that's like that's a specific warning that they've given you. But is there like an over like a 30,000-foot view message or vibe that you've gotten when they're here communicating of their wants to be around?
They always want help.
I see. Okay.
Help me. Help. It's like, oh my gosh.
So you feel like when you go into an investigation for a resident who's being, annoyed by this or in a location, that these spirits they haven't figured something out in a way that you might be able to guide them. Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get so much different stuff out there. You get some of them when you go in and you just start talking to them, they'll be like, hi, hello.
Sure.
Like, well, and then, and that's where I think you get into the different realms, the different dimensions, because then you got the ones like, help me, it's dark, it's cold, or saying some really freaky things, but then you get the ones that are really calm. Hi, how are you? And I'll say, hey, my name's Mandy. And then they'll say their name, and you don't know what you're going to get, but it's so crazy, the things that will come through. It's like, to me, it's like, how can you be getting one over here yelling for help, and this is going on around this spirit? Then you got the one over here just like calm and cool, like talking to you like I'm talking to you,
Sure. No, I find it fascinating, everything you've seen and the stuff that you talk about, continuing
I've seen
on
some
with
dark things with my eyes, let me tell you.
No shit. Where do you want the Ghost Sisters to be in 5 years? Is it the same thing you've been doing? What is the next phase?
We got some stuff in the works. We got some things out there where we're pushing some, I can't say too much about what's going on, but I'll say this. We are wanting to get out into the cryptid stuff, because I've had experiences with things, and
I want to hear what you think, because I have an issue with cryptids. I am not a big cryptid believer. I am more apt to believe in spirits, consciousness, and I do believe there's something happening 100% with that, and I don't know what it is. That's the whole point of this podcast, for me to meet people like you who are out there and to gather this information and try to paint a picture of what this is. I believe there's something happening with consciousness on a certain level, whether we're connecting to the afterlife or it's just, I don't know what that is, or what dimension. I don't know what it is. But when it comes to cryptids, I feel like we talk about, and it's funny, this has come up now in the past couple of episodes. I've got like, man, I just don't, I'm just gonna say, I don't believe in Bigfoot. I don't think he's out there. I don't think that's a thing. I feel like we could find him. That's not, now, I think there's things in the ocean maybe we haven't found yet. I think, that shit's deep, and they're really creepy looking things. And if you've ever seen a sturgeon, that is a sea monster of unlike, so there's things in the water that are insane. But like, I mean, every mountain lion is tagged in LA, for Christ's sake. How do we not know that there's a big ass Bigfoot guy walking around? I mean, I don't know. I got a whole thing with that. So that's my thing. What is it for cryptids for you that you've seen that has convinced you that this might be another avenue and that exists?
So I'm a very open-minded things. I've had supernatural things happen that I can't explain. And like I said, I've been dealing with spirits since I was 9 and 10. I mean, when I say I've had supernatural things, I've had supernatural things that you would have to been there to believe what happened. So, but anyway, my house is a very haunted house, and I'm just going to say we've all seen ghosts in this house, and things been thrown and whatever, crawling in bed with you, just the whole 9 yards in this house. And there's a cemetery right across the street. I went down one night. It's out in the country. It's huge. I was like, I'm going to investigate this cemetery by myself. And I did. And it wasn't dark yet. Okay. And I'm live and I'm walking around. All of a sudden, I point my camera down as I'm walking around the tombstones, I see these weird looking footprints, and I'm telling you guys, I was live and I was like, my mind was blown. What am I looking at? This thing had like a person's foot who was barefooted, and it had toes, but then it had pointed toenails, and it was a big foot. Like, I don't know, it was probably about like this. And I am not kidding you. I actually got a video of it on my social media. I was like, what is this? And I've not seen no bears around here. I'm Northwest. Now, someone did say there was a sighting, I don't know, a long time ago, but not near me. I have never lived in Ohio my whole life.
A sighting of what? A Bigfoot sighting or a bear
No,
sighting?
of a bear.
Okay, got it.
Because some people were like, oh, that could be a barefoot. No, barefoot has a fat paw. You know, this was like a foot. Somebody had pointed toenails. I'm not kidding you. It was like the creepiest thing ever. And I'm like, okay, what is this? And I made a video out of it, and it went crazy. Everybody loved it. And I had all kinds of different things. So that was very unexplainable to me. And one night I came back from investigating a asylum in our hometown, Marion. Something was whistling at me. I'm surrounded by woods and cornfields.
You'd be like a real whistle, like you think a Bigfoot was like.
I don't know, but I'm going to tell you guys, I had my 2 St. Bernards outside. It was about 3:30 in the morning, and I heard whistling, and I was like, oh my gosh, no way. Nope, that's it. Nope. Got my dogs
What are you doing
inside.
What are you doing out at 3:30 in the morning? That's the bigger question.
I was investigating.
I see.
Me and my husband did have a experience when we were in Athens, Ohio. Something threw a big rock in our path. It didn't want us to go forward. And only thing we could see was this big black freaking rock coming down. And it hit this tree, and all I could see was these little pebbles going across the path, and then it went into the water. And we freaked out. My husband's like, let's get the heck out of here. And he left me. I was trying to catch up with him. But it was after that when I started having whistling going on. I found those prints, and I'm like, what is going on? And someone told me, if you had an encounter with something like that, they follow you. It gets weirder. My neighbor way down the road sent me a video. And we were hearing something weird out here too. We captured it on our video. We were hearing a sound. It sounded like something was hurt. And I thought, oh my God, I was like, oh man, I don't want to hear that. It was so, you could hear it over the TV. And I was just like, oh man, poor animal. Wake up in the morning, my neighbor sends me this video. And I'm telling you, it creeped me out. This thing let out a big old, whatever it was, roar or yell. You could hear like crickets and coyotes in the background. And then when it let out its roar, everything got quiet. And I kid you not. And you can hear his fire because he was out there having a fire. It freaked him out so bad, he said that he had to go out. He went inside and got a shotgun.
Someone in the chat is talking about the grass man.
Yes.
Is that an Ohio thing? That's an Ohio's version of
Bigfoot? A friend of
Bigfoot?
mine. Yeah. The grass man. They said that it sounds just like the grass man, the holler of him. And I'm telling you, I looked up every sound of a hurt animal or just look up different things.
I've never heard of the grass man.
It. Nothing. I even looked up those footprints and I couldn't find anything except for a dog man footprint. And that freaked me out. I mean, whatever.
I have never heard of the grass man. And you know what? This cryptid thing has come up so many times. I think I got to start talking to some cryptid people. Maybe let's see if they can or explain to me what I'm missing. I don't, what the theories are behind it.
Well, here's another thing. My daughter, my youngest daughter, she was driving down the road here. She saw something and it scared her so bad. I had to go outside and walk her into my house. She was driving down our road and she was going around the corner and she saw what she said was a man on all 4 legs with no clothes on, and he had feet. And she said it was running across the street. It scared her so bad. She don't even like talking about it.
Could it have been a meth head?
I was like, you sure that one?
Going into the scripted thing, sorry to go back to it, but I have a hard time with the world. I need to do more. Look, when I first started this, I was unsure what was happening. I always thought like there was something happening. I didn't understand how John was getting this kind of communication, right? And that's sort of what started this whole thing. So now cryptids seem to be coming up a lot more. And I'm like, okay, I guess now I really, it's sort of being forced upon me.
to figure it out. And I'll do this. I'll learn about cryptids before I get into these fucking dolls, because those things scare the hell out
I've
of me.
got
I don't
dolls here, Gary.
You got haunted dolls?
Freak you out. Yes, and they are creepy.
Yeah.
Yes, people were sending me
Why do you
dolls.
keep them? Why do you keep haunted dolls in your house?
I was into because most of the time it was at a haunted location and something happened, it'd get knocked off, and I'm like, oh, I want that, let me have it, and then they'd let me have it. Or people homes I went and investigated, they had issues with a doll, so I would take it off their hands.
But why didn't you burn it?
I don't know. I've got like 12 and I ain't getting no more. I said, that's it. They're like trigger objects. I can take them, depending where I'm going, but I don't take none of these no more. I don't mess with these ones. But I do have a donkey, an Eeyore, that's from Tennessee, and there is a little boy attached to him. That's no joke. Oh my gosh, we can go on and on with him. But yeah, the weirdest thing is because the donkey was with the child when he passed away in a car accident with his family. The grandmother bought the donkey for him, and the grandmother couldn't handle keeping that stuffed animal because she said all this stuff was going on in the house. She said he would turn on her stove and lock on her car door. She blamed it on the grandson still being attached to this donkey. So I took him off her hands, and they did a video chat with me before I took him, and I picked up on what happened. I picked up on the beginning of his name. And it was the craziest thing because he's just a stuffed animal. There's nothing there. He's just a stuffed animal. But you put a K2 up to him, he will light it up steadily. And it's just wild.
Mandy, when did you first sort of realize that what you had was intuitive, medium sort of abilities?
I knew at a young age that I could sense something, I was always scared, going into like certain parts of my house. I just knew, I felt like I was being watched. And I had a brother who was killed when he was 15, and I would have been, I think I was about 10. And I was really close to my brother. And he was the first one to actually come to me and let me know that this is real.
Did you tell anybody when that happened?
Oh,
Did you
yeah,
tell your sisters and your...
Yeah, my family was so sick of me growing up talking about all these things that was happening.
No kid. So this is always...
I couldn't explain what was going on. I knew ghosts because I remember hearing my grandmother talk about ghosts. My aunt would talk about ghosts, and I was always intrigued with it, but once I started experiencing more of it, I used to be terrified of it. I was terrified. I mean, it scared me.
You can't escape. It's funny. It's like we all grow up with now, right? And certainly in a modern culture, like the idea of ghosts or horror movies and things like that you can't escape it. There was a guy, I read a book by this
I love
one
horror movies.
Oh, I hate horror movies. I can't
I
sit
love
through
it.
If I'm a horror, I tell the audience knows this. If horror movies in my house, my wife will just sit next to me and like keep a camera on me and just film it because it's funnier than, because I get mad, I yell, I get scared, I hug my dog, I hate it. But this guy was this book that I read, he's a sociologist, and he talks about how this idea of when we don't know what it is, we automatically go to, is it a ghost? But that's only because we've also been raised with this idea of ghosts, right? This is just one perspective of things. And it's interesting to see, but when you hear about it in a kid who might not really know what a ghost is yet, that's really that's sort of the counter argument to that, right? I mean, how, when it's a little kid who might have heard the word ghost, they don't understand what a ghost is.
They don't understand it. No.
So it's like, that's the counter side of it. When you're young and you pick it up and you annoy your parents about it, that's kind of right where that comes from.
I remember being 15 years old, and I was laying in bed, and I'd just gotten in bed, and something crawled in bed with me, and we didn't have no animals, and it scared me to death. Something crawled in the bed with me, and I remember going out there telling my dad, I am not sleeping in here no more. And I tried to tell him what happened, and he didn't believe me, but I think I can't remember. I think I slept on the couch that night. I was scared to death. And I've had that happen to me more than once throughout my life, where things crawl in bed. and you just can't explain it. Is it really spirit or what is it? What is crawling in the bed?
That we've heard that before. We have a guest that's coming up that has happened to. That's not the first time I've heard that, and it's really, that would not be cool with me. I'd probably leave.
Gary, it happened to the funny thing is, listen to this, you're going to love this. So this was a lot of that was, what I'm about to tell you, this was happening after I would come back from the Euro Shrine, which the caretaker would tell me, Mandy, nothing can follow you. Yeah, I had a whole week of bad luck, okay? I knew something was in my house. Something was going on. Everything was just upside down. And this is when I was still working in law enforcement. And we did a podcast during this week. And we had, like I said, we just got back from the shrine. It was like 3 days later. We were doing a podcast, a live one. People were freaking out because you could hear disembodied voices. You could hear something growling. I mean, it was insane. And the people were like, you ladies might want a sage. And I'm like, well, we just got back from this crazy place in Tennessee. And we were all pumped up about it. And I just started having a lot of bad stuff going wrong. So the next day I was heading to work, a road that I took for many, many years. And I was just 2 minutes away from pulling into work. And this baby deer come out of nowhere. And I say nowhere in the morning. Now, that could be something that can happen to anybody, but I was having bad stuff happening all week, and that just topped it off. So I hit a baby deer. I'm in my brand new car, to beat all. And then after that, I was hearing growling in my house. I was hearing knocks, and my daughter was freaking out because she was seeing a tall, dark thing she said it had long, dark fingers. It was scaring the hell out of her. It was bad. And then.
Well, you can't go out there killing baby deers, maybe.
Oh God, I cried. I cried. I was so upset.
That is tragic.
But I woke up because this thing was in my ears growling. I get in the shower, get cleaned up. I hear my husband yelling for me. And I'm like, what? What's wrong? And he says, Mandy, something's in here. Something's moving the covers. And I'm telling you, I went out there and looked, and you could see the covers moving. It was like, and he just, he don't believe in a lot of stuff, but he has seen things and heard them, and he still questions.
I'm surprised you didn't pull your service revolver and just start shooting.
Listen, he was freaked out. And I said, well, sorry. I said, I told you something was going on. I said, I got to go to work. So I leave him, right? He comes into work. He calls me up, and he's like, hey, after you left, this thing was moving in that bed for 4 hours. I could not sleep. And I said, I told you. So, I mean, it's just, crazy things like that, What's going on?
Mandy, like before we say goodbye, tell everybody what, when's your next live and where they can find you exactly. What's the best place? What's the best place to find and to follow and the Ghost Sisters of Ohio?
So our next investigation, if you want to watch a live investigation, we will be live tomorrow at the Bel Air House in Ohio. Me and Bobby Joe's taking on that. We're going to be with Trap Souls podcast. They've invited us, ladies, and we're going. You can find us on YouTube. We'll be live on YouTube, Facebook. We have Instagram, but we only go live on TikTok. Rainbow, REINBOW. That's a new platform. Go check it out. So we go live on those 4 platforms.
Give them your top. Give them the top 1 or 2.
Is going to be Facebook and YouTube.
Facebook and YouTube, and it's
Ghost
let me just
Sisters.
make sure. Ghost Sisters, got it. A link to the Ghost Sisters in the link tree in my bio. That will be up and running right after this episode drops, so you'll be able to follow. And be sure to give Mandy and her sisters a follow. They are actively out there crushing it. 9 years at it. And it's like, look, I haven't been on a ghost investigation. I think I would feel very safe being with a corrections officer on the scene.
I go alone. I'd go alone, dude.
That's insane. But there's no way I would go alone. There's not a chance. It's not a chance.
Scary, but yeah, you get more.
I mean, I'd probably get tetanus or something too. Like walking through a wall in these scary, these horrible places. Mandy, thank you. Thank you so much. Again, I apologize for the calendar screw up.
It's okay.
I didn't say anything too bad about you beforehand. I said you guys stood. I said I think I'm getting stood up. But it's totally my fault, ladies and gentlemen.
I felt so bad, so I'm
No.
we're
This
even.
is.
We'll say we're even.
But Manny, I can't. This is fun, man. You have great stories. I love seeing you out there. I love that you're a family unit. I love that it's an all-woman squad. I think that means a lot. I do. I think it's a lot. I like disruptors in a big way. I think anybody breaking the norm of anything, I'm a fan of. And it's the fact that you're still doing it, you're growing. You have a huge following on Facebook and legit investigations that look really great if you're into it. Good classic stuff. So Manny, listen, thank you again. I really appreciate your time. Send my best to both your sisters. And I hope Chastity feels better. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our show today. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Splintered Spirits if you're watching on Santa Paranormal's channel. Follow the Ghost Sisters. Find them. Again, link be up there. And jump over to Splintered Spirits and give us a like. That's it for today. We appreciate you guys. Thank you all so much.
Bye.
Manny, I will see ya. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. And I could sort of wrap my head around that other than a species of like some sort of...
I don't know. See, I
this could-
disagree. I think it's less probable.
She's
for
sitting
it to
back.
be
Look,
a-
she just ran
for
back
it
the
to
stand.
be
We're
a
boring the
giant
shit out of her.
sloth.
Hey, everybody. Do us a quick favor and hit follow and smash that like or subscribe button wherever you're listening right now. It'll help us keep getting great guests and make it so you don't miss the next episode. Now on with the show. Sure.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Oh, John, we're live.
Oh, we're live.
We're live. This is Splintered Spirits Live, in case anyone doesn't know. John, did
just
you
in
know?
case.
This is live.
Well, you
This
know
is
me.
live?
You got to remind me of things constantly. So thank you for reminding me of the name of the podcast, the fact that we're live.
That's right, John. This is Splintered Spirits.
Yes.
Live.
Yes.
We do a live weekly podcast every Thursday.
Because I get confused with the other one I do with the makeup tutorials,
Yes, the makeup tutorials, right. And then there's a cooking show.
There is actually technically.
I know.
That is true.
Oh, my God. All right, let's give the good people a chance to get in as they get announced and they get warned that we're live.
Yeah.
For all those all the viewers are just sitting by their phones.
Waiting.
By their computers, just eager
Waiting.
to find out what the two of us have to say today.
Yeah, we got some things to say.
We got some stuff to say.
Yeah, we do. We definitely do.
Oh,
Should I just put headphones on so it looks better? Right? Headphones that aren't doing anything. Yeah. Hollow them out.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. So what's going on, Gary? How's everything been? Everything good?
Everything good. It's cold here. It's cold for LA.
Yeah.
It's like 45, 50 degrees at night.
Oh, I'd sacrifice somebody else's child for that weather.
Yeah.
You
It's
know?
bad. It's cold, man.
It's cold. It got cold here again. Temperature dropped. We got a little taste of spring. It's like in the 38, 36, no wind. And then I checked the weather tonight, I'm like, you kidding me? I'm like, all right, it is what it is.
Crazy.
It is
All
what it
right,
is.
we got some bodies. They're all jumping in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host,
Welcome.
Gary, and this is my co-host, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, trying to
Wait.
discuss and solve the question, what are spirits?
What are spirits? I
It's a
tell
tough
you,
question.
It's
Did a
not only
spirit scratch? Did a
tough
spirit
question-
scratch? Did a spirit scratch that nose of yours, or what?
No. What scratched my nose is the new addition to the Breck estate. I got a kitten, and we were trying to figure out his name. I picked him up today, and my daughter was here, my wife was here. There was a lot of people in the house, a lot of hustle and bustle. He's not used to it. He's freaking out, and he just gets me right across the face. And I looked at him, my nose was dripping blood. I looked at him and I went, okay, Logan, you got it, Wolverine. Put him back. So that's it.
So
And
you
I
went
didn't want to name him that.
Logan. Logan's good.
Yeah, I like Logan. I was going for Remy. I was going for Remy LeBeau. I was going for Gambit. Right? I was going for the Gambit, but
is he French?
Well, no,
Creole?
he's not French, but you know, the whole Marvel theme.
Sure. Hello, Instagram people. If you're there, if you're showing up, thank you for being here. Facebook, YouTube, everyone. We have a guest today, John.
Oh, do we? Nice.
Yeah, we really do.
Very cool. Very cool.
Let me tell you about our guest, and then I'm going to let her in. She's sitting calmly in the waiting room. Very fun. So, Ashley's the host of the Ghost Gossip Podcast. It's a paranormal podcast. She's been doing it since 2022. And she started it while she was living in a haunted house.
Oh, nice.
Right? And it sort of sparked the whole show's obsession with all things eerie, unexplained, and otherworldly.
Cool.
She's a full-time stay-at-home mom and paranormal podcast host. She spent 15 years working in the federal court system.
Wow.
Before trading courtrooms for cold spots. I like that line. She wrote that.
Yeah,
It's good.
yeah,
And
it's
EVP
good.
sessions. She's married and the mom to 3 blended teenagers, balancing family life with late-night rabbit holes into hauntings, urban legends, and real-life paranormal encounters. I'm going to let's talk. Let's get some ghost gossip going with.
Yeah, a little ghost gossip, that hype popping tea, you know.
Let's do it, man. Let's get
let's do it.
Ashley in here.
I'm down.
What's up,
Hello.
Ashley?
Hello. How are y'all?
We're doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank
You can
for
tell
having
she's a
me on.
podcaster. Look at this woman. It's a great setup. I love the whole thing. The color scheme is on point. Is your hair colored purple too?
No,
Or is
my
that just
hair's
the
brown
light
and blonde.
perfectly reflected on
Just
it?
the light.
It's amazing. It's a
Thank
good
you.
vibe.
I love it in here.
Yeah. Ashley, thank you for joining us today. We're gonna have a fun hang.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate you reaching out. I was really excited when I got your email.
Well, I like you. Listen, when I was watching. My feed now gets filled, right? And it's really fun when it gets filled with new faces in this space, in this genre. And I started watching your podcast, and what I was impressed with the fact is you just have this great ability to simply talk to people, and it seems like you enjoy it. As opposed to I want to interview. I'm like questioning them and quizzing them, and I want to learn about the paranormal, and that's kind of the vibe of this thing. But you're like having a chat with them, just hey, what's up? You know, and then they seem to be talking about, and you can do it. Which is a skill. John's got that skill. I don't have that skill per se, but it was really fun. Anyway, you create a really great environment in this genre, which I found different, and unlike other things that I had seen. So
well, you're going to make me cry. And you're going to make my head really big. I'm not going to be able to get out of the studio.
Well, listen, I teed you up here a little bit, but why don't you give the good people who are listening sort of the elevator pitch on what it is that really made you dive into podcasting of all the things?
Well, I bought a haunted house and I was feeling crazy. I did not know it was haunted when I bought it. And things were happening every day, little things, right? And it was like enough to make you like, am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? And my husband wasn't experiencing it. My kids were little at the time. And when I say little, I mean like 7, 8, 9-ish, 9, 10, something like that. Not old enough to talk to them about it. And so they were going through things that they weren't telling us because they didn't think we would believe them. And I thought I was losing my mind. And I was like, I need to talk about this. I need a community. And people at work, some people would talk to me and other people would be like, I'll pray for you. And so it was like, it was like.
Now, was this the job that you were talking about or that you told me you worked in the federal court system? What did you do?
I was a federal courtroom deputy. I worked for the judges. And so I wasn't like a law enforcement. People hear courtroom deputy and they automatically think law enforcement. But I was, the woman that sits in the courtroom with the judge and hands him papers?
Mm-hmm.
I was her. And so if he was in court, I was in court. And I did that. I started when I was 25 and I grew up in the court system. Before that, I worked for the state government. So I was in government for over 18, almost 19 years total. And it was great. I was a single mother for 7 of those years. And so it was wonderful for me being a single mom. And it was very understanding, believe it or not. And my boss was great. But when I started this podcast, I didn't intend to do it full time. I never intended to be a stay-at-home mom, but our circumstances changed and I was able to, and my kids really needed me. And so I was like, all right, well, when I left, it was like, I need purpose because my kids are older now. They're teenagers. And so I'm like, I need a purpose. I don't feel like I have a purpose. And so I started this late 2022, early 2023. And I was like, you know what? I'm really going to focus on this. I'm going to make this something. Instead of it just being a hobby and posting every once in a while, I'm really going to make this my own. And that was August 2024.
All right, and so as you started it, and you clearly stuck with it.
Yeah.
And what has changed in sort of your perspective once you got to be able to talk to people about your experiences in your house? What sort of conclusions have you made?
I'm not alone. That was the biggest one. I'm
Right.
not. Well, I am a little crazy. I am a little crazy.
I think we're all a little crazy.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I'm gonna tell you something. If any woman,
Speak for yourselves, guys.
oh, I'm gonna say, anybody look at you dead face and say, "No, I'm not crazy." That person's crazy.
That person's crazy, right? Yeah, straight up.
Yes.
I mean, come
so
on,
I can admit,
man.
but what I realized was a lot of people, didn't matter where they were born or how they were raised or if they were raised in religion or not, everybody had something that has happened in their life. And a lot of people, especially where I'm from, are scared to talk about it because of how they were raised. And when they figured out that I was a safe place and that I would not criticize or judge or make fun of them or doubt them or discount or try to explain it away, when they realized that, I found myself hearing so many stories. And I mean, you can go to anybody in like a grocery store or a Target and be like, oh, I have a haunted house. And they'll be like, oh, this one time, my grandmother's house. And it is just, I love it. And I love the community that I've met through it and that what Ghost Gossip has for myself created.
And where are you? Like, where are you in the country right now?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. And is it a very like religious town? And did you grow up there? Born and raised there?
Born and raised in South Carolina. I did live in Louisiana when I was younger for about 8 years. And so I was born and then moved to Louisiana. So very, very young. Moved back to South Carolina around 8. And so I've been here since I was 8. And it is very religious, heavy on the Southern Baptist. And a lot of people believe that if you talk about ghost or you try to talk to spirit, that you're going straight to hell. And so,
Sure.
I don't criticize anybody. Whatever you want to believe, I am all for it. You do you. But yeah, it was something that I wasn't raised that it was a bad thing, but I know there's a lot of people around me that were.
I'm going to South Carolina soon. I've never been.
Ooh.
I'm actually doing a college tour with
What college?
my daughter. I'm going to look at South Carolina. I'm going to look at Duke. Going to look at UNC.
That's North Carolina.
That's North Carolina. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to South Carolina.
Okay.
So
So
listen,
close,
here's what
man.
we've established so far.
You're going to one of the Carolinas.
I'm going to a Carolina, and I don't know geography very well, and it's a good thing I'm not. Right. So that's in Durham. Durham, that's North Carolina. That's
Yes. You're on the West Coast, right?
I'm in LA. Yeah.
Oh, she's
Yeah.
moving far.
Well, she hasn't gotten in anywhere yet. We're just looking.
Okay. All right.
We're doing a little tour. We're starting in Nashville and Vanderbilt, and then we're gonna go around and look at all the ones south. But I thought we were seeing someone in South Carolina, but maybe I'm not. No, because then I'm going to Virginia. I'm going to Richmond. No, I screwed the whole thing up. Listen, I'm being in Carolina. It can't be that different, is it?
It's one of the states.
It's one of the originals.
It's one of those 50. It's
One
fine.
of those OGs, the OG 13, right?
Yeah, right.
Come on, man. It's like, so I was going, so when, I knew I was going to be there and I was going to have a night off. So I started calling a couple haunted places and they're like, no, we don't want to let you shoot here. They was going to see if I could let me film in there, like in a cemetery and these couple haunted places. They wanted nothing to do with me. I haven't tried really hard yet to be, to really push, but it's like, oh.
There's not a lot of places out here that will open their doors. Like there's a few, of course, You have Charleston, Savannah. There's some places in North Carolina, but for the most part, it's like battlefields that people go to. And then, you're not supposed to go at night, but there's not a ton in South Carolina, not like the Midwest. The Midwest is haunted. There's just something out there. I don't know what's in the water out there.
There's a lot of people in Ohio, I think. There's a lot of haunted people out there.
Ohio,
boy.
Indiana seems to have a lot of haunted folks, right?
Oh, for sure. Ohio and Indiana and then down. And it's like, what happened? Are y'all okay? I
Are
mean,
they
I love it.
bored? I don't know, but yeah, there's a lot of haunted people out there. Do you go out on investigations?
I do. Not often. I have learned that I'm a storyteller. I'm a horrible investigator. I whisper because I just talk to I'm alone all the time, so I just talk to myself. I learned that that's not okay during investigations. You don't whisper because they think it's an EVP, and it's not. It's just me. So
That's
yeah,
funny.
and then I wander off and don't know where I'm going and then lose people and end up by myself. I mean, I love doing it, but I feel when I go, I feel really old because at like 11, I'm like, are we ready? Are we done? And they're like, oh no, we're going to like 3 a.m. I'm like, 3 a.m.?
No, that's too late.
Tired.
No, that's not. It's like, why can't we do like in Vegas, they started like day clubs, right? Because there was a whole thing, which was so great because like, great, now I don't have to stay out till 3 a.m. Like, let's just go out during the day. Can't we explore during the day? Why
Right.
they're still dead, right? They're still dead
right,
in the morning. They're still
My
dead in the
hauntings
night.
always were more in the morning. Like during the morning, it's like my ghost in my house was really active between 5 a.m. and like 8 a.m. But I think it was a little bit of residual where he was kind of getting up and doing what he used to do. Because I would hear footsteps. I would hear him like walking down the stairs and it'd be 5 o'clock in the morning. I would hear voices at like 5 o'clock in the morning. And so it was very active in the morning.
There's very, very strange stigmas when it comes to the paranormal and daytime. I have heard the most ridiculous things come out of people saying that spirits can't come out when the sun's out. There's no activity, during the morning and the afternoon. It has to be at night. And the closer to 3 a.m., it gets worse. And none of that is true. All of that is false. It's 24/7 and everywhere is haunted. It just depends on how haunted, right?
Right.
And it's wild. So yeah, activity during the day is, I mean,
I
I
feel-
used to love going out during the day. I used to do it all the time.
Well, once the weather goes up, you'll be out there during the day. But it's one of those things where I feel like it's at night because that's when people will let you in. Like it's like, yeah, dude, we don't want you in our place of business during the day. we've got customers, and then so come in at night and do this. Now, but
depends on the place,
right? I mean, a lot of places. But actually, you also don't you consider yourself intuitive of some kind?
Yes.
Do I have that wrong? No, you do.
You're yes, I am. I've been told by several psychic mediums that I am also a psychic medium. I tell people my psychic abilities are way better than my medium abilities. I do not.
What does that mean? Can you explain what that means?
So I have an excellent gift of discernment. My kids and my husband, I'm the human lie detector. Just don't lie to me. Like even people I don't know, I'm like, oh, you lying. You lying. I have I'll be watching TV. I'll be like, he's lying. I have no reason to think, know otherwise. It's just that feeling. And I also just have the gift of knowing things like when things are going to happen before they happen. My medium, that's where I usually say, like, that's my psychic abilities. Those are stronger because I have been able to know things that I should not know. There's no reason I should know. And it's been going on for years. And I just thought, I was just intuitive or I was just perceptive, like I never thought myself could be anything more than just intuitive and perspective or perceptive. But then like I will hear one of the stories that I tell people, I don't see spirit like I see you. Like I can know they're there because I can feel them. I can feel when they enter the room. I can feel it like if we're at a investigation and I can feel them. I know where they are in the room. But I don't usually hear them like they're talking to me, or I don't see them like they're sitting in front of me. But there have been times where one example I use is my daughter had her wisdom teeth out this summer. And I went to pick up her medicine. She was miserable. She's 13. She's really dramatic. I love her to pieces, but she has zero pain tolerance at all. She's going to react the same way to a paper cut or surgery. There's no in between. So this poor kid had 5 wisdom teeth removed because she had extra wisdom back here. And she was miserable. So I went to go get her medicine. I didn't even look at the medicine they gave me. And I was walking out and I heard in my head, check the receipt. And I mean, it stopped me because it was as clear as I'm talking to you right now. And I stopped, and I knew that it was supposed to be 89 cents, but we had bought some other things, so the total was more than that. So I go and I stop. My husband's like, "Where'd you go?" Because I just stopped in the middle of walking. And I looked at my receipt and they charged me $13. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So I pulled the medicine out and they had given me a gentleman's heart medication. And because I had been taking care of her for days at this point, because the doctor didn't want to give her pain medicine right out the gate if she didn't need it. But because she clenches, it was causing more pain and tension in the jaw. So he had called it in for her. So I was desperate to get her comfortable. I would have just given her something.
Heart medication.
Unknowingly. And so
Right.
when I realized that, I was like, oh my God. So I don't know who it was, but I know I heard somebody as clear as day in my ear say, check the receipt.
Which Claire is that? Is that Claire sentient and clairaudient? Is that
Clairaudient is when you hear Claire,
right?
I'm clairsentient. I've been told I'm clairvoyant, but there's so many Claires. There's just so many. I think.
Yeah, but I tell you, the intuitive thing is something that I do believe in part of what it is that this whole space. I think it is. We talk about this. I've said it 1,000 times. We talk about it a lot, which is this idea of intuition. And, we all have a nature, right? A natural, like fight or flight sort of instinct, right? This thing, you get this vibe off of somebody. Somebody walks into a bar, it gives you a bad vibe. You sort of have it, right? Like someone walks in the room, we all feel it. And I think people have different degrees of that to a level of maybe they are hearing spirit or something, they are connected to something else, right? Which I think is, and that speaks to consciousness. I don't know what the answer is to that, but I certainly do believe in intuition and into like that as a muscle that some people might have stronger than others, like anything else, right?
Right.
And it's that's pretty crazy. Has it ever been a hindrance?
Yeah. Yeah. So, before I knew that I was more not just sensitive, not just intuitive, before that, they were messing with me in my sleep and I couldn't understand. I'm like, and I was getting woken up and I was hearing the voices when I was sleeping. And I'm like, I'd wake up and I talked to a psychic medium. I had won a free reading. I didn't even like pay her. She just, I was like, oh, this is fun. So I entered in and I won. And I was like, oh gosh, I won. And she said, spirit likes to communicate with you in your sleep. And I was like,
pervy.
I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, I really wish they wouldn't because I'm awake most of the day, like available any other time.
Right.
But
right.
So that's kind of hard. It is very difficult feeling others' emotions because like I can just be going about my day and especially people I'm really connected with, like my girls. My daughter and her dad and I are divorced and she was at her dad's house and it was actually my birthday dinner and I was getting ready to go out and all of a sudden I just started bawling. But I knew it wasn't my feelings that I was feeling. So that's a little hard because, you mess your makeup up and everything. But text her and be like, hey, are you okay? She's like, yeah, I'm crying. I'm like, what's wrong? And, but yeah, sometimes that's hard. And then
that's really interesting. And that's, you talk, you'd say parents tend to be connected to their kids in so many ways and you hear that a lot. But I guess if you're an intuitive too, that could just heighten all that to a level of, you don't want it to happen. What about in terms of wanting to strengthen it? Have you tried to take classes or something to how do I, turn this piece of coal of an intuition into a diamond psychic medium? You know what I mean?
Well, I worked with a mentor this summer and it wasn't the best fit. She's wonderful, super, super great. But it just, sometimes people, they're just have different paths, and it just, they don't align. So she taught me a lot about protection, which was great because I didn't know how to protect myself before. And it was really great having that guidance on how to, as I open myself up more, how to protect myself. Because when you're a beacon and you open yourself up, that's good and bad that you're opening yourself up to. So she taught me a lot about protection and I really appreciated it. And the biggest thing that I struggle with is following my intuition because I doubt myself a lot. I have that can't be right. Like my friend has a bunch of haunted dolls And I mean, this is just
dolls. They creep me the hell out so badly.
That's Roberta.
I'm not ready for dolls yet. We haven't gone down the doll path. I just I'm not ready to sit here and this is
this
my
one
doll.
chose me. I'll have to tell you that. This one chose me. But
yeah, I see it back there. I've
Yeah.
got an eye on it. Trust me.
Oh yeah, she's
Go ahead.
well, she's got all her lights. So if, she might set them out for you. She's not a big fan of men, so she might not. But I never know when she's going to do it. So one of
Why
the
is that? What's up with that? Because there are so many dolls that are not, a fan of men.
Well,
and I come across that so much, and it's like
Men are the worst, dude. We're terrible
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you don't get it. I get it. It's
So the
we're
feeling
just
I get
awful.
with her.
Until you need a couch moved,
Yes.
Well, the feeling I have with her is I think there was some trauma before she passed at the hands of maybe a husband or a partner. And I don't know for sure, but that is just my feeling when I look at her, I feel like a level of pain. And I can tell the energy that she has when it's me versus the energy she puts off when my husband's around is very different. And so I've had to lay down the law with her because I didn't want a haunted dog. Like I said, she chose me and that's why she's here. And I've enjoyed her being here. It's really cool. But I had to tell her, you will not affect this house negatively. And if you do, you have to leave. And so I lay down the law with spirits. You set your boundaries and you have to maintain them. But yeah, she,
Can you lock up the power of a doll? Is it something, John? I don't know.
Yes.
Can you what do you have to, a lead box or some shit? Or do you have to, a shoe box? Will any box do? What's the deal with dolls in that sense?
I mean, funny enough,
What's the lore?
It's intent. It all comes down to intent. Just
Yes.
Just like she said, with the laying the boundaries, intent. You can, for example, I have items in here. None of the dolls are locked up. All the dolls are out in the open, right? Because they never really cause any trouble. But the real haunted items, the ones that can cause trouble, I just have in cases.
Yeah.
And I'll bring them out of their cases, and then they start acting up even more. Once I put them back in their cases, it tones them down.
But is a case a metaphor for you? Is it? You know what I
Very
mean?
well
Is it,
could be.
Do you know what I'm saying? Is
Or
it
your
because
intent.
you?
Yeah.
Yes, because you created a physical case that sort of
Boundary.
says I've locked it away. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Exactly.
I don't know what I'm saying.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
I agree completely. Because when I got
Have you ever had to lock her up before?
No, but I
No?
will say when she first moved here, she was supposed to stay in my studio. And I noticed the energy shifting really hard. And I knew it wasn't my family. And I know it. I know that energy because my ghost in my haunted house used to do that when he was upset or when there was something going on. I could feel the energy shift and it was so uncomfortable. It's a level of anxiety that all of a sudden hits you. And it's like, it feels like when you walk into a really crowded room and everybody gets quiet and looks at you. And it's like, okay, that's exactly what it felt like when I walked downstairs when I had left her up here. So I contacted my good friend who is a psychic medium and I'm like, what's going on? And she said, well, I get the feeling she wanted to be part of the family more. She does not like being confined in the studio alone all day. So now she comes down.
Oh my God, she's needy.
She is very needy, but she's a sweetheart. She is a protector spirit. So I don't mind her being here because I love protector spirits. I'm all about them. But she had to learn that you cannot affect this house. I work really hard to keep my house positive and a good energy. And that's very hard with 3 teenagers, So I don't want anything else causing it. So I still make fun of myself, but I used to make jokes like, who gives dolls rocking chairs? Why are you giving? I gave her a rocking chair and she sits in the living room.
Wow.
I am that person. I'm the problem. It's fine. Everything is fine.
How often does she ring the bell?
The bell every once in a while. It's off right now. The bell's not on. I was worried about any kind of distraction. She does not. So I have a house ghost. He will set off the REM pod. His name is Al. He came with the house. I don't call him haunting because he doesn't do anything. He's just here. But she loves the cat balls. She'll usually set her cat ball off, her little balloon light around her neck, or there's a flashlight right here. She will turn that on.
Wow. Yeah, and then you just keep it there, staring at your back the whole time, which is
She's got my back.
I mean? I would want to make sure that I could see it. Well, right, because you're looking at your screen, you can see it. But like, I want to make sure I always had eyes on it. You know, I don't want
Yeah.
it like staring at me or moving or something.
Can I tell you how she chose me? I think you'll find it really cool.
Oh my God! Like what? Like a Harry Potter wand?
No, well, not like a
Chose
wand.
you?
Like, so, well, it kinda. I think your listeners will enjoy this because I see the chat coming through, so I think they will enjoy this. But
Tell me.
So Jocelyn is my friend. She has over 130 haunted dolls, negative haunted dolls in her house. She has a few positive spirits that
Wait,
have
I'm
gotten.
sorry. She has over 100 negative energy dolls in her. Like, so you're saying this woman has over 100 like evil dolls?
Yes.
That she knows are okay. All right.
Nice.
This is a friend. You keep this person as a friend.
Yeah. She's
okay.
amazing.
Let's go. Let's
Sorry,
go.
my dog is itching her butt on my chair. She's about to spin me around.
That's crazy, by the way, to know that you have that kind of evil in your house. And then it's like, all right, let's hear it. Let's see
They
it.
love her. Now, other people, not so much, but she's so good with them. She's so good. She's not scared of them. She respects them, and they really respond to her really well. It's crazy. Like, she has dolls from the Sally house. She has 2 original dolls that the Pickmans gave her. So, like, she's legit.
She's like,
So-
all right, she's like a doll whisperer.
Yeah,
for
she
this
is.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay.
Roberta, she got really. Oh, there's Tony. Definitely negative dolls. That's my girl right there. So Roberta is a positive spirit that lived with Jocelyn that started to get scared of the room and was asking to leave. I didn't know that. I was sleeping, and like I said, they contact me in my sleep. I don't know why, but I had gone ghost hunting with Jocelyn at Belvoir in Missouri. Well, in my dream, weeks later, I'm talking like 4 weeks later, I had a dream that I was at Belvoir, and it was super realistic. I was there. Jocelyn was there. My dad was there. My dog was there. And Jocelyn comes into my room and throws herself like on my bed. And she's like, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Help me. Help me. I'm so scared. And in my dream, I'm like, what are you scared of? Because this girl is fearless. Like, she's got 130 negative dolls. Like, what are you scared of? Even in my dream. But it was one of those like lucid dreams. So it was very weird. Well, I didn't.
I like how you call them negative, by the way. You're not calling them evil. You're calling them negative. I like that.
Yeah. They're not evil. They have a story or two, you know. But I didn't say anything to her right away because I was like, this is just a dream. Cause I don't trust myself. Here we go. So I'm like, it's just a dream. Well, a couple days later, she made a post on Facebook how some of her positive dolls were scared and wanted to leave, and she didn't know what to do. And I explained her to people that don't understand, like, she is the keeper of these spirits. She is taking care of them. They are not like circus animals, you know. She doesn't make them perform. She takes care of them. She is their caretaker. So she genuinely cares about how they feel. And that sounds crazy to people that don't believe in this, but she truly is. And Roberta was one of them. And so I had texted her and I was like, hey, I saw your post. I'm like, I think one of your dolls came to me in my dream. She looks like you. Can you send me a video of your room? So she was panning a room and she was stopping on all the dolls that look like her, but she didn't stop on her. She skipped right over her. And I saw her and I was like, no, go back. That's her. And she goes, that's the one asking to leave. So
wow. See, that's
she
that's fun. That's really.
She's come to me 2 other times in my dream. The second time after Jocelyn shipped her, she came to me panicking, not saying a word, just freaking out. So I woke up and I was like,
wait,
what
was
is
it
going on?
Was it Jocelyn again in the dream, or was it this time the doll?
It was Jocelyn again. It was
Okay.
Jocelyn again because she hadn't arrived yet. And by the time she arrived, her box was crushed and she's porcelain. So she was panicking because her box was getting ruined in the mail. And I think she was worried she wasn't going to make it.
That's.
But
I have
I was
chills.
going to say, are you frozen?
That's not. No. That I got chills on that one. That was a good chill. That was a chill-worthy story.
And then the last.
First of all, I have a very claustrophobic sort of, like many people, like fear of that, and like now I'm picturing like this living person getting crushed in a box, and then the whole thing just is terrifying.
Well, and I think she does have some anxiety about her. But the last time, so she had told my friend Jessica, who's a psychic medium, that she wanted to sit and watch the birds. So that's why I gave her the rocking chair at the window and she watches the birds. And then after I put her up so the dog doesn't eat her. Well, one night I had gone to bed and I've left her in her rocking chair right by the window. And I didn't think anything about it. Well, that night she comes to me as herself because she's been here for about a month now. And I'm wrapping her in a scarf. And I woke up and I was like, I left her by the window. And it was right around the time we were having all that ice and snow. So she came to me to tell me she was cold.
What?
She's incredible. She really is. She is a little needy. She loves to be with us a lot, and she's not allowed upstairs. She's not allowed in our bedrooms, but she's allowed to go in the bonus room, my studio, and downstairs. And she really is. It's really cool. When she turns on that flashlight, it is quite badass when that
Now,
happens.
do you ever like around Christmas, do you put her on the shelf as opposed to an elf and scare your kids, or to keep them
Well,
straight, or what?
She didn't get here until after New Year's, so
Oh, we haven't done it yet. Okay.
no, it hadn't been Christmas yet.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it's that new.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's funny. I love talking about haunted dolls because then I jump in with, "Hey, I've been bit by a doll once." You know,
Really?
right on live. I don't know if you're going to be able to see the scar on my hand, but right on the live stream, and it was wild. I was holding it like this, and you just saw it lean over and me. And I was like, what the hell was that? You know, like all like dramatic. And I still have the scar. I still have, and the next day it looked like a burn. It started looking like a burn.
What kind of
and then
fucking
it
doll was
healed.
this? It was like a
Yeah.
Godzilla doll?
I was gonna
Was it a
say,
toy?
was it a vampire?
So it was a porcelain doll. And then a couple of weeks later, one of my friends came and she got all crazy and she ended up taking the doll and smashing it. You know, which I wasn't opposed to be honest. Damn thing bit me. But yeah, it's pretty wild.
Listen, the
Summer of
dolls,
2022 that happened.
these dolls, dude.
Dolls
they're
are great. Dolls are great.
Yeah, they're
And I
weird.
believe and I correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the whole, woo-woo with the dolls starts back with the ancient Sumerians. And I believe it was when Sumerians created dolls, it wasn't for children. It was for the souls of the departed to have a place to go and enter. I could be wrong on that. I believe it was the ancient Sumerians. So it's pretty wild to think how far back that goes and how
I'll do a
long
deep.
humanity's been dealing with dolls,
I'll do a deep dive on dolls when we get there. I'm just not ready mentally or metaphysically even for it. It's just so
Hey,
strange.
look
to
at
me.
that. You're easing Gary into the whole thing now.
Well, I gotta look at that.
Yeah.
Now I'm worried about her. I'm like staring at behind her now over her shoulder every 2 seconds to make sure that thing's not moving.
Oh, she doesn't
Put your
move.
hand there.
Don't touch her. Don't put your hand there in its mouth.
You want a little nibble? Do you want a nibble?
Yeah.
She nibbled me. I swear to God, I'd probably smash her too. Not meaning to, but out of reaction.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So hey, Ashley. So doing the podcast and stuff now that you've been doing it, like what has been, other than yes, you're not alone. What have you learned? Like who are some guests or something that have like wowed you? Like, did you ever sit down or what when you go about it, what's your approach to talking to these people? What do you want to get out of it when you meet them? And what have you walked away from like, oh my God, that was eye-opening?
Well, I call myself a forever student because I'm the first person to line up and say I know nothing. I was not in the paranormal world until 2022 when I got a crash course. So I'm constantly trying to learn. And the best way for me to learn is to have a conversation with somebody and to listen to them and to hear how they handled it and how they approached it and what worked for them. And I mean, just listening has truly taught me so much. One of the neatest person that I have met, his name is JJ. He has a podcast. He's a demonologist, an ancient demonologist. And he has one of the scariest stories and that left me speechless and freaked out. And he is so soft-spoken and you would never know it about him. But when just listening to him speak I could just listen to him for hours because of the knowledge that he has about something that I truly know nothing about. When it comes to demonology, I don't know anything about any of it. And so it was really interesting to listen to him because that's an area that I am completely ignorant in.
Did it change the way you looked at spirits moving forward from that conversation?
Yes and no. Because he's ancient demonologist, it's a lot different than I call it modern day or pop culture demons that, all the YouTubers, it's a demon. It's a demon. So I just learned the main thing that I learned is that there's a difference. I didn't know that. And so it was really neat because I even told him when he started talking, I was like, dude, I didn't know any of this.
Right.
I didn't realize that ancient demonology is not the same as what we know or what we've heard about it or what we've seen in movies,
Sure. For
So
sure. It's
he's
nothing
one of
like
the
what we see in movies or on TV.
Yeah, not at all.
No, that's a definite fact. Based on all these conversations, and I asked this to all of our guests, what do you think spirits are?
Gosh, I've been racking my brain. So to me, personally, it's energy. It's almost like their essence that lingers. It's the energy of them mixed with the memory that the person has. I think that like my grandparents when they're around to me is a lot different than like the ghost in my house that I dealt with, I think he was really angry and he had connected himself to that house, and so it was like he imprinted his energy onto the house. And I truly believe that spirits are just energy. I think they move on a parallel plane as we are, that some people are able to sense and feel and others aren't. I think everybody has the ability to be clairsentient and have some clairs, Oh, I feel like I'm like going to ramble. I could just ramble on and on about what I
Ramble.
think,
Ramble away. It's a hard topic to
It is.
articulate,
Right.
because you're also afraid. Most people, what I've discovered doing this is ask everybody this is, and I don't care how long anybody's been doing it, they're always afraid to answer it.
Oh, I'm not
they,
afraid to answer it.
but you know what I mean? I don't mean
Yeah.
like, I don't mean
I don't wanna
scared.
be
It's just sort
wrong.
of, yes, exactly. They don't want to say something that's going to maybe bite them in the ass later, or that someone's going to
Right.
attack them for saying it. And it's like, who gives a shit? It's, nobody
don't.
knows what we're talking about here. So my point being, you're in a safe space. So
We're
you could tell us,
safe here.
you're in a safe space. You
safe.
could tell us anything. So it's like, don't worry about it. Like, just, no, because it's a weird topic. This is weird. This
It is
is weird. So it's, trying to articulate what you think a spirit is.
Right.
It's not easy because no one knows what it is. And we sit around here and we chase them with different devices and we try to catch them on tape and all this stuff. And, you don't know what is happening, but we all yet agree that something's happening. So how do we articulate it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Do you track sort of the state of the business in your podcast? Like, is it, I've listened to a few episodes and I just love, you're meeting interesting people. And like I said to you, at the beginning of this, I love how you just have conversations randomly. Do you have a goal of where you're trying to talk to people or what you're trying to go to get to, or are you tracking like the business of paranormal and the community of paranormal? It's just like, no, this is just, I want to keep, my skills going and understanding what it is.
I feel called here into this community. I've been told by psychic mediums, my purpose is to help people cross over. However, as I have worked with my gifts and I have met people and I have talked to people, what I find is one, I make people cry a lot, and it's not like bad tears, but because I'm able to pick up on things, I've brought closure to people.
Do you get people to cry on your podcast?
People cry on my podcast and I make people cry in real life. I don't mean to. It's not like I'm being mean. Like I'm like, I'm just saying
No, it's
something.
great.
One lady, her father had just passed away and I didn't know that. And we were talking and she said something and I went, he's really proud of you. And she goes, what? And I was like, your dad, he's departed, right? And she goes, yes, he just died. And I said, well, he's really proud of you. And she lost it. And I'm learning. And then I was at a concert a few months ago and I was talking to a girl that I met there and she was staring at me funny because my best friend Jada, she's really proud of me, so she tells everybody about my podcast, and she's like, she's a psychic medium, and I'm like, don't tell people that because people have expectations, and I'm really bad. Okay, like there is no rhyme or reason because it comes and goes. Like it's not. I tell my daughter all the time, it's not a party trick. Like I don't know what color you're thinking of, but it's probably white. You know, so it's. But what I've learned from talking to these people, like this one lady, she's from Brazil and her brother was murdered. And her mother refuses to celebrate Christmas. And so she was just talking after Jada had brought up the fact that I was a psychic medium. And I think I made her a little uncomfortable because Hispanic and Portuguese, they are very spiritual. And so I kind of freaked her out a little bit. And then I just asked her, I was like, what number do you see all the time? And she goes, 28. I said, well, that's my favorite number, so I'm supposed to meet you. Your brother wants your mom to celebrate Christmas again. And I said, I know your mother's probably the type that's like, nope, I'm not doing it. And she just started crying. I said, just know he wants to. She had to turn her back and compose herself. So I make people cry. I need a shirt that says that I make people cry.
I would
Sorry.
have loved you on, so I was a producer. I used to work at Discovery. I ran development for them for years, the studio side of things. And, my team, we had a trophy that was called, it was for man tears. So it's like in an interview, if you can make a guy cry, because remember what type of shows we're talking about at Discovery, right? Like Fisherman, and these guys who are supposedly blue collar, tough guys. And those are a lot of the guys that we're interviewing for reels and for development and stuff. And it's like you came back and it's like, we're watching the interview and it's like they got man tears. It's like you got hold that trophy on your desk until the next person pulls one in. Like, it's a big win for the TV game for sure.
Yeah, I've made some men cry, not meaning to. I mean, in my younger days, when I was a single one, I could make them cry. I'm brutally honest, like brutal. I'm having to learn that honesty without tact is cruelty. So I try to rein in my honesty because not everybody is ready.
Yeah, but that's all right. It's John and I talk about this too all the time with this podcast. It's you have to have a point of view. If you're milquetoast about it, you're just dead in the water. Like who cares? You don't. You have to have a point of view, and that point of view is going to upset some people.
Right.
Yeah, but I get what she's saying.
Yes,
because sometimes brutal honesty can just be horrible.
Yeah, there's a way to say things.
There's a way to say things, and sometimes, I have to catch myself on live all the time, not being brutally honest.
Right.
Well, yes,
because it's
of
just
course.
Some people can't handle it, and it makes me look like a complete asshole.
Right.
Well, of course, you can't be rude, but you also can't. You have to be authentic.
Right.
And that's what I mean by having a point of view. It's not about being mean or rude to somebody, but it is about being honest.
Sometimes you just got to do it just to do it.
You just got to do it.
Sometimes it's like, all right, no, I'm going to. Yeah.
When my mom asks me questions, I'm like, do you really want to know? How much do you want to know? Because I will tell you. And then like my girlfriends, I'll be like, how honest do you want me to be? You want me to be brutal or you want me to just tiptoe? Because I'll tiptoe. Like with my teenage daughters, sometimes I just have to tiptoe because they emotional. Lord have mercy. I got to tiptoe a lot with them, but it's fine. Like, I don't want to say like your choice of boys is like trash, but I probably said that after a time or two, but I'm like, maybe that's not the best for you. Or remember, you are the company you keep, or, I try to be nice.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
what is the latest gossip about ghosts that you've discovered? Like, what's everybody talking about? I know, like right now, John and I were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you're tracking all this. There's like a lot of big ghost celebs. They're all like hating on each other.
Yes, I was about to say the drama.
And it's look, I've only been doing this for a year. We're a year into it. You've been doing it for a while. John's been doing it even longer. It's like, look, I don't get it.
I don't either.
I just don't. I don't like. Do other genres hate everyone within it as much? Like I don't ever hear like the Star Wars and the Star Trek people like fighting publicly.
No.
Do you know what I mean? I don't understand.
No, this is the only niche that I've ever heard and experienced this happening.
It's
most other niches people get along great. You get one person that, delivers the news, they get along with the next person that delivers the news. Somebody who cooks gets along with somebody else who cooks. Someone that does makeup gets along with someone else that does makeup. Even true crime, even people that do true crime, they get along with other people that do true crime. But when it comes to the paranormal,
it's like hip hop. It's like hip hop to
hard.
me, right?
It's insane. It's
It fe-
insane.
It feels like Drake and Kendrick Lamar or something.
Yes.
It's like beefs.
Yeah.
Like
I
hip
don't
hop
consider
beefs.
Drake hip hop.
But well, I don't either. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like that's I can't.
I know what you mean.
And it's this latest one. It's sort of interesting, and I don't know why anybody would speak about it. I don't really even understand all the details.
There's a lot of it.
But everybody's talking about it, so why don't we? And especially since we've got the ghost gossip person on. It's like let's get a little gossip. Let's talk about a little tea here.
All right.
So you got one celeb accusing another celeb show. Someone's show was canceled, from what I understand, and then someone said our show was canceled because this other celeb said to cancel it, and then this other person then said, "Hey, that's probably not why your show was canceled.
Right.
They don't just cancel shows because a celeb said to cancel, like the person on the network said to cancel your show." Let me say this, since I've been a head of a studio creative division, and I've worked in the business for almost 30 years. And full disclosure, all of these parties I have spoken to get on the podcast. Some have said they will be on here and then ghosted us. Some I am still actively talking to, and some have yet to respond. So just know that I would love to have them all on. And we shoot well in advance unless it's a live. So I wouldn't even talk about this because the story might be dead by the time it airs in 3. Most of the episodes you see, we filmed like 3 months ago. So I'll tell you this. Can a star of a show get rid of a cast member? Absolutely. That is, if they don't like them and they want them gone, that could happen. Could a star of a hit money-making series potentially stop another series from getting made? Maybe. They probably that is the discussion you would have with that person who's making the money, because this new thing is an unknown entity. And it's like, why upset them? If that's going to take away from their marketing dollars and their budget, and why would you do it? And they don't have a say in it. And then certainly back in the day, that if that show was going to be a potential lead-in for their show, they could have a say in it, because that could hurt. This is before streaming and on demand. It was lead-ins mattered.
No.
That was the thing. Could a celebrity cancel another show that is already on the air? They could certainly speak it, but there is a lot more nuance to it, because that other show, there's people that have jobs. It might be it all depends. There's a lot of factors, right? Is it making money, right? If it's making money, they're going to figure out a way to appease the celeb complaining about it. They're not just going to be like, "Oh, he said to get rid of it, we're getting rid of it." It's not going to happen. Not if the show is profitable, right? It's just there's too many things at stake. Be that as it may, I don't know why anybody outside of that universe gives a shit if the person who's claiming their show was canceled. Why do they have to correct them? You know what I mean? It's like, you weren't there. You don't know.
Right.
So I don't know why people tend to take it on themselves. And it sounds like then this other person, she has her own problems with a team of people, and that sucks. And so it sucks for them, and that happens too. You make a shit deal, and then like you can't move forward, and that happens constantly. And I don't know why they keep bringing each other into each other's lives.
I don't
and
either.
I just don't get. I don't get this. It's weird.
I'm going to
tell
tell
me,
you
Gossip
something.
Girl. Why?
I'm going to tell you
What
something.
are you hearing?
I'm going to disappoint you. I think I know what you're talking about, but when I see that, I scroll on, because I'm like, that's none of my business. So when I gossip, I'm gossiping as in, let's chit chat, let's have a conversation, tell me about what you've gone through, and let's talk about it, But when it comes to real life drama, I've been bullied in this field.
You have?
Nasty. Yes.
Really?
And yes. And
I want to hear who would bully you, and for what reason? You don't have to tell me who, but what was the reason? What would they give you a hard time? What are you possibly doing that ruined their day?
I didn't buy in. So the way that I work is if I'm not, it's kind of like, not everybody's going to like me, and that's fine. I'm not a dum-dum, like I said, human lie detector. And I'm not easily manipulated. And I walked away and I didn't say anything. I kept it to myself. And then stuff started happening. And I knew I could feel stuff happening behind the scenes. I could feel it. I didn't have proof, but I could feel it. And then over time, I got the proof that validated how I was feeling. And, I don't talk about them. I don't talk about it. I keep it, I move on because they don't affect me. It hurts my feelings to know that people hate me that much that they would rather ruin my name with lies. And I've had to accept that some people are just like that. And my character will speak for itself at the end of the day. And so I keep my mouth shut, hold my head up high. I know the truth, and I know true character always shows itself.
It always does. I can speak from experience in this
John gets
field.
it a lot. I feel bad for you guys because I am so loved.
Well, rub it in, Gary.
Yeah, right. Rub it in. I get it a lot. I get it all the time. And I can say this. It always ends up in my favor at the end of the day.
You got that
Always.
right.
It might take some time.
Yep.
Sometimes it might even take a couple of years. But then it always ends up going in my favor. And it always ends up working out. And it's very simple, just like you. I keep my mouth shut. I don't talk bad about anybody in this field whatsoever, no matter how big or small, and that's it.
No, see, listen, I love talking about people behind, but not like super loud publicly. But I'm that guy, like on the WhatsApp group for my kids' classroom chat, right? And all these parents will say something that's just so stupid, and I'll never say anything on there like mean. But then there's like the side chats where it's like, I think their kid's an idiot. Right?
Yeah. That's
like,
so funny.
Isn't their kid so stupid? And then it's like that kind of gossip's fun. I enjoy it.
Right.
But
I'll tell my close friends, the people that I consider to be my family in this, they know about it, because part of them, they've caught it too from these people. And so
your family?
My parafamily, my people that I trust that aren't running behind me and two-faced. I don't like two-faced people. I don't like inconsistent people. I have nothing to do with them. If I get that inauthentic or that I don't even know the word. My husband's my human vocabulary and he's not here. So I know the word I'm looking for, but when you're not a genuine person, I can tell. It screams to me. And I can be an adult and I can be polite, but we're not going to be friends and I'm not going to trust you. So the women that I have met that I trust, they know and they have my back. And then I have some other podcasters because these people have reached out to some of my podcaster family and tried to start stuff. So they are aware, but we're not talking about it a lot. You know what I mean? I made them known. I made them aware of the situation so they would all be on the lookout. And I mean, sadly, it's happened. But it is what it is. Other than
I'm so confused by it. I just feel like, I've watched your show and it is not, it's very fun and upbeat and it's people are just miserable, right? I guess you just have to be a miserable person and you have to want to take.
Well, you're in this for the wrong reasons. That's what it is. At the end of the day, those people are in this for the wrong reasons. And that is why they act the way they do. And I do everything in my power to stay the fuck away from those people.
Yes,
yeah, it's weird.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
don't have the love. They don't have the love for it. And that's
let me ask you this, from is it a business move? Because look, enragement, equals engagement. So is it I'm going to start something?
Yeah, it's both.
I'm going to start something with Ashley because if I say some nasty stuff in the chat and on the thing, people are going to start talking. That's going to get me promote. It's going to promote the site. You know what I mean?
If they see there's
is that what it is?
That's 100%. If they see there's a core group of people there that they can get their name mentioned, because it's free advertising. When somebody is live or someone's podcasting and they're fuck this creator. They're so full of shit. They're using a soundboard and they're doing this and they're ranting and raving about that person. Regardless, it's free advertising, right? So these people try to get under your skin. They try to push the right buttons. So you go on your platform that you built in front of the community that you created and you spew their name because it's free advertising and it keeps them relevant. And that's why they do it.
And the joke's on them because I want nothing but the best for them.
Yeah, me too.
You do you, boo. You go and you find your success.
Yeah, right?
Do it.
There's no,
exactly.
Ashley, we say this all the time. There's no shortage of views. Like,
No,
there's no
I mean, not my
finite
channel.
amount of
Sometimes
views.
there are. I can
But
always
you
use
know
more.
You know what I mean? It's like there's there's plenty of space for everybody to do their own thing,
Right.
and it's I don't know,
That's
man.
right.
I enjoy it. I've really enjoyed meeting the people I'm meeting.
Yes.
And I like talking to you, and you coming on here, and we're just talking about
It also
nonsense.
comes
I
in
find it-
waves, by the way. It also comes in waves. And that's because of the saturation of the genre,
Yes.
right? Like, I know for a fact when things are quiet on my end and I'm not getting reported, I'm not dealing with drama, people aren't coming and starting shit, that means that it's on a low curve, right? But then the second everything amps up, that means that the market's saturated. That means there's a million podcasts out there popping off. There's a million live streams popping off, and everybody and their mother is doing it. So it comes in waves.
Do you think that it's really done? Do you think the new, this is where I sort of, you want to talk about like imposter syndrome? I just look at everybody. I feel like I'm so old, and then everybody's so young. And it's like, do you feel that this is an older generation thing versus?
Both.
Do you think
Both.
younger all the younger people that I've met don't feel? Oh, really? Because most of the younger people I met feel like there's more influencer community versus
It
an
depends.
older crowd.
It all depends, but you can see it on both ends. You can
Yeah.
see it on someone who's younger and someone who's older. Maybe a little worse with the older. But
Maybe.
you can definitely still see it with some of the younger as well.
I will tell you this. I surround myself in this community with only, and we all have our bad days. Don't get me wrong. We all have our bad days. We have our off days. We're not perfect. We're human. And
Speak for yourself, Ashley.
Okay. Most everybody but Gary is human and, not perfect. We have our bad days. But the women that I surround myself with in this community, my support system in this community, they are so loving and they support others outwardly and when they're not sitting at the table. You know what I mean? They're the kinds that they have your back when you're not at the table with them. They're the kind that if I walk out of the room and somebody comes and talks crap to me, they're going to be like, no, don't say that. You don't know. You know what I mean? And they've shown me that. And those are the ones that I worry about. Those are the ones that I concern myself with. Those are the OGs or those are the true people that I care about their opinion. Everybody else, you go do you. Rising waters raises all ships, everybody.
That's it. Yeah.
Yes.
Say it
That's
all
the
the
same.
time.
We say
Say
that.
it all the time.
We say that all the time. All ships.
the
I think.
time we
Yeah,
say that.
we say all ships rise with the tide. Is kind
All
of how
ships
we
rise with
phrase.
the
Yeah,
tide. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
kind of our thing. That's great. It's so fun. I love hearing you say that. Ashley, where's Ghost Gossip Podcast in 5 years? What do you want? Where do you want to go? What's your thing?
I don't
What are
even
you hoping
know.
for?
I don't know. So I did set something for this year. I was like, okay, in the next year, I want to be invited to a Paracon and I want to be picked up by a network. Well, then I realized this past just 2 months, I'm like, I don't want to be picked up by a network. There's
No,
a
you
lot
don't.
of drama in network. I want to be my own boss. I'm taking that one out of the universe. The universe.
You always stay
No,
away from stay
not
away
right
from
now.
agencies, stay away from networks. The path you are on, have it be all you.
Yep.
And
that's
you
what I've
will
learned.
you will never be happier. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You will be, yeah.
And here's the other thing too. Don't wait for the invite. Take action on the Paracon thing.
I got 2 invites.
Okay,
One,
good.
I know. After I said it, it happened. It's crazy. So one is in June. I'll be in Arkansas, and it's the Cryptid Fest. I have a really great group. I call them my paranormal podcast big brothers. There's a handful of them. They take care of me. They are very protective of me. And because I did this by myself for so long, and I had no guidance, and so without question, they help me no matter what. It's wonderful because I'm self-taught. And then I'm co-hosting with Jocelyn a Paracon in July in Brunswick, Georgia. So, so not just invited, but hosting. So I think that's pretty cool.
That's very cool.
5
Dude, what do you
years?
think? What do you think of cryptids? Do you believe in cryptids?
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't got my head around that yet. I haven't gotten around I told John this. It's like I think I could listen. Spirits, I'm on board. I like. There's. I like I said, we don't know what those are, but I know there's something. You know.
Well, we got more evidence towards cryptids than we do spirits.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's
Like
like I don't
solid
know
evidence.
if I
Listen,
just don't know if I believe in Bigfoot. I'm just gonna say it there.
Well, I hate that term Bigfoot. I call them big feet because there ain't no way there's one big, foot creature
Right,
hopping
there's more
around,
than
right?
one.
He's got 2 big feet. All right, that's number one. We discover species all the time, and
I know,
not
dude,
just
but
little
we're talking
things,
about
and not
fucking
just little things, dude.
Stop.
We
Most of it's bugs. Most of it's bugs and little things and fish and fish.
Yes,
Deep
but
sea
some
shit.
some of them are big. Some of them are big. We discover these things, and it's like, who's to say? With knowing that information, knowing the probability of discovery.
There's a fucking
who's
giant
to
hairy
say?
dude like walking around the woods. We can't like find this fucking thing. I mean, I don't know, dude. Like,
Could very
listen,
well be
a sea creature. I've said like, if anything, too. By the way, one, if we do find it, it's on Australia because that's Monster Island. That's where it's going to be. And I do believe in sea beasts and sea creatures.
Sea beasts.
Listen. I think an octopus is an alien straight from outer space.
It looks like
there
one.
is, and the ocean is monster soup, hands down. That's
yeah, exactly.
absolutely
Remember,
true.
one of these most famous cryptids that was stuff of legends, like the Kraken, was the giant squid. This was in stories, and everybody thought it was, a creature of legend.
We did that documentary Discovery.
Yeah, 1996, 1998, the Japanese scientists ended up discovering it, right?
And we caught it on
It's
film.
like, yeah. Like,
It's wild. It's super huge.
Yeah,
right.
Super huge. So it's like, wait a minute.
But that's also like a giant squid. But let's be real. That's a giant squid. So it's like we know what a squid is, and now it's a big one, right?
Yeah.
But it's like you're talking about like this, like a big, Harry from the Hendersons,
Well,
like
I'm
walking
talking
around
about
the woods,
all in general,
and it's
right?
just
I'm
sort
talking
of
about in general, not just big feet. I'm talking about in general. Like, who knows what's out there?
What do you think, Ashley? Weigh in. Don't let us like.
Okay.
What's your thing?
If Native Americans believe in them, I believe in them too. Because I'm telling
dropped
you,
the Native American thing. How can we argue with that?
I'm just saying, like, there's cave drawings and all sorts of things that they've documented in their way, and it has been seen across continents. It's not just seen here, it's been seen in Asia, it's been seen in Europe, and I don't know about Australia. Everything in Australia is trying to kill you, so I don't know.
Yes.
But if they have documented something back then, they had nothing to gain from it. Absolutely
Yeah, but
nothing.
they also
to gain.
documented that the fucking sun was brought around the skies by a chariot or something. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
maybe
like
it is. Maybe it's still a little bright. We can't look up there.
I don't know, man. I got a problem with Bigfoot. I'm not in it. I'm not in that one. I'm not in that camp.
Well,
Spirits,
my
that's
friend
why.
believes it's a giant sloth, and he wrote a book about it.
Interesting.
Giant sloth. They used to
Okay.
exist.
Exactly.
They used to exist. They find all their tunnel systems. Where is that, in Brazil?
No, I think
Where
they
they find
here.
their Are they here too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, they're still carved, like these tunnel systems that they carved when they were, alive.
So he thinks it's a sloth, but
He
just
thinks,
really big.
I don't know. It makes
Could be.
sense to me. I read the book. It makes sense to me. It makes sense. I will say that. I was like, okay, I can see if it is, it makes sense that maybe. Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know.
I like that theory. I like the giant sloth theory.
I mean, it's
Because at least it's just a bigger.
Listen, I just find it interesting. Again, even talking about big feet, we have them here, right, in North America, okay. And then you go, where's the I was about to call it the Bumble from Rudolph, not at the Yeti, the Yeti, right? So where was that? That's the Himalayas.
Mhm.
Yes.
The Yeti. So
Yes.
just like the brown bear to the polar bear. Keep that in mind. And this is going back, thousands of years.
Let's hear it.
So think about it like that. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Think
you're
about
just saying
it
it's.
like that.
You're just saying the Yeti is just a white, like this. It's the polar bear version.
of yeah.
Right.
Of the
Not
big
to be
feet.
complete. Not to
Yeah,
like confuse
with-
North
with-
and South Carolina.
Yeah. Remind you, peoples that had no connection, no connection with each other. They weren't sending emails.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Think about it. How did this come to be?
When that's exactly how I feel about spirits. People from,
And-
I mean, ancient, were seeing something, were experiencing something that they could not explain, and they weren't emailing or writing letters. There was nothing. I mean, they were talking about ancient civilization, which I can't wrap my head around, but I know my husband's really into that. But it's really boring, the show on Netflix. It put me to bed. And
Well,
I tried
that
to
and then
watch
and
it.
then and then you could also get into just the whole fact of our genealogy
Right.
and humanoids in general, like humans, ancient humans, what came before. There's so many branches to that tree. It's not even funny.
It's crazy.
And they find them. They keep finding them. A bone fragment here, half a skull there, a jawbone there, of all these different human species. And then when you look at the drawing renderings from the bone structure, they kind of look like, elves, gnomes, dwarfs, all these different things. There's even talk that there is a nocturnal Homo sapiens species that used click systems, like to navigate in caves because their eyes weren't developed right to see out during the day. They were nocturnal. They
Yeah.
were in darkness. And they're discovering these things and they're starting to pinpoint all this stuff together. There is a lot. So because of all this data that already exists, actual hardcore rooted science, there is way more evidence for cryptids like Bigfeets than there are spirits.
All right,
It's
listen.
actually
I don't know what to tell
in
you.
a scientific perspective, from a scientific perspective, peer-to-peer reviewed scientific data and anthropology and evidence. There is more, the opening for the possibility and the probability of these cryptids.
We'll see.
It's all I'm saying.
We
It's
start
all
find a woolly mammoth man. We'll see what it is. Start to figure it out.
A woolly mammoth man?
Yeah, well, whatever you want to call it. I like the giant sloth theory. That's kind of close. At least it's like something. All right, well, that's a creature that exists, and maybe just they pop out a big one every now and again. But just like every now and again, we get a shack. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, that guy's huge.
That guy's big.
You get a human who's like 6'10". It's like, what?
Right.
Listen, if you ever run the numbers on people's heights, right? Like when you're talking about the percentage of height, it's like the amount of people who are above 6 feet in the world is this big, right? When you're talking about 8 million people. And then you start to get to like 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". It goes like the amount of people who are, and if you're, have been some 8 feet tall people, right? And they know exactly where they are. That's how few of them there are. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how few, like we know them all. That's what I'm saying. So it's like if there's a sloth, maybe they pop out a giant one every now and again and he's floating around, and that's what we're talking about. That would be interesting. And I could sort of wrap my head around that, other than a species of like some sort of
I don't know.
like
See, I
this
disagree. I think it's less probable
She's
for
sitting
it
back.
to be
She just read
for
back
it
the
to
stand.
be
We're
a
boring the
giant
shit out of
sloth than an actual Homo sapien species, like its own homogeneous, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying
Well,
to
listen,
say.
have fun at the cryptid convention and work on that one with all those crazy. That's a really good one.
Listen, cryptids aren't my specialty.
No,
cryptids aren't my specialty.
No, we're ghost people.
I love my ghosts. I love all my ghosts.
Interdimensional entities. Listen, this has been fun.
This has been very fun.
I wish I could keep going, but it is time for me.
John jumps in his live. Yeah. Oh my God, we kept you stayed with us for over.
An hour. Appreciate that. Appreciate great conversation. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
She
for
was sitting
having
there
me.
She was sitting there looking at us at the end like, man, I could have said goodbye like 10 minutes ago, and these fucking guys are talking about Bigfoot.
No, I love it. This is part of.
I think we're pissing your doll off.
No.
Yeah,
Well, she's not doing anything. She's fine. She's fine. She's good.
Ashley, thank you so much for your time. Everybody,
don't hate me, sweetheart.
He said you good.
Ashley, thank you so much for your time. Everybody, if you haven't done so already in the hour or in and out, you got to jump over to Ghost Gossip Podcast. We'll put the link up in the link tree in the bio. Follow, subscribe wherever Ashley is and Ghost Gossip Podcast is. Ashley, that was
Thank
great.
you so much, Ashley. Really appreciate you doing this.
I thank you. Thank you. It was an
Thank
absolute
you.
pleasure. I hope you had fun.
Right.
And
Yes, I did.
we will keep talking.
Awesome.
I'm going
Right.
to say goodbye to you now. And we will
Bye.
see you later.
Bye.
All right.
Cool.
Oh, we ran for a
Yeah.
while. Yeah, she's fun.
I tell you, listen, there's some cool people in this space, right? There really is. Like, there really is. And it's cool that we can feature and, work with a lot of these awesome people. And, it's just part of what this awesome podcast is about.
I like talking to new people and getting different perspectives and like here, she's out there doing she's got a couple years on me doing it. And she considers herself, she's an intuitive and like a sort of an early stage psychic medium, which is really in an interesting way that she's going about this course and this journey for her on that road. Right. Which is, I like it. I mean, it's just it's good to see what she's learning and hear what she's learning. And it is amazing when you watch her talking to people, and it's just so casual. She makes everybody feel so comfortable and good.
Yeah.
So
It's
anyway, man,
just making people cry.
this is something. Yeah. It's like, dude, she's going to make you cry. Oh shit.
Oh, that'd be hilarious right now.
I would love it. I hope she makes you cry, dude.
I have no heart. What is she going to say to me?
She'll say, I'm going to laugh. Oh my God, I hope she makes you cry.
Yeah.
That would be the best clip ever.
She's going to be like, Tracy says hello.
I
and
will
I'll be
fucking
like,
buy her a trophy. I will send her a trophy so quickly if she makes John Santa cry. That clip will go viral. Millions of views.
She might be able to make me cry laughing. That's a possibility because I've been known to do that.
Maybe, whatever. But I bet, let's see.
So get my stroke eye tearing,
Oh no, that'll be great. What a challenge.
Yeah. I've actually teared up. I've actually teared up twice doing this. And it was talking, speaking to two children.
Spirits?
Yeah, spirits. Yeah. Two times it got to me. Once what made me, and you could hear it in my voice. I was getting all choked up. Now fucking wiping my eyes. I mean, they couldn't see it because it's pointing at the headstone. And then another time it happened too. Talking to another ghost child, and it was just because it gets to you. It's a fucking dead kid. If you're not
dark.
If that doesn't pull on the heartstrings, then you're a fucking psychopath.
Well, that's
right?
dark,
I
dude.
mean,
I don't know what would I don't know if I would be on edge. I guess I'm just too nervous when I'm being interviewed to have my guard down like that. I mean, like I've cried in movies, like Interstellar. I cried like a baby.
Interstellar was great.
I cried like a baby.
Interstellar was great, dude.
Bawling.
Great.
And I went and saw that in the theater.
I bawled during Logan, dude. The old man Logan.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, dude, that last scene with him impaled on the stump, and he's all like, dude, holding his daughter's hand, bro. I was in the theater. There was 6 other grown men, some of the toughest men I fucking know. And we're all like,
dude, when I saw Interstellar, everybody was out of town for the weekend or something, so I just went by myself to the theater. So I'm like a dude in the theater by himself, and then I'm weeping at the end, like crying, and they're just like, I wonder if people thought I was gonna like hang myself or jump off a building or something. But it was
in the theater. All right, Gary, listen.
It was awful. All right, everybody. Hey, listen, guys, don't forget, hit that like, share, subscribe button, please. Right here. If you're on Stand Up Paranormal, hop over to Splintered Spirits, give us a like and a subscribe. Thank you so much for your time on Tuesday.
Big episode coming out Tuesday. Big episode.
Tuesday with the one and only Patty Negri. She was a wonderful guest. She's an amazing talent. You know her. She's been around. That's going to be a great one. Guys, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Until next time, stay curious. It's Splintered Spirits. Adios, everybody.
Later.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.